I've learned much more. He was dead, destroyed by order of the court, as enforced by the transmission of high-voltage alternating current. A whole personality had liquidated without a trace. Approximately 800 mils of amperage at durations of that has defined our relationship to 1.5 seconds had been applied on 28 consecutive occasions in a process known technologically as strange wisps annihilation suddenly matched and fit this road and desert personality had been liquidated without a trace in a technologically there is a bizarre concurrence that has defined our relationship ever since. He was here, otherwise I would not know it. He had to be, and yet strange wisps in his memory coalescences and fit this road and desert and in recall of some strange fragment of thought whose origin I have no idea. There is a bizarre concurrence. I'm not a clairvoyant. He has seen a spirit medium receiving messages from another world. He was here, otherwise I would not know it. That is how it had to be. I see things with my own eyes, coalescences. I see things with his eyes, and in recall of some strange fragment of thought whose origin I have no idea of. These eyes. I'm not a clairvoyant. A spirit that is the terror of it. Messages from another world. These gloved hands I now look at, steering the motorcycle down the road, were once his. I see things with my own eyes. And if you can understand the feeling that comes from that, then you can understand real fear. The fear that comes from knowing there is nowhere you can possibly run. That is the terror of it. These gloved hands I now look at, steering the motorcycle down the road. Before long, once a roadside stop I've been waiting for appears. And if you can understand the feeling that comes from that, some tiny green then trees you can understand with running to their bases. The fear that comes from knowing there is nowhere you can possibly ride, ready to pull out onto the highway. We enter a low-rimmed canyon. I ignore this and pull up by the building. Before long, Chris jumps off, and we pull the machine back up on the stand. A few benches, a little building, the heat rises from the engine as if it were on fire, throwing off waves that distort everything around it. So help me God. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the other cycle come back. Pull out onto the highway. When they arrive, they are both glaring. I ignore this and pull up by the building. Sylvia says, Chris jumps off, and we pull the machine back up on the stand. I shrug my shoulders and walk to the drinking as if it were on fire, throwing off waves that distort everything. Where's all that stamina you were telling us about? Out of the corner of my eye, I see the other cycle come back. A second and see he really is. When they arrive, they are both glaring at me. I was afraid you took that too seriously, I say. We're just and then turn away. I drink the water and walk to the drinking alkaline, like soapy water. Says, I drink it anyway. Where's all that stamina you were telling us about? John goes into the building to soak his shirt with water for a second and see he really is the oil level. The oil filter cap is so hot it burns my fingers right through the gloves. And then turn away. The engine hasn't lost much oil. I drink the water, and it's down a little more, but still soapy water. The chain is tight enough, but a little dry, so I John goes into the building to soak his shirt with water. The critical bolts are all tight enough. The oil filter cap is so hot it burns my fingers right through the gloves. You go ahead this time, we'll stay behind. The back tire tread is down a little more, but still serviceable. That's all right. The chain is tight enough. We'll get there. But a little dry, so I oil it again to be safe. So I go ahead, and we take it slowly. The critical bolts are all tight enough. The road through the canyon doesn't straighten out into more of what we've been through, as I expected it would. You go ahead this time. We'll stay behind. It starts to wind upward. I won't go fast, I say. Now the road meanders a little. We'll get there. Now it cuts back away from the direction in which we should be going. So I go ahead, and we take it slowly. Soon it rises a little, the road through the canyon doesn't straighten out into more of what we've been through. We are moving in angular directions into narrow devil's gaps, but starts to wind upward again, higher and a little higher each time. Now the road meanders a little. Some shrubs appear. It cuts back away from the direction in which we should be going. Then the road goes higher still into grass. Soon it rises a little, and then rises some more. Overhead, moving in angular directions into narrow devil's gaps. Then upward again, higher and a little higher each time. And these now have flowers in them, then small trees. Strange how all this has changed. The road goes higher still into grass, nothing to show it on the map, and then fenced meadows. And the consciousness of memory has disappeared Overhead, a small cloud appears. Phaedrus must not have come this way. Perhaps. But there was no other road. Meadows must have rain. Strange. And these now have flowers in them. Strange how the sun angles toward the cloud, which nothing to show it on the map, downward. And the consciousness of memory has disappeared, in which there are trees, pines. Phaedrus must not have come this way. And a cold wind comes down with pine smells from the trees. There was no other road. The flowers in the meadow blow in the wind, it keeps rising, and the cycle leans a little, and we are suddenly cool. The sun angles toward the cloud, which I look at Chris, has grown downward to touch the horizon above us, in which there are trees. Then the rain comes hard on the road with a gust, and a cold wind comes down, dust that has waited for too long. And the dust beside the road is blown in the wind, and the cycle leans a little, and we are suddenly cool. So new. I look at Chris, we are so in need of it. A new rain. I am smiling too. My clothes then the rain comes hard on the road with a gust of earth smell from the dust feels waited for too long. The cloud passes from beneath the sun, and the forest of pines and small meadows gleams again. This is all sparkles where the sunlight catches small drops from the rain. And we are so in need of it. A new rain. We reach the top of the climb, dry again, my clothes but cool wet now, and goggles are spattered, and overlooking a huge valley and river below. The cloud passes from beneath the sun, and the forest of pines and small meadows gleams again. Have walked into the meadow where the sunlight catches small drops from the rain. The far side of the valley, away and below. We reach the top of the climb, dry again. I'm a pioneer now, and stop, overlooking a huge valley and river below. Part 2. I think we have arrived, John says. Chapter 8. Sylvia and Chris have walked into the meadow among It's about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sitting alongside the machine on a cool, shady curbstone, back of a hotel we have found in Miles City, Montana, looking onto a promised Sylvia is with Chris at a laundromat, doing the laundry for all of us. Part 2. John is off looking for a duckbill to put on his helmet. He thought he saw one at a cycle shop, and I'm sitting alongside the machine on a cool, shady curbstone, and I'm about to sharpen up the engine found in Miles City, Montana. Feeling good now. Sylvia is with Chris. We got in here in the afternoon and made up for a lot of sleep. John is off looking for a duckbill. It was a good thing we stopped. Put on his helmet. We were so stupid with exhaustion, we didn't know how tired we were. He thought he saw one at a cycle shop when we came into town. When John tried to register rooms, he couldn't even remember my name. And I'm about to sharpen up the engine. The desk girl asked us if we owned those feeling good now, dreamy motorcycles. We got in here in the afternoon and made up for a lot of sleep. She wondered what she had said wrong. It was a good thing we stopped. It was just numbskull laughter from too much fatigue. How tired we were. We'd have been when John tried to register rooms, he couldn't even remember my name. The desk girl asked us if we owned those groovy, in a beautiful old enameled cast iron bathtub that crouched on lion's claws she wondered in the middle of a marble floor, just waiting for us. It was just numbskull the water was so soft it felt as if I would never get the soap off. We'd have been more than glad to leave them parked. Afterward, we walked up and down the main streets and felt like a baths. In a beautiful old enameled cast iron bathtub, on this machine I've done the tuning so many times it's become a marble floor. I don't have to think much about how to do it anymore. The water was so soft, just mainly look for anything unusual. Never get the soap off. The engine has picked up a noise that sounds like a loose main street, but could be something worse, so I'm going to tune it now and see if it goes away. On this machine, tappet adjustment has to be done with the engine cold, which means wherever you park it for the night is where you work on it the next morning. Which is why I'm on a shady curbstone back of a hotel in Miles City, Montana. Right now, the air is cool in the shade, and will be for an hour or so until the sun gets around the tree branches, which is good for working on cycles. It's important not to tune these machines in the direct sun or late in the day when your brain gets muddy, because even if you've been through it 100 times, you should be alert and looking for things. Not everyone understands what a completely rational process this is, this maintenance of a motorcycle.
Waking up.
They think it's some kind of a knack or some kind of affinity for machines in operation.
Yeah, bro.
They are right, but the knack is almost purely a process of reason, and most of the troubles are caused by what old-time radio men called a short between the earphones. Failures to use the head properly.
What you mean, jet lag?
A motorcycle functions entirely in accordance with the laws of reason, and the study of the art of motorcycle maintenance is really a miniature study of the art of rationality itself. I said yesterday that the ghost of rationality was what Phaedrus pursued, and what led to his insanity. But to get into that, it's vital to stay with down-to-earth examples of rationality, so as not to get lost in generalities no one else can understand.
That sounds familiar.
Talk about rationality can get very confusing unless the things with which rationality deals are also included. We are at the classic romantic barrier now, where on one side we see a cycle as it appears immediately, and this is an important way of seeing it. And where on the other side we can begin to see it as a mechanic does, in terms of underlying form. And this is an important way of seeing things too.
That sounds like a lot of work.
These tools, for example, this wrench,
I've seen nothing 24/7 in this Discord all day long.
But its purpose is always purely classical. It's designed to change the underlying form of the machine.
No.
The porcelain inside this first plug is very dark. That is classically as well as romantically ugly because it means the cylinder is getting too much gas and not enough air.
Did you just misgender?
The carbon molecules in the gasoline aren't finding enough oxygen to combine with, and they're just sitting here loading up the plug.
You misgender, folks.
Coming into town yesterday, the idol was loping a little, which is a symptom of the same thing. Just to see if it's just the one cylinder that's rich, I check the other one. They're both the same. I get out a pocket knife, grab a stick lying in the gutter, and whittle down the end to clean out the plugs, wondering what could be the cause of the richness. That wouldn't have anything to do with rods or valves, and carbs rarely go out of adjustment. The main jets are oversized, which causes richness at high speeds, but the plugs were a lot cleaner than before this, with the same jets. Mystery. You're always surrounded by them. But if you tried to solve them all, you'd never get the machine fixed. There's no immediate answer, so I just leave it as a hanging question. The first tappet is right on. No adjustment required, so I move on to the next. Still plenty of time before the sun gets past those trees. I always feel like I'm in church when I do this. The gauge is some kind of religious icon, and I'm performing a holy rite with it. It is a member of a set called Precision Measuring Instruments, which in a classic sense has a profound meaning. In a motorcycle, this precision isn't maintained for any romantic or perfectionist reasons. It's simply that the enormous forces of heat and explosive pressure inside this engine can only be controlled through the kind of precision these instruments give. When each explosion takes place, it drives a connecting rod onto the crankshaft with a surface pressure of many tons per square inch. If the fit of the rod to the crankshaft is precise, the explosion force will be transferred smoothly, and the metal will be able to stand it. But if the fit is loose by a distance of only a few thousandths of an inch, the force will be delivered suddenly, like a hammer blow, and the rod, bearing, and crankshaft surface will soon be pounded flat, creating a noise which at first sounds a lot like loose tappets. That's the reason I'm checking it now. If it is a loose rod, and I try to make it to the mountains without an overhaul, it will soon get louder and louder until the rod tears itself free, slams into the spinning crankshaft, and destroys the engine. Sometimes broken rods will pile right down through the crankcase and dump all the oil onto the road. All you can do then is start walking. But all this can be prevented by a few thousandths of an inch fit, which precision measuring instruments give, and this is their classical beauty. Not what you see, but what they mean, what they are capable of in terms of control of underlying form. The second tappet's fine. I swing over to the street side of the machine and start on the other cylinder. Precision instruments are designed to achieve an idea, dimensional precision, whose perfection is impossible. There is no perfectly shaped part of the motorcycle, and never will be. But when you come as close as these instruments take you, remarkable things happen, and you go flying across the countryside under a power that would be called magic if it were not so completely rational in every way. It's the understanding of this rational, intellectual idea that's fundamental. John looks at the motorcycle and sees steel in various shapes and has negative feelings about these steel shapes, and turns off the whole thing. I look at the shapes of steel now, and I see ideas.
Calm down.
He thinks I'm working on parts.
All right, let's start fresh.
I was talking about these concepts yesterday when I said that a motorcycle can be divided according to its components and according to its functions. When I said that, suddenly I created a set of boxes with the following arrangement. Motorcycle as a sum of components and functions. And when I said the components may be subdivided into a power assembly and a running assembly, suddenly appear some more little boxes.
He can't be bullied. He's a bully himself.
As a sum of power assembly and running assembly. Motorcycle as a sum of components and functions. And you see that every time I made a further division, up came more boxes based on these divisions until I had a huge pyramid of boxes. Finally, you see that while I was splitting the cycle up into finer and finer pieces, I was also building a structure. This structure of concepts is formally called a hierarchy, and since ancient times has been a basic structure for all Western knowledge. Kingdoms, empires, churches, armies have all been structured into hierarchies. Modern businesses are so structured. Tables of contents of reference material are so structured. Mechanical assemblies, computer software, all scientific and technical knowledge is so structured. So much so that in some fields, such as biology, the hierarchy of kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species is almost an icon. The box motorcycle contains the box's components and functions. The box components contains the box's power assembly and running assembly, and so on. There are many other kinds of structures produced by other operators, such as causes, which produce long chain structures of the form A causes B, which causes C, which causes D, and so on. A functional description of the motorcycle uses this structure. The operators exists, equals, and implies produce still other structures. These structures are normally interrelated in patterns and paths so complex and so enormous, no one person can understand more than a small part of them in his lifetime. The overall name of these interrelated structures, the genus of which the hierarchy of containment and structure of causation are just species, is system. The motorcycle is a system, a real system. To speak of certain government and establishment institutions as the system is to speak correctly, since these organizations are founded upon the same structural conceptual relationships as a motorcycle. They are sustained by structural relationships even when they have lost all other meaning and purpose. People arrive at a factory and perform a totally meaningless task from 8 to 5 without question because the structure demands that it be that way. There's no villain, no mean guy who wants them to live meaningless lives. It's just that the structure, the system, demands it, and no one is willing to take on the formidable task of changing the structure just because it is meaningless. But to tear down a factory, or to revolt against a government, or to avoid repair of a motorcycle because it is a system, is to attack effects rather than causes. And as long as the attack is upon effects only, no change is possible. The true system, the real system, is our present construction of systematic thought itself, rationality itself. And if a factory is torn down, but the rationality which produced it is left standing, then that rationality will simply produce another factory. If a revolution destroys a systematic government, but the systematic patterns of thought that produce that government are left intact, then those patterns will repeat themselves in the succeeding government. There's so much talk about the system, and so little understanding. That's all the motorcycle is. A system of concepts worked out in steel. There's no part in it, no shape in it, that is not out of someone's mind.
Daniel, calm down.
Number 3 Tappet is right on, too.
He was trolling you. He was trolling you, bro. Chill.
This had better be it. I've noticed that people who have never worked with steel have trouble seeing this.
What are you
That the motorcycle
about?
is primarily a mental phenomenon.
The guy on his Twitter's like 35 years old, man.
Metal with given shapes. Pipes, rods, girders, tools, parts.
Yeah, the guy on his Twitter
all of
looks
them
like
fixed
he's 35.
and inviolable.
Daniel, so.
And think of it as primarily physical. But a person who does machining or foundry work or forge work or welding sees steel as having no shape at all.
Take a breather.
Steel can be any shape you want if you are skilled enough, and any shape but the one you want if you are not. Shapes, like this tappet, are what you arrive at, what you give to the steel. Steel has no more shape than this old pile of dirt on the engine here. These shapes are all out of someone's mind. That's important to see.
No, you can't.
The steel? Hell, even the steel is out of someone's mind. There's no steel in nature. Anyone from the Bronze Age could have told you that. All nature has is a potential for steel. There's nothing else there. But what's potential? That's also in someone's mind. Ghosts. That's really what Phaedrus was talking about when he said it's all in the mind. It sounds insane when you just jump up and say it without reference to anything specific like an engine. But when you tie it down to something specific and concrete, the insane sound tends to disappear, and you see he could have been saying something of importance. The fourth tappet is too loose, which is what I had hoped. I adjust it. I check the timing and see that it is still right on, and the points are not pitted, so I leave them alone, screw on the valve covers, replace the plugs, and start it up. The tappet noise is gone, but that doesn't mean much yet, while the oil is still cold. I let it idle while I pack the tools away, then climb on and head for a cycle shop a cyclist on the street told us about last night, where they may have a chain adjuster link and a new foot peg rubber. Chris must have nervous feet. His foot pegs keep wearing out. I go a couple blocks and still no tappet noise. It's beginning to sound good. I think it's gone.
What?
I won't come to any conclusions until we've gone about 30 miles, though. But until then, and right now, the sun is bright, the air is cool, my head is clear, there's a whole day ahead of us, we're almost to the mountains. It's a good day to be alive. It's this thinner air that does it. You always feel like this when you start getting into higher altitudes.
Because, Daniel.
The altitude. That's why
because
the engine's running
rich.
They join. Sure, that's got to be the reason.
Yeah.
We're at 2,500 feet
like
now.
Discord.gg/bodega.
I'd better switch to standard jets. They take only a few minutes to put in. And lean out the idle adjustment a little. We'll be getting up a lot higher than this. Under some shady trees, I find Bill's cycle shop, but no Bill. A passerby says he has maybe gone fishing somewhere, leaving his shop wide open. We really are in the West.
I lost the link to
no one will leave a shop like this open in Chicago or New York. Inside, I see that Bill is a mechanic of the photographic mind school. Everything lying around everywhere. Wrenches, screwdrivers, old parts, old motorcycles, new parts, new motorcycles, sales literature, inner tubes.
Set his pubes on fire.
All scattered so thickly and clutteredly, you can't even see the workbenches under them. I couldn't work in conditions like this, but that's just because I'm not a photographic mind mechanic. Bill can probably turn around and put his hand on any tool in this mess without having to think about where it is. I've seen mechanics like that. Drive you crazy to watch them, but they get the job done just as well and sometimes faster. Move one tool 3 inches to the left, though, and you'll have to spend days looking for it. Bill arrives with a grin about something. Sure, he's got some jets for my machine and knows right where they are. I'll have to wait a second, though. He's got to close a deal out and back on some Harley parts. I go with him out in a shed and back and see he is selling a whole Harley machine and used parts, except for the frame, which the customer already has. He is selling them all for $125. Not a bad price at all. Coming back, I comment, "He'll know something about motorcycles before he gets those together." Bill laughs.
Daniel, just quit.
And that's the best way to learn, too. He has the jets and foot peg rubber, but no chain adjuster link. I get the rubber and jets installed, take the lump out of the idle, and ride back to the hotel. Sylvia and John and Chris are just coming down the stairs with their stuff as I arrive. Their faces indicate they're in the same good mood I'm in. We head down the main street, find a restaurant, and order steaks for lunch. "This is a great town," John says. "Really great. Surprised there were any like this left. I was looking all over this morning. They've got Stockman's bars, high-top boots, silver dollar belt buckles, Levi's, Stetsons, the whole thing. And it's real. It isn't just Chamber of Commerce stuff. In the bar down the block this morning, they just started talking to me like I'd lived here all my life. We order a round of beers. I see by a horseshoe sign on the wall we're in Olympia beer territory now, and order that. They must have thought I was off a ranch or something, John continues. And this one old guy was talking away about how he wasn't going to give a thing to the goddamn boys, and I really enjoyed that. The ranch was going to go to the girls, 'cause the goddamn boys spend every cent they got down at Susie's. John breaks up with laughter.
Goddamn.
Sorry he ever raised him, and so on. I thought all that stuff disappeared 30 years ago, but it's still here. The waitress comes with the steaks, and we knife right into them. That work on the cycle has given me an appetite. Something else that ought to interest you, John says. They were talking in the bar about Bozeman, where we're going. They said the governor of Montana had a list of 50 radical college professors at the college in Bozeman he was going to fire. Then he got killed in a plane crash. That was a long time ago, I answer. These steaks really are good. I didn't know they had a lot of radicals in this state. They've got all kinds of people in this state, I say. But that was just right-wing politics.
Oh, they're not going to be monitored.
John helps himself to some more salt. He says, a Washington newspaper columnist came through and put it in his column yesterday, and that's why they were all talking about it. The president of the college confirmed it. Did they print the list? I don't know. Do you know any of them? If they had 50 names, I say, mine must have been one. They both look at me with some surprise. I don't know much about it, actually.
The FBI's not worried about people.
It was him, of course, and with some feeling of falseness because of this, I explained that a radical in Gallatin County, Montana, is a little different from a radical somewhere else. This was a college, I tell them, where the wife of the President of the United States was actually banned because she was too controversial. Who? Eleanor Roosevelt. Oh, my God, John laughs. That must have been wild. They want to hear more, but it's hard to say anything. Then I remember one thing. In a situation like that, a real radical's actually got a perfect setup. He can do almost anything and get away with it because his opposition have already made asses out of themselves. They'll make him look good no matter what he says. On the way out, we pass a city park, which I noticed last night, and which produced a memory concurrence. Just a vision of looking up into some trees.
Sure, that sucks. I mean,
he had slept on that park bench one night on his way through to Bozeman. That's why I didn't recognize that forest yesterday.
He still got time to do another
He'd come through at night,
probably.
On his way to the college at Bozeman.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time left in the season.
Chapter 9.
Depending on what part of the country you're in, I don't know.
Now we follow the Yellowstone Valley right across Montana. It changes from western sagebrush to midwestern cornfields and back again, depending on whether it's under irrigation from the river. Sometimes we cross over bluffs that take us out of the irrigated area, but usually we stay close to the river. We pass by a marker saying something about Lewis and Clark. One of them came up this way on a side excursion from the Northwest Passage. Nice sound. Fits the Chautauqua. We're really on a kind of Northwest Passage, too. We pass through more fields and desert, and the day wears on. I want to pursue further now that same ghost that Phaedrus pursued, rationality itself, that dull, complex, classical ghost of underlying form. This morning I talked about hierarchies of thought, the system. Now I want to talk about methods of finding one's way through these hierarchies. Logic. Two kinds of logic are used, inductive and deductive.
Yeah, Daniel, he said
inductive inferences start with observations of the machine and arrive at general conclusions. For example, if the cycle goes over a bump and the engine misfires, and then goes over another bump and the engine misfires, and then goes over another bump and the engine misfires, and then goes over a long smooth stretch of road and there is no misfiring, and then goes over a fourth bump and the engine misfires again, one can logically conclude that the misfiring is caused by the bumps. That is induction. Reasoning from particular experiences to general truths. Deductive inferences do the reverse. They start with general knowledge and predict a specific observation. For example,
don't throw
if from reading the hierarchy of facts about the machine, the mechanic knows the horn of the cycle is powered exclusively by electricity from the battery, then he can logically infer that if the battery is dead, the horn will not work. That is deduction. Solution of problems too complicated for common sense to solve is achieved by long strings of mixed inductive and deductive inferences that weave back and forth between the observed machine and the mental hierarchy of the machine found in the manuals. The correct program for this interweaving is formalized as scientific method.
He's really racist. He's
Actually,
very
I've never seen a cycle maintenance problem complex enough really to require full-scale formal scientific method. Repair problems are not that hard. When I think of formal scientific method, an image sometimes comes to mind of an enormous juggernaut, a huge bulldozer, slow, tedious, lumbering, laborious, but invincible. It takes twice as long, 5 times as long, maybe a dozen times as long as informal mechanics techniques. But you know in the end you're going to get it. There's no fault isolation problem in motorcycle maintenance that can stand up to it. When you've hit a really tough one, tried everything, racked your brain, and nothing works, and you know that this time nature has really decided to be difficult, you say, okay, nature, that's the end of the nice guy, and you crank up the formal scientific method. For this you keep a lab notebook. Everything gets written down, formally, so that you know at all times where you are, where you've been, where you're going, and where you want to get. In scientific work and electronics technology, this is necessary because otherwise the problems get so complex, you get lost in them and confused, and forget what you know and what you don't know and have to give up. In cycle maintenance, things are not that involved, but when confusion starts, it's a good idea to hold it down by making everything formal and exact. Sometimes just the act of writing down the problems straightens out your head as to what they really are. The logical statements entered into the notebook are broken down into 6 categories. 1, statement of the problem. 2, hypotheses as to the cause of the problem. 3, experiments designed to test each hypothesis. 4, predicted results of the experiments. 5, observed results of the experiments. And 6, conclusions from the results of the experiments. This is not different from the formal arrangement of many college and high school lab notebooks, but the purpose here is no longer just busy work. The purpose now is precise guidance of thoughts that will fail if they are not accurate. The real purpose of scientific method is to make sure nature hasn't misled you into thinking you know something you don't actually know. There's not a mechanic or scientist or technician alive who hasn't suffered from that one so much that he's not instinctively on guard.
I didn't sleep last night.
That's the main reason why so much scientific and mechanical information sounds so dull and so cautious. If you get careless or go romanticizing scientific information, giving it a flourish here and there, nature will soon make a complete fool out of you.
It's fine.
It does it often enough anyway, even when you don't give it opportunities. One must be extremely careful and rigidly logical when dealing with nature.
I don't care if you
One logical slip and an entire scientific edifice comes tumbling down. One false deduction about the machine,
thing is with Daniel,
and you can get hung up indefinitely.
To make anyone look bad.
In Part 1 of Formal Scientific Method, which is the statement of the problem, the main skill is in stating absolutely no more than you are positive you know. It is much better to enter a statement, solve problem. Why doesn't cycle work?
Daniel, I don't care
which
if it's
sounds
true or not.
dumb, but is correct. Than it is to enter a statement, solve problem. What is wrong with the electrical system? When you don't absolutely know the trouble is in the electrical system.
Push-ups, man. Do something to...
What you should state is, solve problem. What is wrong with cycle? And then state, as the first entry of Part 2, hypothesis number 1, the trouble is in the electrical system. You think of as many hypotheses as you can. Then you design experiments to test them to see which are true and which are false.
I'm not sure how to repel Chinese
This
people,
careful approach
honest,
to the beginning questions keeps you from taking a major wrong turn, which might cause you weeks of extra work, or can even hang you up completely. Scientific questions often have a surface appearance of dumbness for this reason. They are asked in order to prevent dumb mistakes later on.
Don't call them the C word, is like the big thing. So.
Part 3, that part of formal scientific method called experimentation, is sometimes thought of by romantics as all of science itself, because that's the only part with much visual surface.
You call them a cunt.
They see lots of test tubes and bizarre equipment and people running around making discoveries. They do not see the experiment as part of a larger intellectual process, and so they often confuse experiments with demonstrations, which look the same. A man conducting a gee-whiz science show with $50,000 worth of Frankenstein equipment is not doing anything scientific, if he knows beforehand what the results of his efforts are going to be. A motorcycle mechanic, on the other hand, who honks the horn to see if the battery works, is informally conducting a true scientific experiment.
A weird way to
He is testing a hypothesis by putting the question to nature. The TV scientist who mutters sadly, "The experiment is a failure. We have failed to achieve what we had hoped for," is suffering mainly from a bad scriptwriter.
You're using very awkward phrasing.
An experiment is never a failure solely because it fails to achieve predicted results. An experiment is a failure only when it also fails adequately to test the hypothesis in question, when the data it produces don't prove anything one way or another. Skill at this point consists of using experiments that test only the hypothesis in question, nothing less, nothing more. If the horn honks and the mechanic concludes that the whole electrical system is working, he is in deep trouble. He has reached an illogical conclusion. The honking horn only tells him that the battery and horn are working. To design an experiment properly, he has to think very rigidly in terms of what directly causes what. This you know from the hierarchy. The horn doesn't make the cycle go, neither does the battery, except in a very indirect way. The point at which the electrical system directly causes the engine to fire is at the spark plugs. And if you don't test here, at the output of the electrical system, you will never really know whether the failure is electrical or not.
Calm down.
To test properly, the mechanic removes the plug and lays it against the engine so that the base around the plug is electrically grounded, kicks the starter lever, and watches the spark plug gap for a blue spark. If there isn't any, he can conclude one of two things. A, there is an electrical failure, or B, his experiment is sloppy. If he is experienced, he will try it a few more times, checking connections, trying every way he can think of to get that plug to fire. Then, if he can't get it to fire, he finally concludes that A is correct. There's an electrical failure, and the experiment is over. He has proved that his hypothesis is correct. In the final category, conclusions, skill comes in stating no more than the experiment has proved.
RIP.
Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. In the final category, conclusions, skill comes in stating no more than the experiment has proved. It hasn't proved that when he fixes the electrical system, the motorcycle will start. There may be other things wrong. But he does know that the motorcycle isn't going to run until the electrical system is working, and he sets up the next formal question. Solve problem. What is wrong with the electrical system? He then sets up hypotheses for these and tests them. By asking the right questions and choosing the right tests and drawing the right conclusions, the mechanic works his way down the echelons of the motorcycle hierarchy until he has found the exact specific cause or causes of the engine failure, and then he changes them so that they no longer cause the failure. An untrained observer will see only physical labor and often get the idea that physical labor is mainly what the mechanic does. Actually, the physical labor is the smallest and easiest part of what the mechanic does. By far, the greatest part of his work is careful observation and precise thinking. That is why mechanics sometimes seem so taciturn and withdrawn when performing tests. They don't like it when you talk to them because they are concentrating on mental images, hierarchies, and not really looking at you or the physical motorcycle at all. They are using the experiment as part of a program to expand their hierarchy of knowledge of the faulty motorcycle and compare it to the correct hierarchy in their mind. They are looking at underlying form.
Yeah, he's just spurting out.
A car with a trailer coming our way is passing and having trouble getting back into his lane. I flash my headlight to make sure he sees us. He sees us, but he can't get back in. The shoulder is narrow and bumpy. It'll spill us if we take it. I'm braking, honking, flashing. Christ almighty, he panics and heads for our shoulder. I hold steady to the edge of the road. Here he comes. At the last moment, he goes back and misses us by inches. A cardboard carton flaps and rolls in the road ahead of us, and we watch it for a long time before we come to it.
Daniel,
truck,
you're being
evidently.
annoying. Just quit.
Now the shakes come. If we'd been in a car, that would have been a head-on, or a roll in the ditch. We pull off into a little town that could be in the middle of Iowa. The corn is growing high all around, and the smell of fertilizer is heavy in the air. We retreat from the parked cycles into an enormous high-ceilinged old place. To go with the beer, this time I order every kind of snack they've got, and we have a late lunch on peanuts, popcorn, pretzels, potato chips, dried anchovies, dried smoked fish of some other kind with a lot of fine little bones in it, Slim Jims, Long Johns, pepperoni, Fritos, beer nuts, ham sausage spread, fried pork rind, and some sesame crackers, with an extra taste I'm unable to identify. Sylvia says, "I'm still feeling weak." She somehow thought that cardboard box was our motorcycle rolling over and over again on the highway. Chapter 10. Outside, in the valley again, the sky is still limited by the bluffs on either side of the river. But they are closer together and closer to us than they were this morning. The valley is narrowing as we move toward the river's source. We're also at a kind of beginning point in the things I'm discussing, at which one can at last start to talk about Phaedrus's break from the mainstream of rational thought in pursuit of the ghost of rationality itself. There was a passage he had read and repeated to himself so many times it survives intact. It begins, "In the temple of science are many mansions, and of superior intellectual power. Science is their own special sport, to which they look for vivid experience and the satisfaction of ambition. Many others are to be found in the temple who have offered the products of their brains on this altar for purely utilitarian purposes. Were an angel of the Lord to come and drive all the people belonging to these two categories out of the temple, it would be noticeably emptier, but there would still be some men of both present and past times left inside. If the types we have just expelled were the only types there were, the temple would never have existed any more than one can have a wood consisting of nothing but creepers. Those who have found favor with the angel are somewhat odd, uncommunicative, solitary fellows, really less like each other than the hosts of the rejected. What has brought them to the temple? No single answer will cover. Escape from everyday life, with its painful crudity and hopeless dreariness, from the fetters of one's own shifting desires. A finely tempered nature longs to escape from his noisy, cramped surroundings into the silence of the high mountains, where the eye ranges freely through the still pure air and fondly traces out the restful contours apparently built for eternity. The passage is from a 1918 speech by a young German scientist named Albert Einstein. Phaedrus had finished his first year of university science at the age of 15. His field was already biochemistry, and he intended to specialize at the interface between the organic and inorganic worlds, now known as molecular biology. He didn't think of this as a career for his own personal achievement. He was very young, and it was a kind of noble, idealistic goal. The state of mind which enables a man to do work of this kind is akin to that of the religious worshiper or lover. The daily effort comes from no deliberate intention or program, but straight from the heart. If Phaedrus had entered science for ambitious or utilitarian purposes, it might never have occurred to him to ask questions about the nature of a scientific hypothesis as an entity in itself. But he did ask them, and was unsatisfied with the answers. The formation of hypotheses is the most mysterious of all the categories of scientific method. Where they come from, no one knows. A person is sitting somewhere, minding his own business, and suddenly, flash! He understands something he didn't understand before. Until it's tested, the hypothesis isn't true. For the tests aren't its source. Its source is somewhere else. Einstein had said, "Man tries to make for himself in the fashion that suits him best a simplified and intelligible picture of the world. He then tries to some extent to substitute this cosmos of his for the world of experience, and thus to overcome it. He makes this cosmos and its construction the pivot of his emotional life, in order to find in this way the peace and serenity which he cannot find in the narrow whirlpool of personal experience. The supreme task is to arrive at those universal elementary laws from which the cosmos can be built up by pure deduction. There is no logical path to these laws. Only intuition, resting on sympathetic understanding of experience, can reach them. Intuition? Sympathy? Strange words for the origin of scientific knowledge. A lesser scientist than Einstein might have said, "But scientific knowledge comes from nature. Nature provides the hypotheses." But Einstein understood that nature does not. Nature provides only experimental data. A lesser mind might then have said, "Well then, man provides the hypotheses." But Einstein denied this too. Nobody, he said, who has really gone into the matter will deny that in practice, the world of phenomena uniquely determines the theoretical system, in spite of the fact that there is no theoretical bridge between phenomena and their theoretical principles. Phaedrus's break occurred when, as a result of laboratory experience, he became interested in hypotheses as entities in themselves. He had noticed again and again in his lab work that what might seem to be the hardest part of scientific work, thinking up the hypotheses, was invariably the easiest. The act of formally writing everything down precisely and clearly seemed to suggest them. As he was testing hypothesis number 1 by experimental method, a flood of other hypotheses would come to mind, and as he was testing these, some more came to mind. And as he was testing these, still more came to mind, until it became painfully evident that as he continued testing hypotheses and eliminating them, or confirming them, their number did not decrease. It actually increased as he went along. At first he found it amusing. He coined a law intended to have the humor of a Parkinson's law that the number of rational hypotheses that can explain any given phenomenon is infinite. It pleased him never to run out of hypotheses. Even when his experimental work seemed dead-end in every conceivable way, he knew that if he just sat down and muddled about it long enough, sure enough, another hypothesis would come along. And it always did. It was only months after he had coined the law that he began to have some doubts about the humor or benefits of it. If true, that law is not a minor flaw in scientific reasoning. The law is completely nihilistic. It is a catastrophic, logical disproof of the general validity of all scientific method. If the purpose of scientific method is to select from among a multitude of hypotheses, and if the number of hypotheses grows faster than experimental method can handle, then it is clear that all hypotheses can never be tested. If all hypotheses cannot be tested, then the results of any experiment are inconclusive and the entire scientific method falls short of its goal of establishing proven knowledge. About this, Einstein had said, "Evolution has shown that at any given moment, out of all conceivable constructions, a single one has always proved itself absolutely superior to the rest," and let it go at that. But to Phaedrus, that was an incredibly weak answer. The phrase, "at any given moment," really shook him. Did Einstein really mean to state that truth was a function of time? To state that would annihilate the most basic presumption of all science. But there it was, the whole history of science, a clear story of continuously new and changing explanations of old facts. The time spans of permanence seemed completely random. He could see no order in them. Some scientific truths seemed to last for centuries, others for less than a year. Scientific truth was not dogma, good for eternity, but a temporal, quantitative entity that could be studied like anything else. He studied scientific truths, then became upset even more by the apparent cause of their temporal condition. It looked as though the time spans of scientific truths are an inverse function of the intensity of scientific effort. Thus, the scientific truths of the 20th century seem to have a much shorter lifespan than those of the last century because scientific activity is now much greater. If in the next century scientific activity increases tenfold, then the life expectancy of any scientific truth can be expected to drop to perhaps 1/10 as long as now. What shortens the lifespan of the existing truth is the volume of hypotheses offered to replace it. The more the hypotheses, the shorter the time span of the truth. And what seems to be causing the number of hypotheses to grow in recent decades seems to be nothing other than scientific method itself. The more you look, the more you see. Instead of selecting one truth from a multitude, you are increasing the multitude. What this means logically is that, as you try to move toward unchanging truth through the application of scientific method, you actually do not move toward it at all. You move away from it. It is your application of scientific method that is causing it to change. What Phaedrus observed on a personal level was a phenomenon profoundly characteristic of the history of science, which has been swept under the carpet for years. The predicted results of scientific inquiry and the actual results of scientific inquiry are diametrically opposed here, and no one seems to pay too much attention to the fact. The purpose of scientific method is to select a single truth from among many hypothetical truths. That, more than anything else, is what science is all about. But historically, science has done exactly the opposite. Through multiplication upon multiplication of facts, information, theories, and hypotheses, it is science itself that is leading mankind from single absolute truths to multiple, indeterminate, relative ones. The major producer of the social chaos, the indeterminacy of thought and values that rational knowledge is supposed to eliminate, is none other than science itself. And what Phaedrus saw in the isolation of his own laboratory work years ago is now seen everywhere in the technological world today. Scientifically produced anti-science, chaos. It's possible now to look back a little and see why it's important to talk about this person in relation to everything that's been said before concerning the division between classic and romantic realities and the irreconcilability of the two. Unlike the multitude of romantics who are disturbed about the chaotic changes science and technology force upon the human spirit, Phaedrus, with his scientifically trained classic mind, was able to do more than just wring his hands with dismay, or run away, or condemn the whole situation broadside without offering any solutions. As I've said, he did in the end offer a number of solutions, but the problem was so deep and so formidable and complex that no one really understood the gravity of what he was resolving, and so failed to understand or misunderstood what he said. The cause of our current social crises, he would have said, is a genetic defect within the nature of reason itself. And until this genetic defect is cleared, the crises will continue. Our current modes of rationality are not moving society forward into a better world. They are taking it further and further from that better world. Since the Renaissance, these modes have worked. As long as the need for food, clothing, and shelter is dominant, they will continue to work. But now that for huge masses of people, these needs no longer overwhelm everything else, the whole structure of reason, handed down to us from ancient times, is no longer adequate. It begins to be seen for what it really is, emotionally hollow, aesthetically meaningless, and spiritually empty. That, today, is where it is at, and will continue to be at for a long time to come. I've a vision of an angry, continuing social crisis that no one really understands the depth of, let alone has solutions to. I see people like John and Sylvia living lost and alienated from the whole rational structure of civilized life, looking for solutions outside that structure, but finding none that are really satisfactory for long. And then I've a vision of Phaedrus and his lone, isolated abstractions in the laboratory, actually concerned with the same crisis, but starting from another point, moving in the opposite direction. And what I'm trying to do here is put it all together. It's so big. That's why I seem to wander sometimes. No one that Phaedrus talked to seemed really concerned about this phenomenon that so baffled him. They seemed to say, "We know scientific method is valid, so I ask about it." Phaedrus didn't understand this attitude, didn't know what to do about it. And because he wasn't a student of science for personal or utilitarian reasons, it just stopped him completely. It was as if he were contemplating that serene mountain landscape Einstein had described, and suddenly between the mountains had appeared a fissure, a gap of pure nothing. And slowly and agonizingly, to explain this gap, he had to admit that the mountains, which had seemed built for eternity, might possibly be something else, perhaps just figments of his own imagination. It stopped him. And so Phaedrus, who at the age of 15 had finished his freshman year of science, was at the age of 17 expelled from the university for failing grades. Immaturity and inattention to studies were given as official causes. There was nothing anyone could have done about it, either to prevent it or correct it. The university couldn't have kept him on without abandoning standards completely. In a stunned state, Phaedrus began a long series of lateral drifts that led him into a far orbit of the mind, but he eventually returned along a route we are now following to the doors of the university itself. Tomorrow, I'll try to start on that route. At Laurel, in the sight of the mountains at last, we stop for the night. The evening breeze is cool now. It comes down off the snow. Although the sun must have disappeared behind the mountains an hour ago, there's still good light in the sky from behind the range. Sylvia and John and Chris and I walk up along the main street in the gathering dusk and feel the presence of the mountains, even though we talk about other things. I feel happy to be here, and still a little sad to be here, too. Sometimes it's a little better to travel than to arrive. Chapter 11. I wake up wondering if I know we're near the mountains because of memory or because of something in the air. We're in a beautiful old wooden room of a hotel. The sun is shining on the dark wood through the window shade, but even with the shade drawn, I can sense that we're near mountains. There's mountain air in this room. It's cool and moist and almost fragrant. One deep breath makes me ready for the next one, and then the next one, and with each deep breath, I feel a little readier, until I jump out of bed and pull up the shade and let all that sunlight in. Brilliant, cool, bright, sharp, and clear. An urge grows to go over and push Chris up and down to bounce him awake to see all this, but out of kindness, or respect maybe, he is allowed to sleep a while longer, and so with razor and soap I go to a common washroom at the other end of a long corridor of the same dark wood, floorboards creaking all the way. In the washroom, the hot water is steaming and perking in the pipes, too hot at first for shaving, but fine after I mix it with cold water. Through the window beyond the mirror, I see there is a porch out and back, and when done, go out and stand on it. It's at a level with the tops of the trees surrounding the hotel, which seem to respond to this morning air the same way I do. The branches and leaves move with each light breeze as if it were expected, or what had been waited for all this time. Chris is soon up, and Sylvia comes out of her room saying she and John have already eaten breakfast, and he is out walking somewhere, but she will go with Chris and me and walk down with us to breakfast. We are in love with everything this morning and talk about good things all the way down a sunlit morning street to a restaurant. The eggs and hot cakes and coffee are from heaven. Sylvia and Chris talk intimately about his school and friends and personal things, while I listen and gaze through the large restaurant window. Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. They order breakfast without looking up. Breakfast ends, and I say finally, "What next?" John says slowly and deliberately, "We're not leaving here until it warms up." He has a sheriff at sundown tone in his voice, which I suppose makes it final. So John and Sylvia and Chris sit and stay warm in the lobby of the hotel adjoining the restaurant, while I go out for a walk. I guess they're kind of mad at me for getting them up so early to ride through that kind of stuff. When you're stuck together like this, I figure small differences in temperament are bound to show up. I remember, now that I think of it, I've never been cycling with them before 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, although for me, dawn and early morning is always the greatest time for riding. The town is clean and fresh, and unlike the one we woke up in this morning. Some people are on the street and are opening stores and saying good morning and talking and commenting about how cold it is. 2 thermometers on the shady side of the street read 42 and 46 degrees. One in the sun reads 65 degrees. After a few blocks, the main street goes into 2 hard, muddy tracks into a field, past a Quonset hut full of farm machinery and repair tools, and then ends in a field. A man standing in the field is looking at me suspiciously, wondering what I am doing, probably, as I look into the Quonset hut. I return down the street, find a chilly bench, and stare at the motorcycle. Nothing to do. It was cold, all right, but not that cold. How do John and Sylvia ever get through Minnesota winters, I wonder? There's kind of a glaring inconsistency here that's almost too obvious to dwell on. If they can't stand physical discomfort, and they can't stand technology, they've got a little compromising to do. They depend on technology and condemn it at the same time. I'm sure they know that, and that just contributes to their dislike of the whole situation. They're not presenting a logical thesis. They're just reporting how it is. But 3 farmers are coming into town now, rounding the corner in that brand-new pickup truck. I'll bet with them it's just the other way around. They're going to show off that truck and their tractor and that new washing machine, and they'll have the tools to fix them if they go wrong, and know how to use the tools. They value technology, and they're the ones who need it the least. If all technology stopped tomorrow, these people would know how to make out. It would be rough, but they'd survive. John and Sylvia and Chris and I would be dead in a week. This condemnation of technology is ingratitude, that's what it is. Blind alley, though. If someone's ungrateful and you tell him he's ungrateful, okay, you've called him a name. You haven't solved anything. A half hour later, the thermometer by the hotel reads 53 degrees. Inside the empty main dining room of the hotel, I find them looking restless. They seem, by their expressions, to be in a better mood, though, and John says optimistically, "I'm going to put on everything I own, and then we'll make it all right." He goes out to the cycles, and when he comes back says, "I sure hate to unpack all that stuff, but I don't want another ride like that last one." He says it is freezing in the men's room, and since there is no one else in the dining room, he crosses behind a table back from where we are sitting, and I am sitting at the table, talking to Sylvia. And then I look over, and there is John, all decked out in a full-length set of pale blue long underwear. He is smirking from ear to ear at how silly he looks. I stare at his glasses lying on the table for a moment, and then say to Sylvia, "You know, just a moment ago we were sitting here talking to Clark Kent. See, there's his glasses. And now, all of a sudden, Lois, do you suppose—" John howls, "Chicken Man!" He glides over the varnished lobby floor like a skater, does a handspring, then glides back. He raises one arm over his head, and then crouches as if starting for the sky. "I'm ready. Here I go!" He shakes his head sadly. "Geez, I hate to bust through that nice ceiling, but my X-ray vision tells me somebody's in trouble." Chris is giggling. "We'll all be in trouble if you don't get some clothes on," Sylvia says. John laughs. "An exposer, hey? The Ellendale Revealer." He struts around some more, then begins to put his clothes on over the underwear. He says, oh no, they wouldn't do that. Chicken Man and the police have an understanding. They know who's on the side of law and order and justice and decency and fair play for everyone." When we hit the highway again, it is still chilly, but not like it was. We pass through a number of towns, and gradually, almost imperceptibly, the sun warms us up, and my feelings warm up with it. The tired feeling wears off completely, and the wind and sun feel good now, making it real. It's happening just from the warming of the sun. The road and green prairie farmland and buffeting wind coming together.
Schmiggy.
And soon it is nothing but beautiful warmth and wind and speed and sun down the empty road. The last chills of the morning are thawed by the warm air. Wind and more sun and more smooth road. So green this summer and so fresh. There are white and gold daisies along the grass in front of an old wire fence, a meadow with some cows, and far in the distance, a low rising of the land with something golden on it. Hard to know what it is. No need to know. Where there is a slight rise in the road, the drone of the motor becomes heavier. We top the rise, see a new spread of land before us, the road descends, and the drone of the engine falls away again. Prairie. Tranquil and detached. Later, when we stop, Sylvia has tears in her eyes from the wind, and she stretches out her arms and says, "It's so beautiful. It's so empty." I show Chris how to spread his jacket on the ground and use an extra shirt for a pillow. He is not at all sleepy, but I tell him to lie down anyway. He'll need the rest. I open up my own jacket to soak up more heat. John gets his camera out. After a while, he says, "This is the hardest stuff in the world to photograph. You need a 360-degree lens or something. You see it, and then you look down in the ground glass, and it's just nothing. As soon as you put a border on it, it's gone." I say, "That's what you don't see in a car, I suppose."
Cocoa Puffs? What kind of
Sylvia says, "Once when I was about 10, we stopped like this by the road, and I used half a roll of film taking pictures. And when the pictures came back, I cried.
Because you eat too much pork.
There wasn't anything
That's why you turn into
there.
a little pig. You never seen an anime called Spirited Away?
When are we going to get
That's not
going?"
true, okay?
Chris
I do
says.
eat, like, I do
"What's
eat,
your
like,
hurry?"
like
I ask.
home kind of
"I just want to get going.
like that. Yeah,
There's nothing up ahead that's any better than it is right here."
Yeah, Pumps, will you please respect
He looks down
me now?
silently with a frown.
I respect you as a little nigga.
"Are we going to go camping tonight?" he
I
asks.
respect you as my little
The
nigga.
Sutherlands look at me apprehensively.
Well,
Yeah.
stop
"Are
saying-
we?"
well, don't say the
He
N-word,
repeats.
'cause I'm
"We'll
not-
see
I'm no
later," I
longer
say.
a racist.
"Why
I'm turning
later?"
over a new leaf.
"Because I
Oh,
don't
really?
know now."
You like black people now?
"Why don't you know now?"
I never had a problem.
"Well, I
with
just
them. I was
don't know
Then why were you
now.
trolling?
Why I just
was
don't
trolling
know."
all of you.
Did you have teenage
John
angst
shrugs
going on?
that
Is
it's
why you said
okay.
nigger?
I was trolling all you guys.
This isn't
You
the
guys
best
thought I was
camping
racist,
country,
so,
I
like,
say.
I was trolling you.
There's no
Well,
cover
I'm a
and no
grown-ass
water.
man, and sometimes when I get encouraged
suddenly
from
I
people
add,
that I know that I'm cool
"All
with,
right,
the
tonight
black,
we'll
I
camp
say
out."
the N-word just to trigger them.
We had talked about it
So
before.
you might be more of a grown man than I am.
So we moved down the empty
I'm
I'm
road.
turning over a new leaf.
I don't
no
want to
longer-
own these
just so you can't
prairies
really
or
use that
photograph them,
excuse, for new
or
people.
change them, or even stop,
All right. Well,
or even
guess what,
keep
Danny?
going.
I'm glad you turned a new leaf, and I'm glad that
We are just moving
made an
down the
impression
empty
on you
road.
to grow up. Maybe you're going through a growing stage. Are you having growing pains?
Chapter
Are
5.
you getting taller? Does your body hurt?
The flatness of the prairie disappears, and a deep undulation of the earth begins.
Like at your
fences are
age, you
rare,
start going through growing
and the
pains,
greenness
where
has
your
become
bones are stretching,
paler.
and it starts hurting.
All
and shit
signs
like
that we approach the
And
high
at the same time,
plains.
you also evolve as a human mentally.
We stop for gas at Hague and ask if there is any way to get across the Missouri between Bismarck
Just
and
you
Mobridge. The attendant doesn't know of
But
any.
Daniel's been
It is
devolving
hot now,
mentally.
and John and Sylvia go somewhere to get their long
That's why we
underwear
gotta
off.
keep him on his.
Okay, it's okay.
The motorcycle gets a change of oil and
chain.
chain lubrication.
Thanks, brother.
Chris
I
watches
appreciate
everything
that.
I do,
Yeah,
but
we
with
love
some
you, little brother.
impatience.
Remember that.
Not a good sign.
When one of us
My
dies
eyes
as
hurt,
older
he
people,
says.
we
From
want
what?
you to,
From the
at
wind.
least take what we gave you
We'll look for some
when we're not
goggles.
trolling as some type
All
of
of
like
us go in a
insight.
shop for coffee and rolls.
You know what I mean? Because a lot
Everything
of
is
people don't
different
have
except
the
one
ability to
another.
have this many
So we
minds
look
in a
around rather
hive
than talk,
to teach
catching
them so
fragments of
much.
conversation among people who seem to
You
know
what
each
I'm
other
saying?
and are glancing at us because we're new.
Why are you doing this thing?
Afterward,
where you get, like,
down the street, I
flustered
find a
by Daniel
thermometer
and
for
you start, like,
storage in the
pouting?
saddlebags
What's up with that?
and some plastic goggles for Chris. The hardware man doesn't know any short route across the Missouri either.
It comes off as weak.
John and
though,
I study
Daniel,
the
like,
map.
It's just.
I had hoped we might find an
Oh, I'm
unofficial
sorry,
ferry
do you
boat
think that
crossing
I
or
have, like,
footbridge or
problems or
something in the
something?
90-mile
It's
stretch.
No,
a,
it's
it's a
just-
weak
But
trait.
evidently
I mean,
there isn't
I
any
don't
because there's
understand
not
how
much
you
to get
didn't
to
do
on the
this
other
when you were
side.
Younger, and now you're getting
It's all
older
Indian
and
reservation.
You're acting younger.
We decide to head south to Mobridge and cross there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
I'm
road
sorry, but
south
you're
is
not
awful.
convenienced.
Choppy, narrow, bumpy concrete with a bad headwind. Going into the sun and big semis going the other way. These roller coaster hills
I just
speed
don't
them up on the
like that.
downside and slow them up on the upside, and prevent our
yeah,
seeing
so
very
it's
far ahead,
like,
making
why did
passing
you tell me
nerve-wracking.
Mog?
The first
Oh, I'll
one
just, like,
gave me a
DM
scare
impress
because
him.
I
No,
wasn't
thank
ready
you very
for
much.
it. Now
Say
I hold
hello,
tight and brace for
You
them.
fucking faggot.
No danger, just a shock wave that hits you.
No. Okay, there you go. Pumps.
It's
I just,
hotter
like,
and
damn it
drier.
back.
At Hareide, John disappears for a drink while Sylvia and Chris and I find some shade in a
Were
park
you
and try
dropping
to rest.
change on your floor?
It isn't restful.
Were you-
Yeah,
A
it's
change
because
has
it's,
taken
like,
place,
money.
and I don't know quite what it is.
Why were you dropping on the floor?
The streets of this
'Cause
town
actually-
are broad,
I was actually
much broader
dropping
than
it
they
on the
need
floor.
be,
I picked it up.
and there is
though.
a pallor of dust in the air.
That's-
Empty lots here and there between the buildings have weeds growing in them. The sheet metal equipment sheds and water tower are like those of previous towns, but more spread out. Everything is more run down and mechanical looking, and sort of randomly located. Gradually, I see what it is. Nobody is concerned anymore about tidily conserving space. The land isn't valuable anymore. We are in a western town. We have lunch of hamburgers and malteds at an A&W place in Mobridge, cruise down a heavily trafficked main street, and then there it is at the bottom of the hill, the Missouri. All that moving water is strange, banked by grass hills that hardly get any water at all. I turn around and glance at Chris, but he doesn't seem to be particularly interested in it.
Though.
We coast down the hill, clunk onto the bridge, and across we go, watching the river through the girders moving by rhythmically.
You never know.
And then
But
we are on the other
I'm just
side.
gonna take your word for it. And,
We climb
I
a
will do it again.
long
Thank you very
hill
much.
into another kind of country.
Because people are going to treat you the way
The
you
fences
act.
are
If
really
you
all
act
gone
like
now.
A C
No
word,
brush,
they're
You
gonna
could
no
just say the
trees.
word pumps. I don't care.
The sweep of the hills is so great, John's
Try.
motorcycle looks like an ant up ahead
I
moving
am
through
one,
the
but
green slopes. Above the
I'm
slopes,
saying if you want to be treated
outcroppings
like
and rocks
an
stand
adult, you
out
gotta act like
overhead
an
at the
adult.
tops of the bluffs.
It's just simple.
It all has a natural tidiness. If it were abandoned land, there would be a chewed-up, scruffy look, with chunks of old foundation concrete, scraps of painted sheet metal and wire, weeds that had gotten in where the sod was broken up for whatever little enterprise was attempted.
No one's ever gonna
None
let
of
you
that
know
here.
that.
Yeah,
Not
and
kept up,
how well does that
Just
work for
never
you?
messed up in the first place. It's just the
Like,
way it
no
always
one's
must have
really
been.
buckled to you just because you cry and whine
Reservation
about something.
land.
Right, like I don't know if it works.
There's
for
no
you in,
friendly
like, real
motorcycle
life to get,
mechanic
your
on the
mom
other
to,
side
like,
of those
bend you
rocks, and I'm wondering if
get
we're ready
you,
for
like,
this.
something like when you
If
wanted
anything
it,
goes
but, like,
wrong now, we're in real
we're
trouble.
not your parents.
I check the
I
engine
don't wanna hear
temperature
you
with my
fucking
hand.
whining,
It's
doing bitch
reassuringly
shit.
cool.
Like no one does.
I
No
put in
one's
the
gonna-
clutch and
it's
let
not
it
gonna
coast
get
for a
you
second in
anything
order to
besides
hear it idling.
have people make
Something
fun of
sounds
you,
funny,
so
and I do it again.
just leave that.
It takes
shit
a while to
somewhere
figure
else.
out that it's not the engine at all. There's an echo from the bluff ahead that lingers after the throttle is closed. Funny. I do this 2 or 3 times. Chris wonders what's wrong, and I have him listen to the echo. No comment from him. This old engine has a nickels and dimes sound to it, as if there were a lot of loose change flying around inside. Sounds awful, but it's just normal valve clatter. Once you get used to that sound and learn to expect it, you automatically hear any difference. If you don't hear any, that's good. I tried to get John interested in that sound once, but it was hopeless. All he heard was noise, and all he saw was the machine and me with greasy tools in my hands. Nothing else. That didn't work. He didn't really see what was going on and was not interested enough to find out. He isn't so interested in what things mean as in what they are. That's quite important, that he sees things this way. It took me a long time to see this difference, and it's important for the Chautauqua that I make this difference clear. I was so baffled by his refusal even to think about any mechanical subject, I kept searching for ways to clue him to the whole thing, but didn't know where to start. I thought I would wait until something went wrong with his machine, and then I would help him fix it, and that way get him into it. But I goofed that one myself because I didn't understand this difference in the way he looked at things. His handlebars had started slipping. Not badly, he said. Just a little when you shoved hard on them. I warned him not to use his adjustable wrench on the tightening nuts. It was likely to damage the chrome and start small rust spots. He agreed to use my metric sockets and box ends. When he brought his motorcycle over, I got my wrenches out, but then noticed that no amount of tightening would stop the slippage because the ends of the collars were pinched shut. "You're going to have to shim those out," I said. "What's shim?" "It's a thin, flat strip of metal. You just slip it around the handlebar under the collar there, and it will open up the collar to where you can tighten it again. You use shims like that to make adjustments in all kinds of machines." "Oh," he said. He was getting interested. "Good. Where do you buy them?" "I got some right here," I said gleefully, holding up a can of beer in my hand. He didn't understand for a moment. Then he said, "What? The can?" "Sure," I said. "Best shim stock in the world." I thought this was pretty clever myself. Save him a trip to God knows where to get shim stock. Save him time, save him money. But to my surprise, he didn't see the cleverness of this at all. In fact, he got noticeably haughty about the whole thing. Pretty soon he was dodging and filling with all kinds of excuses, and before I realized what his real attitude was, we had decided not to fix the handlebars after all. As far as I know, those handlebars are still loose. And I believe now that he was actually offended at the time. I had had the nerve to propose repair of his new $1,800 BMW, the pride of a half-century of German mechanical finesse, with a piece of old beer can. Ach du lieber. Since then, we have had very few conversations about motorcycle maintenance. None, now that I think of it. You push it any further, and suddenly you are angry without knowing why. I should say, to explain this, that beer can aluminum is soft and sticky, as metals go, perfect for the application. Aluminum doesn't oxidize in wet weather, or, more precisely, it always has a thin layer of oxide that prevents any further oxidation, also perfect. In other words, any true German mechanic, with a half-century of mechanical finesse behind him, would have concluded that this particular solution to this particular technical problem was perfect. For a while I thought what I should have done was sneak over to the workbench, cut a shim from the beer can, remove the printing, and then come back and tell them we were in luck. It was the last one I had, specially imported from Germany. That would have done it. A special shim from the private stock of Baron Alfred Krupp, who had to sell it at a great sacrifice. Then he would have gone gaga over it. That Krupp's private shim fantasy gratified me for a while, but then it wore off, and I saw it was just being vindictive. In its place grew that old feeling I've talked about before, a feeling that there's something bigger involved than is apparent on the surface. You follow these little discrepancies long enough, and they sometimes open up into huge revelations. There was just a feeling on my part that this was something a little bigger than I wanted to take on without thinking about it, and I turned instead to my usual habit of trying to extract causes and effects to see what was involved that could possibly lead to such an impasse between John's view of that lovely shim and my own. This comes up all the time in mechanical work, a hang-up. You just sit and stare and think and search randomly for new information, and go away and come back again, and after a while the unseen factors start to emerge. What emerged in vague form at first, and then in sharper outline, was the explanation that I had been seeing that shim in a kind of intellectual, rational, cerebral way in which the scientific properties of the metal were all that counted. John was going at it immediately and intuitively, grooving on it. I was going at it in terms of underlying form. He was going at it in terms of immediate appearance. I was seeing what the shim meant. He was seeing what the shim was. That's how I arrived at that distinction. And when you see what the shim is, in this case, it's depressing. Who likes to think of a beautiful precision machine fixed with an old hunk of junk? I guess I forgot to mention John is a musician, a drummer who works with groups all over town and makes a pretty fair income from it. I suppose he just thinks about everything the way he thinks about drumming, which is to say he doesn't really think about it at all. He just does it, is with it. He just responded to fixing his motorcycle with a beer can the way he would respond to someone dragging the beat while he was playing. It just did a big thud with him, and that was it. He didn't want any part of it. At first, this difference seemed fairly minor, but then it grew, and grew, and grew, until I began to see why I missed it. Some things you miss because they're so tiny you overlook them, but some things you don't see because they're so huge. We were both looking at the same thing, seeing the same thing, talking about the same thing, thinking about the same thing, except he was looking, seeing, talking, and thinking from a completely different dimension. He really does care about technology. It's just that in this other dimension he gets all screwed up and is rebuffed by it. It just won't swing for him. He tries to swing it without any rational premeditation, and botches it and botches it and botches it, and after so many botches gives up and just kind of puts a blanket curse on that whole nuts and bolts scene. He will not or cannot believe there is anything in this world for which grooving is not the way to go. That's the dimension he's in, the groovy dimension. I'm being awfully square talking about all this mechanical stuff all the time. It's all just parts and relationships and analyses and syntheses and figuring things out. And it isn't really here. It's somewhere else, which thinks it's here, but's a million miles away. This is what it's all about. He's on this dimensional difference, which underlay much of the cultural changes of the 60s, I think, and is still in the process of reshaping our whole national outlook on things. The generation gap has been a result of it. The names beat and hip grew out of it. Now it's become apparent that this dimension isn't a fad that's going to go away next year or the year after. It's here to stay because it's a very serious and important way of looking at things that looks incompatible with reason and order and responsibility, but actually is not. Now we are down to the root of things. My legs have become so stiff they are aching. I held them out one at a time and turned my foot as far to the left and to the right as it will go to stretch the leg. It helps, but then the other muscles get tired from holding the legs out. What we have here is a conflict of visions of reality. The world as you see it right here, right now, is reality, regardless of what the scientists say it might be. That's the way John sees it. But the world as revealed by its scientific discoveries is also reality, regardless of how it may appear. And people in John's dimension are going to have to do more than just ignore it if they want to hang on to their vision of reality. John will discover this if his points burn out. That's really why he got upset that day when he couldn't get his engine started. It was an intrusion on his reality. It just blew a hole right through his whole groovy way of looking at things, and he would not face up to it because it seemed to threaten his whole lifestyle. In a way, he was experiencing the same sort of anger scientific people have sometimes about abstract art, or at least used to have. That didn't fit their lifestyle either. What you've got here really are two realities, one of immediate artistic appearance and one of underlying scientific explanation. And they don't match, and they don't fit, and they don't really have much of anything to do with one another. That's quite a situation. You might say there's a little problem here. At one stretch in the long, desolate road, we see an isolated grocery store. Inside and back, we find a place to sit on some packing cases and drink canned beer. The fatigue and backache are getting to me now. I push the packing case over to a post and lean on that. Chris's expression shows he is really settling into something bad. This has been a long, hard day. I told Sylvia way back in Minnesota that we could expect a slump in spirits like this on the second or third day, and now it's here. Minnesota? When was that? A woman, badly drunk, is buying beer for some man she's got outside in a car. She can't make up her mind what brand to buy, and the wife of the owner waiting on her is getting mad. She still can't decide, but then sees us and weaves over and asks if we own the motorcycles. We nod yes. Then she wants a ride on one. I move back and let John handle this. He puts her off graciously, but she comes back again and again, offering him $1 for a ride. I make some jokes about it, but they're not funny and just add to the depression. We get out and back into the brown hills and heat again. By the time we reach Lemon, we are really aching tired. At a bar, we hear about a campground to the south. John wants to camp in a park in the middle of Lemon, a comment that sounds strange and angers Chris greatly. I'm more tired now than I can remember having been in a long time. The others, too. But we drag ourselves through a supermarket, pick up whatever groceries come to mind, and with some difficulty, pack them onto the cycles. The sun is so far down we're running out of light. It'll be dark in an hour. We can't seem to get moving. I wonder, are we dawdling or what? Come on, Chris, let's go, I say. Don't holler at me, I'm ready. We drive down a county road from Lemon, exhausted for what seems a long, long time, but can't be too long because the sun is still above the horizon. The campsite is deserted. Good. But there is less than a half hour of sun and no energy left. This is the hardest now. I try to get unpacked as fast as possible, but am so stupid with exhaustion I just set everything by the camp road without seeing what a bad spot it is. Then I see it is too windy. This is a high plains wind. It is semi-desert here, everything burned up and dry except for a lake, a large reservoir of some sort below us. The wind blows from the horizon across the lake and hits us with sharp gusts. It is already chilly. There are some scrubby pines back from the road about 20 yards, and I ask Chris to move the stuff over there. He doesn't do it. He wanders off down to the reservoir. I carry the gear over by myself. I see between trips that Sylvia is making a real effort at setting things up for cooking, but she's as tired as I am. The sun goes down. John has gathered wood, but it's too big and the wind is so gusty it's hard to start. It needs to be splintered into kindling. I go back over to the scrub pines, hunt around through the twilight for the machete, but it's already so dark in the pines I can't find it. I need the flashlight. I look for it, but it's too dark to find that either. I go back and start up the cycle, and ride it back over to shine the headlight on the stuff so I can find the flashlight. I look through all the stuff item by item to find the flashlight. It takes a long time to realize I don't need the flashlight. I need the machete, which is in plain sight. By the time I get it back, John has got the fire going. I use the machete to hack up some of the larger pieces of wood. Chris reappears. He's got the flashlight. "When are we going to eat?" he complains. "We're getting it fixed as fast as possible," I tell him. "Leave the flashlight here." He disappears again, taking the flashlight with him. The wind blows the fire so hard it doesn't reach up to cook the steaks.
Daniel.
We try to fix up a shelter from the wind, using large stones from the road.
Yeah.
But it's too dark to see what we're
You
doing.
should start playing a game or something
We bring
like that,
both
man.
cycles over
Butter,
and catch the scene in a crossbeam of headlights. Peculiar
You start
light.
playing a game.
Bits
some
of ash
sort.
blowing up from the fire
butter.
suddenly glow bright
Butterball
white in it,
bitch.
then disappear in the wind. Bang!
Funny.
There's a loud explosion behind us.
Nice.
Then I hear Chris giggling. Sylvia is upset. "I found some
Nice
firecrackers,"
response,
Chris
bud.
says. I catch my anger in time and say to him coldly,
Ooh, look at that.
"It's time to eat now."
Look at that, my
"I need some
wig.
matches," he says. "Sit down and eat."
Your wig. what
"Give
the
me some
fuck?
matches first."
My-
"Sit down and
You're
eat."
actually losing your fucking mind.
He
bro.
sits down
Pretty
and I
sure.
try to eat the steak with my army mess knife, but it is
One
too
pass.
tough, and so I get out a hunting
One
knife and
ass.
use it instead.
One
The light from the motorcycle
One
headlight
kiss,
is full
one-
upon me, so that the
one
knife,
kiss, one
when it
kiss,
goes
one
down into the
kiss,
mess
one
gear, is in
kiss.
full shadow, and I can't see where it's going.
Hey, what about
Chris
you
says
to
he
do?
can't cut his either,
Noggin
and I
said
pass
he'd
my
give you
knife to
he'd
him.
buy you a Minecraft account.
While reaching
if
for
you
it,
do a,
he dumps everything onto the
2
tarp.
This track.
No one says a word.
Nah, I like today.
I'm not angry that he spilled it. I'm angry that now the tarp's going to be
It's a free
greasy the rest of
Minecraft
the
account,
trip. "Is there any more?" he asks. "Eat that," I say. "It just fell on the tarp." "It's too dirty,"
Your
he
call.
says. "Well, that's all there is." A wave of depression hits. I just want to go to sleep now. But he's angry, and I expect we're going to have one of his little scenes. I wait for it, and pretty soon it starts. "I don't like the taste of this," he says. "Yes, that's rough, Chris." "I don't like any of this. I don't like this camping at all." "It was your idea," Sylvia says. "You're the one who wanted to go camping."
1488.
She shouldn't say that, but there's no way she can know. "You can take his
Watermelon
bait and he'll
bar.
feed you another one, and then another, and another until you finally hit him, which is what he really wants." "I don't care," he says. "Well, you ought to," she says. "Well, I don't." An explosion point is very near. Sylvia and John look at me, but I remain deadpan. I'm sorry about this,
Does
but there's
World of
nothing
Warcraft
I
have
can
a free
do right
trial?
now. Any argument will just worsen things. "I'm not hungry," Chris says. No one answers. "My stomach hurts," he says. The explosion is avoided when Chris turns and walks away in the darkness. We finish eating. I help Sylvia clean up, and then we sit around for a while. We turn the cycle lights off to conserve the batteries, and because the light from them is ugly anyway. The wind has died down some, and there is a little light from the fire. After a while, my eyes become accustomed to it. The food and anger have taken off some of the sleepiness. Chris doesn't return. "Do you suppose he's just punishing?" Sylvia asks. "I suppose," I say, although it doesn't sound quite right. I think about it and add, "That's a child psychology term, a context I dislike. Let's just say he's being a complete bastard."
Hey, Daniel, why don't
John
you
laughs
download
a
World of
little.
Warcraft and give that a shot?
Anyway, I say, it was a good supper. I'm sorry he had to act up like this. "Oh, that's all right," John says. "I'm just sorry he won't get anything to eat. It won't hurt him.
Okay.
You don't suppose he'll get lost out there? No. He'll holler if he is. Now that he is
Sounds
gone
very
and we have
nice.
nothing to do, I become more aware of the space all around us.
Yes.
There is not a
indeed.
sound anywhere. Lone prairie.
Yeah.
Sylvia says, "Do you suppose
Wendell,
he
you
really
okay,
has
bro?
stomach pains?" "Yes," I say, somewhat dogmatically. I'm sorry to see the subject continued, but they deserve a better explanation than they're getting. They probably sense there's more to it than they've heard. I'm sure he does, I finally say.
Sounds like
He's
it,
been
man.
examined a half-dozen times for it.
Yes, sir.
Once it was so bad we thought it was appendicitis. I remember we were on a vacation up north. I just finished getting out an engineering proposal for a $5 million contract that just about did me in. That's a whole other world. No time and no patience, and 600 pages of information to get out the door in 1 week, and I was about ready to kill 3 different people, and we thought we'd better head for the woods for a while. I can hardly remember what part of the woods we were in. Head just spinning with engineering data. And anyway, Chris was just screaming. We couldn't touch him, until I finally saw I was going to have to pick him up fast and get him to the hospital. And where that was, I'll never remember, but they found nothing. Nothing? Nope. But it happened again on other occasions, too. Don't they have any idea? Sylvia asks. This spring they diagnosed it as the beginning symptoms of mental illness. What? John says. It's too dark to see Sylvia or John now, or even the outlines of the hills. I listen for sounds in the distance, but hear none. I don't know what to answer, and so say nothing. When I look hard, I can make out stars overhead, but the fire in front of us makes it hard to see them. The night all around is thick and obscure. My cigarette is down to my fingers, and I put it out. I didn't know that, Sylvia's voice says. All traces of anger are gone. We wondered why you brought him instead of your wife, she says. I'm glad you told us. John shoves some of the unburned ends of the wood into the fire. Sylvia says, What do you suppose the cause is? John's voice rasps, as if to cut it off, but I answer, I don't know. Causes and effects don't seem to fit. Causes and effects are a result of thought. I would think mental illness comes before thought. This doesn't make sense to them, I'm sure. It doesn't make much sense to me, and I'm too tired to try to think it out and give it up. What do the psychiatrists think? John asks. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
I stopped it. Stopped
Is
it?
there like a big,
Yes.
Is there like a big World of Warcraft server?
Is that good? I don't know. There's no rational reason I can think of for saying it's not good. Just a mental block of my own. I think about it and all the good reasons for it. I make plans for an appointment and even look for the phone number. And then the block hits and it's just like a door slammed shut. That doesn't sound right. No one else thinks so either. I suppose I can't hold out forever. But why? Sylvia asks. I don't know why. It's just that, I don't know. They're not kin. Surprising word, I think to myself. Never used it before. Not of kin. Sounds like hillbilly talk. Not of a kind. Same root. Kindness, too. They can't have real kindness toward him. They're not his kin. That's exactly the feeling. Old word, so ancient, it's almost drowned out. What a change through the centuries. Now anybody can be kind.
Oh, look,
And everybody's
money,
supposed to be.
you're alcoholic.
Except that long
Sir,
ago,
bud.
it was something you were born into and couldn't help.
Oh my God!
Now
like
it's just
you
a
don't change
faked-up
your name,
attitude
bitch.
half the time, like teachers the first day of class.
Hey, you're retarded.
But what do they really know
You're
about
probably one of the most
kindness,
retarded people on
who are
this
not
show.
kin? It goes over and over again through my thoughts. Mein Kind,
They call me
my
dumbass.
child.
Really, bub.
There it is in another language. Mein Kinder. Wer reitet so spät durch
Oh,
Nacht und Wind? Es ist der Vater mit seinem Kind. Strange feeling from that.
Well,
What are you
if
thinking
I
about?
was your
Sylvia
kid, I would
asks.
probably slice your throat in your sleep.
An
and
old
kill
poem by
you.
Goethe. It must be 200 years old.
You
I had to
fucking
learn it
fat
a long time
retard.
ago. I don't know why I should remember it now, except
Kill me
a
first.
strange
Phil.
feeling comes back.
Nice.
How does it go? Sylvia asks. I try to recall. A man is riding along a beach at night through the wind. It's a father with his son, whom he holds fast in his arm. He asks his son why he looks so pale, and the son replies, "Father, don't you see the ghost?" The father tried to reassure the boy it's only a bank of fog along the beach that he sees, and only the rustling of the leaves in the wind that he hears. But the son keeps saying it is the ghost, and the father rides harder and harder through the night. How does it end? In failure. Death of the child.
Hey, Money, you're a
The ghost wins. The wind blows light up from the coals, and I see Sylvia look at me startled.
Money, a butterball bitch.
Well, that's another land and another time, I say. Here life is the end, and ghosts have no meaning. I believe that.
So you sound like a
I believe in all
right?
this, too, I say, looking out at the darkened prairie. Although I'm not sure of what it all means yet. I'm not sure of much of anything these days. Maybe that's why I talk so much.
Yeah. You're like
the coals die lower and lower. We smoke our last cigarettes. Chris is off somewhere in the darkness, but I'm not going to shag after him.
You're like 80 pounds.
John is carefully silent, and Sylvia is silent.
You got all the ladies.
And suddenly, we are all separate. All alone in our private universes. And there is no communication among us.
Why? I was complimenting you.
We douse the fire and go back to the sleeping bags in the pines. I discover that this one tiny refuge of scrub pines, where I have put the sleeping bags, is also the refuge from the wind of millions of mosquitoes up from the reservoir. The mosquito repellent doesn't stop them at all.
For 6 foot, that's
I crawl deep into the sleeping bag and make one little hole for breathing.
Is it really?
I'm almost asleep when Chris finally shows up.
Really?
Fucking really,
There's a big sand pile over there, he says, crunching around on the pine needles. Yes, I say. Get to sleep. You should see it. Will you come and see it tomorrow? We won't have time.
Yeah. For 6 foot, I mean, 80.
Can I play over there tomorrow
late.
morning? Yes. He makes interminable noises getting undressed and into the sleeping bag.
Really?
He is in it.
Nice.
Then he rolls around.
Fuck yeah.
Then he is silent, and then rolls some more.
Yeah.
Then he says,
You look like
Dad?
a dick.
What?
You look like a big giant fucking dick.
"What was it like when you were a kid?" Go to sleep,
Nightmare
Chris.
before your mom.
There are limits to what you can listen to.
Your mom is
Later I hear a
dumb.
sharp inhaling of
She's
phlegm
retarded.
that tells me he has been crying. And though I'm exhausted,
She does.
I
really?
don't sleep.
Nice.
A few words of consolation might have helped there.
Not at all.
He was trying to be friendly, but the words
And I'd
weren't
kick her
forthcoming for
fucking
some
retarded,
reason.
stupid fucking
Consoling
fucking
words
fat ass.
are more for strangers, for hospitals, not kin.
Nah.
Little emotional band-aids like that aren't what he needs or what's sought. I don't know what he needs or what's sought.
But I really.
A gibbous moon comes up from the horizon beyond the pines, and by its slow, patient arc across the sky, I measure hour after hour of semi-sleep. Too much fatigue. The moon and strange dreams and sounds of mosquitoes and odd fragments of memory become jumbled and mixed in an unreal lost landscape in which the moon is shining, and yet there is a bank of fog, and I am riding a horse.
Yeah, what did you
Chris
say about
is
that,
with
Daniel?
me, and the horse
You
jumps
shoved
over a
in
small
Money
stream
Sister's
that
ass,
runs
or-
through the sand toward the ocean somewhere beyond.
Oh,
And then that is broken, and then it
it's like a
reappears.
reverse birthing sort of.
And in the fog there
I'd rather
appears an
be
intimation
shoved up,
of a
shoved
figure.
up Bunny's ass, but whatever.
It disappears when I look at it directly, but then reappears in the corner of my vision when I turn my glance. I'm about to say something, to call to it, to recognize it,
To your boy.
but then do not.
Boy.
Knowing that to recognize it by
You say
any
money
gesture
or
or
bunny?
action is to give it a reality which it must not have.
Said
But
Bunny.
it is a figure I recognize,
B-U-N-N-Y.
even though I do not let on. It is Phaedrus, evil spirit, insane, from a world without life or death. The figure fades, and I hold panic
damn.
down, tight, not rushing it, just letting it
It's
sink
better than
in,
the opposite, right?
not believing
I mean,
it,
I guess.
not disbelieving it. But the hair crawls slowly on the back of my skull. He is calling Chris. Is that it? Yes.
Huh.
Chapter 6.
I wonder how Gamble does with it when if he's with.
My watch says 9 o'clock, and it's already too hot to sleep. Outside the sleeping bag, the sun is already high into the sky. The air around is clear and dry. I get up puffy-eyed and arthritic from the ground. My mouth is already dry and cracked, and my face and hands are covered with mosquito bites. Some sunburn from yesterday morning is hurting. Beyond the pines are burned grass and clumps of earth and sand so bright they are hard to look at. The heat, silence, and barren hills and blank sky give a feeling of great, intense space. Not a bit of moisture in the sky. Today's going to be a scorcher.
Did you really?
I walk out of the pines onto a stretch of barren sand between some grass and watch for a long time, meditatively. I've decided today's Chautauqua will begin to explore Phaedrus's world. It was intended earlier simply to restate some of his ideas that relate to technology and human values, and make no reference to him personally, but the pattern of thought and memory that occurred last night has indicated this is not the way to go. To omit him now would be to run from something that should not be run from. In the first gray of the morning, what Chris said about his Indian friend's grandmother came back to me, clearing something up. She said ghosts appear when someone has not been buried right. That's true. He never was buried right, and that's exactly the source of the trouble. Later I turn and see John is up and looking at me, uncomprehendingly. He is still not really awake, and now walks aimlessly in circles to clear his head. Soon Sylvia is up too, and her left eye is all puffed up. I ask her what happened. She says it is from mosquito bites. I begin to collect gear to repack the cycle. John does the same. When this is done, we get a fire started while Sylvia opens up packages of bacon and eggs and bread for breakfast. When the food is ready, I go over and wake Chris. He doesn't want to get up. I tell him again. He says no. I grab the bottom of the sleeping bag, give it a mighty tablecloth jerk, and he is out of it, blinking in the pine needles. It takes him a while to figure out what has happened, while I roll up the sleeping bag. He comes to breakfast looking insulted, eats one bite, says he isn't hungry, his stomach hurts. I point to the lake down below us, so strange in the middle of the semi-desert, but he doesn't show any interest.
Daniel, why you want to be shoved inside Bunny's ass? Not your ass, Money, but Bunny.
Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig, continued. Cassette 2,
She's like,
Side 2.
She probably like you in her ass.
He comes to
or
breakfast, looking insulted, eats one bite, says he isn't hungry, his stomach hurts. I point to the lake down below us, so strange in the middle of the semi-desert, but he doesn't show any interest. He repeats his complaint. I just let it go by, and John and Sylvia disregard it too. I'm glad they were told what the situation is with him. It might have created real friction otherwise. We finished breakfast silently, and I'm oddly tranquil. The decision about Phaedrus may have something to do with it. But we are also perhaps 100 feet above the reservoir, looking across it into a kind of western space.
Why is that money? Because you
barren hills.
No
I'd rather be like a good size and shape as opposed to just being like huge.
And there is something about places like this that raises your spirits a little and makes you think that things will probably
like
get
big old
better.
nipples or like eh.
While loading the remaining gear on the luggage rack, I see with surprise that the rear tire is worn way down. All that speed and heavy load and heat on the road yesterday must have caused it. The chain is also sagging, and I get out the tools to adjust it, and then groan. What's the matter? John says. Threads stripped and the chain adjustment. I remove the adjusting bolt and examine the threads. It's my own fault for trying to adjust it once without loosening the axle nut. The bolt is good. I show it to him. It looks like the internal threading in the frame that's stripped. John stares at the wheel for a long time. Think you can make it into town? Oh yeah, sure. You can run it forever. It just makes the chain difficult to adjust. He watches carefully as I take up the rear axle nut until it's barely snug, tap it sideways with a hammer until the chain slack is right, then tighten up the axle nut with all my might to keep the axle from slipping forward later on, and replace the cotter pin. Unlike the axle nuts on a car, this one doesn't affect bearing tightness.
Daniel, or what do you?
How do you know how to do that? He asks. You just
You were
have to
saying some
figure it
awfully
out.
hurtful things earlier.
I wouldn't know where to start.
I'm sorry,
He
I
says.
was like mad. You understand the
I think to myself,
concept of
that's the
anger?
problem, all right.
You know?
Where to start? To reach him, you have to back up and back up, and the further back you go, the further back you see you have to go, until what looked like a small problem of communication turns into a major philosophic inquiry. That, I suppose, is why the Chautauqua...
Are you having a stroke? Are you having a stroke, bud?
I repack the toolkit and close the side cover plates and think to myself, he's worth reaching, though. On the road again, the dry air cools off the slight sweat from that chain job, and I'm feeling good for a while. As soon as the sweat dries off, though, it's hot. Must be in the 80s already. There's no traffic on this road, and we're moving right along. It's a traveling
I'm gay
day.
for Bunny.
Now I want to begin to fulfill a certain obligation by stating that there was one person, no longer here, who had something to say and who said it, but whom no one believed or really understood. Forgotten. For reasons that will become apparent, I prefer that he remain forgotten, but there's no choice other than to reopen his case. I don't know his whole story. No one ever will, except Phaedrus himself, and he can no longer speak. But from his writings, and from what others have said, and from fragments of my own recall, it should be possible to piece together some kind of approximation of what he was talking about. Since the basic ideas for this Chautauqua were taken from him, there will be no real deviation, only an enlargement that may make the Chautauqua more understandable than if it were presented in a purely abstract way. The purpose of the enlargement is not to argue for him, certainly not to praise him. The purpose is to bury him forever. Back in Minnesota, when we were traveling through some marshland, I did some talking about the shapes of technology, the death force that the Sutherlands seem to be running from. I want to move now in the opposite direction from the Sutherlands, toward that force and into its center. In doing so, we will be entering Phaedrus's world, the only world he ever knew, in which all understanding is in terms of underlying form.
I'll be back.
The world of underlying form is an unusual object of discussion because it is actually a mode of discussion itself. You discuss things in terms of their immediate appearance, or you discuss them in terms of their underlying form. And when you try to discuss these modes of discussion, you get involved in what could be called a platform problem. You have no platform from which to discuss them, other than the modes themselves. Previously, I was discussing his world of underlying form, or at least the aspect of it called technology, from an external view. Now I think it's right to talk about that world of underlying form from its own point of view. I want to talk about the underlying form of the world of underlying form itself. To do this, first of all, a dichotomy is necessary. But before I can use it honestly, I have to back up and say what it is and means, and that is a long story in itself. Part of this backup problem. But right now, I just want to use a dichotomy and explain it later. I want to divide human understanding into two kinds, classical understanding and romantic understanding. In terms of ultimate truth, a dichotomy of this sort has little meaning. But it is quite legitimate when one is operating within the classic mode, used to discover or create a world of underlying form. The terms classic and romantic, as Phaedrus used them, mean the following. A classical understanding sees the world primarily as underlying form itself. A romantic understanding sees it primarily in terms of immediate appearance. If you were to show an engine or a mechanical drawing or electronic schematic to a romantic, it is unlikely he would see much of interest in it. It has no appeal because the reality he sees is its surface. Dull, complex lists of names, lines, and numbers. Nothing interesting. But if you were to show the same blueprint or schematic, or give the same description to a classical
You're the
person,
chosen one, money. It's all
he might look at it and then become fascinated by it because he sees that within the lines and shapes and symbols is a tremendous richness of underlying form. The romantic mode is primarily inspirational, imaginative, creative, intuitive. Feelings rather than facts predominate. Art, when it is opposed to science, is often romantic. It does not proceed by reason or by laws. It proceeds by feeling, intuition, and aesthetic conscience. In the Northern European cultures, the romantic mode is usually associated with femininity, but this is certainly not a necessary association. The classic mode, by contrast, proceeds by reason and by laws, which are themselves underlying forms of thought and behavior. In the European cultures, it is primarily a masculine mode, and the fields of science, law, and medicine are unattractive to women largely for this reason. Although motorcycle riding is romantic, motorcycle maintenance is purely classic. The dirt, the grease, the mastery of underlying form required all give it such a negative romantic appeal that women never go near it. Although surface ugliness is often found in the classic mode of understanding, it is not inherent in it. There is a classical aesthetic which romantics often miss because of its subtlety. The classic style is straightforward, unadorned, unemotional, economical, and carefully proportioned. Its purpose is not to inspire emotionally, but to bring order out of chaos and make the unknown known. It is not an aesthetically free and natural style. It is aesthetically restrained. Everything is under control. Its value is measured in terms of the skill with which this control is maintained. To a romantic, this classic mode often appears dull, awkward, and ugly, like mechanical maintenance itself. Everything is in terms of pieces and parts, and components and relationships. Nothing is figured out until it is run through the computer a dozen times. Everything's got to be measured and proved. Oppressive, heavy, endlessly gray, the death force. Within the classic mode, however, the romantic has some appearances of his own. Frivolous, irrational, erratic, untrustworthy, interested primarily in pleasure-seeking, shallow, of no substance, often a parasite who cannot or will not carry his own weight. A real drag on society. By now, these battle lines should sound a little familiar. This is the source of the trouble. Persons tend to think and feel exclusively in one mode or the other, and in doing so to misunderstand and underestimate what the other mode is all about. But no one is willing to give up the truth as he sees it, and as far as I know, no one now living has any real reconciliation of these truths or modes. There is no point at which these visions of reality are unified. And so, in recent times, we have seen a huge split develop between a classic culture and a romantic counterculture. Two worlds, growingly alienated and hateful toward each other, with everyone wondering if it will always be this way. A house divided against itself. No one wants it, really, despite what his antagonists in the other dimension might think. It is within this context that what Phaedrus thought and said is significant.
If we were in prison,
but no one was listening at that time, and they only thought him eccentric at first, then undesirable, then slightly mad, and then genuinely insane. There seems little doubt that he was insane, but much of his writing at the time indicates that what was driving him insane was this hostile opinion of him. Unusual behavior tends to produce estrangement in others, which tends to further the unusual behavior, and thus the estrangement, in self-stroking cycles until some sort of climax is reached. In Phaedrus's case, there was a court-ordered police arrest and permanent removal from society. I see we are at the left turn onto US 12, and John has pulled up for gas. I pull up beside him. The thermometer by the door of the station reads 92 degrees. Going to be another rough one today, I say. When the tanks are filled, we head across the street into a restaurant for coffee. Chris, of course, is hungry. I tell him I've been waiting for that. I tell him he eats with the rest of us or not at all. Not angrily,
it's just weird.
Just matter-of-factly. He's reproachful, but sees how it's going to be. I catch a fleeting look of relief from Sylvia. Evidently, she thought this was going to be a continuous problem. When we have finished the coffee and are outside again, the heat is so ferocious, we move off on the cycles as fast as possible. Again, there is that momentary coolness, but it disappears. The sun makes the burned grass and sand so bright I have to squint to cut down glare. This US 12 is an old, bad highway. The broken concrete is tar-patched and bumpy. Road signs indicate detours ahead. On either side of the road are occasional worn sheds and shacks and roadside stands that have accumulated through the years. The traffic is heavy now. I'm just as happy to be thinking about the rational, analytical, classical world of Phaedrus. His kind of rationality has been used since antiquity to remove oneself from the tedium and depression of one's immediate surroundings. What makes it hard to see is that where once it was used to get away from it all, the escape has been so successful that now it is the it-all that the romantics are trying to escape. What makes his world so hard to see clearly is not its strangeness, but its usualness. Familiarity can blind you, too. His way of looking at things produces a kind of description that can be called an analytic description. That is another name of the classic platform from which one discusses things in terms of their underlying form. He was a totally classic person. And to give a fuller description of what this is, I want now to turn his analytic approach back upon itself, to analyze analysis itself. I want to do this, first of all, by giving an extensive example of it, and then by dissecting what it is. The motorcycle is a perfect subject for it, since the motorcycle itself was invented by classic minds. So listen. A motorcycle may be divided for purposes of classical rational analysis by means of its component assemblies and by means of its functions. If divided by means of its component assemblies, its most basic division is into a power assembly and a running assembly. The power assembly may be divided into the engine and the power delivery system. The engines will be taken up first. The engine consists of a housing containing a powertrain, a fuel-air system, an ignition system, a feedback system, and a lubrication system. The powertrain consists of cylinders, pistons, connecting rods, a crankshaft, and a flywheel. The fuel-air system components, which are part of the engine, consist of a gas tank and filter, an air cleaner, a carburetor, valves, and exhaust pipes. The ignition system consists of an alternator, a rectifier, a battery, a high-voltage coil, and spark plugs. The feedback system consists of a cam chain, a camshaft, tappets, and a distributor. The lubrication system consists of an oil pump and channels throughout the housing for distribution of the oil.
Okay, I see it now.
The power delivery system accompanying the engine consists of a clutch, a transmission, and a chain. The supporting assembly accompanying the power assembly consists of a frame, including foot pegs, seat and fenders, a steering assembly, front and rear shock absorbers, wheels, control levers and cables, lights and horn, and speed and mileage indicators. That's a motorcycle divided according to its components. To know what the components are for, a division according to functions is necessary. A motorcycle may be divided into normal running functions and special operator-controlled functions. Normal running functions may be divided into functions during the intake cycle, functions during the compression cycle, functions during the power cycle, and functions during the exhaust cycle, and so on. I could go on about which functions occur in their proper sequence during each of the 4 cycles, then go on to the operator-controlled functions, and that would be a very summary description of the underlying form of a motorcycle. It would be extremely short and rudimentary, as descriptions of this sort go. Almost any one of the components mentioned can be expanded on indefinitely. I've read an entire engineering volume on contact points alone, which are just a small but vital part of the distributor. There are other types of engines than the single-cylinder auto engine described here. Two-cycle engines, multi-cylinder engines, diesel engines, Wankel engines, but this example is enough. This description would cover the what of the motorcycle in terms of components, and the how of the engine in terms of functions. It would badly need a where analysis in the form of an illustration, and also a why analysis in the form of engineering principles that led to this particular conformation of parts.
I'll probably be in the chat listening to music.
But the purpose here isn't exhaustively to analyze the motorcycle. It's to provide a starting point, an example of a mode of understanding of things which will itself become an object of analysis. There's certainly nothing strange about this description at first hearing. It sounds like something from a beginning textbook on the subject, or perhaps a first lesson in a vocational course. What is unusual about it is seen when it ceases to be a mode of discourse and becomes an object of discourse. Then certain things can be pointed to. The first thing to be observed about this description is so obvious you have to hold it down, or it will drown out every other observation. This is, it is just duller than ditch water. Yada, 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 ya, carburetor, gear ratio compression. Yada, ya, piston plugs intake, yada, ya, on and on and on. That is the romantic face of the classical mode. Dull, awkward, and ugly. Few romantics get beyond that point. But if you can hold down that most obvious observation, some other things can be noticed that do not at first appear. The first is that the motorcycle, so described, is almost impossible to understand unless you already know how one works. The immediate surface impressions that are essential for primary understanding are gone. Only the underlying form is left. The second is that the observer is missing. The description doesn't say that to see the piston you must remove the cylinder head. You aren't anywhere in the picture. Even the operator is a kind of personality-less robot whose performance of a function on the machine is completely mechanical. There are no real subjects in this description. Only objects exist that are independent of any observer. The third is that the words good and bad and all their synonyms are completely absent. No value judgments have been expressed anywhere, only facts. The fourth is that there is a knife moving here, a very deadly one, an intellectual scalpel so swift and so sharp you sometimes don't see it moving. You get the illusion that all those parts are just there and are being named as they exist. But they can be named quite differently and organized quite differently, depending on how the knife moves. For example, the feedback mechanism, which includes the camshaft and camchain and tappets and distributor, exists only because of an unusual cut of this analytical knife. If you were to go to a motorcycle parts department and ask them for a feedback assembly, they wouldn't know what the hell you were talking about. They don't split it up that way. No two manufacturers ever split it up quite the same way, and every mechanic is familiar with the problem of the part you can't buy because you can't find it because the manufacturer considers it a part of something else. It is important to see this knife for what it is, and not to be fooled into thinking that motorcycles or anything else are the way they are just because the knife happened to cut it up that way. It is important to concentrate on the knife itself. Later I will want to show how an ability to use this knife creatively and effectively can result in solutions to the classic and romantic split. Phaedrus was a master with this knife, and used it with dexterity and a sense of power. With a single stroke of analytical thought, he split the whole world into parts of his own choosing. Split the parts, and split the fragments of the parts, finer and finer and finer, until he had reduced it to what he wanted it to be. Even the special
I
use of the
didn't do
terms
it.
classic
I'm
and
definitely
romantic
gonna
are
need you.
examples of his knifemanship.
Can I tell you?
But if
I
this were all there
Welcome
were
back,
to
Chasing
him,
Giggles, I love you.
analytic skill,
Thank you.
I would be more than willing to shut up about him.
Gwen.
What makes it important not to shut up about him was that he used this
I know you
skill in
did
such a bizarre and yet
This one.
meaningful way. No one ever
She
saw
knows-
this.
she knows you
I
get
don't
it,
think
Mom.
he
Love
even
your
saw it
voice, Betty.
himself. And
I
it
know
may
he
be an
did.
illusion of my
In
own,
here
but the
until
knife he
I showed him.
used was less that of an
Can
assassin
you change my?
than that of a
Can you
poor
change my-
surgeon.
How much?
Perhaps there is no
I'm not showing
difference,
my boob.
but he saw a sick and ailing thing happening, and he started cutting deep,
I'm not showing
deeper
Bob.
and deeper
I'm
to get
not
at the root of
showing
it.
Bob.
He was
But
after
can you
something.
change my name back
That
to
is
Shits and
important.
Giggles? 'Cause that's me.
He was after something, and he used the knife because that was the only tool he had. But he took on so much and went so far, in the end, his real victim
I'm not
was
showing Bob.
himself. Chapter 7.
That's okay.
Heat is everywhere
I'll
now.
keep my dignity.
I can't ignore it anymore. The air is like a furnace blast, so hot that my eyes and the goggles feel cool compared to the rest of my face. My hands are cool, but the gloves have big black
calm
spots
down.
from perspiration on the back,
COVID.
surrounded by white streaks of
You're
dried
not suffering
salt.
from the COVID. You're suffering
On the road
from
ahead,
the
a
COVID.
crow tugs on some carrion
Suffering,
and flies
please.
up slowly as we approach.
Dude.
It looks like a lizard on the road, dry and stuck to the
Bubba.
tar.
All right. That's
On the horizon appears an image of buildings shimmering slightly. I look down at the map and figure it must be Bowman. I think about ice water and air conditioning. On the street and sidewalks of Bowman, we see almost no one, even though plenty of
Might
parked
not be the
cars
disease.
show they're here. All inside. We swing the machines into an angled parking place with a tight turn that points them outward
AFS.
for when we're ready to go. A lone elderly person wearing a broad-brimmed
explain the
hat
difference for
watches us
Daniel?
put the cycles on their stands and remove helmets and goggles. Hot enough for you? He asks.
Facts are like
His expression is blank.
suffer from.
John shakes his head and says, God.
Affects is something.
The expression, shaded by the hat, becomes almost a smile.
According to.
What is the temperature? John asks.
It's mostly in your head.
102, he says. Last I saw.
Right?
Should go to 104.
It's after effects. That's what it was.
He asks how far we have come,
Explain that
and
to
we
me
tell
really
him,
good.
and he nods with a kind
The
of
after
approval.
effects of something that you
That's
think
a long
is gonna
way,
happen or
he says.
happened that didn't.
Then he asks about the
In
machines.
your head is the.
The beer
result.
and air conditioning are calling, but we don't break away. We just stand there
Take
in the
it.
102 sun, talking to
Stamp
this
it,
person.
Send it.
He is a stockman,
It's
retired,
It's amazing.
says
You get
this
that,
is pretty
Daniel?
much
You
ranch
understand?
country around here, and he used to own a Henderson cycle years ago.
Might, will, or
It
did
pleases me
happen.
that he should
Oh,
want to
that's
talk
okay.
about his Henderson
Shitting
in this
fun.
102 sun.
Giggler, shitting
We
giggler.
talked about it
Mind-
for a while,
That's
with
what you
growing
call my
impatience from
MK
John and
Ultra.
Sylvia and Chris.
Just like the military.
And when we
goes,
finally say
We're
goodbye,
told
he
when to
says
sleep,
he is
when to
glad to have met
fucking
us,
eat,
and his
when
expression
to-
is still blank,
when to
but we
fight,
sense
who to
that
kill.
he really meant it. He walks away with a kind of slow dignity in the
Oh.
102 sun.
Fellow human beings.
In the restaurant, I try to comment on this, but no
All
one is
for
interested.
nothing. All
John
for
and Sylvia look really
nothing.
out of it. They just sit and soak up the air-conditioned
Money.
air without a move.
Every
The
war
waitress
that's been
comes for the
fought,
order, and that
every
snaps them
drug,
out of it a
every
little.
fucking
But they are
disease
not
that's been
ready,
put out
and
there,
so she goes away again.
money.
I don't think I want to leave
We are
here,
natural
Sylvia
human
says.
beings.
An
None of
image
this
of the
shit is
elderly man
natural.
outside
No
in the
virus is
wide-brimmed hat comes
natural,
back
no
to me.
fucking disease is natural. They
Think what it was
create
like around here before air conditioning, I
Problem,
say.
reaction,
I am,
solution. It's
she says.
always the same.
With the roads this hot, and that bad back tire of mine, we shouldn't go more than 60, I say. No comment from them.
That's what's up.
Chris, in contrast to them, seems to be back to his normal self, alert and watching everything.
Put your fucking face
When the food
mask
comes,
on.
he wolfs
Why?
it down, and then,
Why
before
don't
we
you
are
put a
half
sheep's
finished,
nose on
asks
it,
for
too,
more.
while you're at it?
He gets it, and we wait for him
Don't
to
wear
finish.
a fucking mask. It's gonna.
Miles later, and the heat is just
Don't get me
ferocious.
even into that.
Sunglasses and goggles are not enough for
Wearing
this
a
glare.
mask, right?
You need a welder's mask.
You're.
The high plains break up into washed-out and gullied hills.
Oh man, Doctor.
It is all bright,
Brutal.
whitish
If
tan.
you watch him.
Not a blade of grass anywhere. Just scattered weed stalks
Dr.
and
Judy.
rocks and sand. The black of the highway is a relief to look at, so I stare down at it and study how the blur whizzes by underfoot. Beside it, I see the left exhaust pipe has picked up a bluer color than it has ever had before. I spit on my glove tips, touch it, and can see the sizzle. Not good. It's important now to just live with this and not fight it mentally.
You're regenerating
Mind control.
You're breathing in the same air, and you're making your body struggle for oxygen.
I should talk now about Phaedrus's knife. It'll help understand some of the things we talked about. The application of this knife, the division of the world into parts, and the building of this structure is something everybody does.
Shouldn't be wearing
all the time we are aware of millions of things around us. These changing shapes, these burning hills, the sound of the engine, the feel of the throttle, each rock and weed and fence post and piece of debris beside the road. Aware of these things, but not really conscious of them unless there is something unusual or unless they reflect something we are predisposed to see. We could not possibly be conscious of these things and remember all of them because our mind would be so full of useless details,
ultimately,
we would be unable to think. From all this awareness, we must select. And what we select and call consciousness is never the same as the awareness because the process of selection mutates it. We take a handful of sand from the endless landscape of awareness around us and call that handful of sand the world. Once we have the handful of sand, the world of which we are conscious, a process of discrimination goes to work on it.
Don't have it, you will.
This is the knife. We divide the sand into parts, this and that, here and there, black and white, now and then. The discrimination is the division of the conscious universe into parts. The handful of sand looks uniform at first, but the longer we look at it, the more diverse we find it to be. Each grain of sand is different. No two are alike. Some are similar in one way, some are similar in another way, and we can form the sand into separate piles on the basis of this similarity and dissimilarity. Shades of color in different piles, sizes in different piles, grain shapes in different piles, subtypes of grain shapes in different piles, grades of opacity in different piles, and so on and on and on. You'd think the process of subdivision and classification would come to an end somewhere, but it doesn't. It just goes on and on. Classical understanding is concerned with the piles and the basis for sorting and interrelating them. Romantic understanding is directed toward the handful of sand before the sorting begins. Both are valid ways of looking at the world, although irreconcilable with each other. What has become an urgent necessity is a way of looking at the world that does violence to neither of these two kinds of understanding and unites them into one. Such an understanding will not reject sand sorting or contemplation of unsorted sand for its own sake. Such an understanding will instead seek to direct attention to the endless landscape from which the sand is taken. That is what Phaedrus, the poor surgeon, was trying to do. To understand what he was trying to do, it's necessary to see that part of the landscape, inseparable from it, which must be understood, is a figure in the middle of it, sorting sand into piles. To see the landscape without seeing this figure is not to see the landscape at all. To reject that part of the Buddha that attends to the analysis of motorcycles is to miss the Buddha entirely.
How come?
There is a perennial classical question that asks which part of the motorcycle, which grain of sand in each pile, is the Buddha. Obviously, to ask that question is to look in the wrong direction, for the Buddha is everywhere. But just as obviously to ask that question is to look in the right direction, for the Buddha is everywhere. About the Buddha that exists independently of any analytic thought,
no, I haven't.
much has been said.
I watch YouTube videos.
Some would say too much.
Really?
And would question any attempt to add to it.
You put on the government list.
But about the Buddha that exists within analytic thought and gives that analytic thought its direction, virtually nothing has been said.
Watching stuff like that gets you put on.
And there are historic reasons for this.
Oh, really?
But history keeps happening, and it seems no harm and maybe some positive good to add to our historical
worry about
heritage
it?
with some talk in this
I just
area
don't want
of
to be on the
discourse.
government list.
When analytic thought, the knife, is applied to experience, something is always killed in the process. That is fairly well
I'm
understood,
on the list.
at least in the
I did.
arts.
Yeah,
Mark
shit,
Twain's
you're on the
experience
radar,
comes to
you're on
mind,
my-
in which, after he had mastered
get
the
on my-
analytic
don't get
knowledge
on my
leading
radar.
to pilot the Mississippi River, he discovered the
hope
river
they're
had
learning
lost its
from
beauty.
that.
Oh shit, is Attila here?
Something
Attila in
is
here? God
always
damn.
killed. But what is less noticed in the arts,
Will's not here.
something is always created, too. And instead of just dwelling on what is killed,
Yeah,
it's
Minnie
important
and
also
Tilla
to
is
see
here. Don't get
what's
on my radar,
created
shit's
and to see the process as a kind of death-birth
Yo,
continuity
shit's, Attila
that
shared
is
his dick
neither
and
good nor
asshole
bad,
companion.
but just is.
I heard.
We pass through a town called Marmouth, but
You
John doesn't stop even for a rest, and so we go on.
You
More
didn't.
furnace heat, into some badlands,
I don't
and we
care.
cross the border into Montana.
Shut your fucking mouth.
A
Shut your
sign by the
dirty
road
mouth.
announces it.
Calm down, Daniel.
Sylvia waves her arms up and down, and I beep the horn in response,
Oh,
but
you're
when I
so
look at the sign, my feelings
Oh,
are
I
not
love you.
jubilant
Love
at
you,
all.
Bubba. I love
For me, its information causes
you,
a sudden
Daniel.
inward tension that can't exist for them. They've no way of knowing we're now in the country where he lived.
Nice.
All this talk so far about classic and romantic understanding must seem a strangely oblique way of describing him. But to get at Phaedrus, this oblique route
Yeah,
is
I
the
love
only
you,
one to
Bubba.
take. To describe his physical appearance,
You're my son.
or the statistics of his
Son I
life,
never
would be
had.
to dwell on
Actually, I was
misleading
supposed to have a son.
superficialities.
When
And to come at
I
him
gave birth
directly
to my second daughter,
would be to invite disaster.
always a boy. It was always a boy.
He was insane.
And then
And
when
when you look directly
literally
at an
I gave
insane
birth to
man,
her,
all you see is a reflection of
they
your own
said,
knowledge
it's a
that he's
girl.
insane,
I'm like, what? It fell
which is
off.
not to see him at all. To see him, you
Thank you.
must see what he saw, and when you are trying to see the vision of an insane man,
They said it's
an
a
oblique
girl. I'm
route
like,
is
it's
the
a
only way to come
girl.
at it.
And did it fall off?
Otherwise, your own
The
opinions
nurses
block the
were
way.
laughing.
There is only one access to him
boy
that I can see
the
as
whole time.
passable, and we
It was
still have
so
a way to
funny.
go. I've been going into all this business of analyses
We had a
and
boy
definitions
coming
and
the whole
hierarchies,
fucking time.
not for
So
their
all
own sake,
my
but to lay the groundwork for an understanding of the direction in
Oh.
which Phaedrus went. I told Chris the
Here
other
we
night
go.
that Phaedrus spent his entire life pursuing a
Sonogram.
ghost.
yeah,
That
everything.
was true.
Dick
The ghost he
was somewhere
pursued was the
every time,
ghost
bro.
that underlies
And
all of
until I had her.
technology, all of modern
Literally
science,
the day I had her.
all of Western
And
thought.
they're
That's
like,
great.
oh, well,
It
it's
was
a
the
girl.
ghost of rationality
I don't know.
itself.
First thing
I
I
told
said
Chris
was,
that he found
did
the
it
ghost,
fall off?
and that when he found
And
it,
everyone was
he
laughing.
thrashed it good. I think
Expecting
in
a
a
boy.
figurative sense, that is true.
It was the funniest thing ever. Dude.
The things I hope to bring to light as we go along
I
are
don't
some
know,
of the
short
things
story.
he uncovered.
That'd be
It was
pretty
pretty
crazy.
Now the
if
times
it
are
did
such
fall.
It
that
was pretty
others may
funny.
at last
Well,
find
you
them
know,
of
we all
value.
start off. Wait, no.
No one then
Stop.
would see the
Everyone
ghost that
starts off
Phaedrus
female.
pursued.
We all
Maybe.
start off
But I
male,
think
right?
now that more and more people
No.
see
We
it,
all start off.
or get glimpses of it in bad moments. A ghost which calls
Female.
itself
What
rationality,
about?
but
Oh my
whose
God.
appearance is that of
What about?
incoherence and
Oh God.
meaninglessness,
Something I.
which causes the most normal of everyday acts to seem slightly mad because of their irrelevance to anything else. This is the ghost of normal everyday assumptions, which declares that the ultimate purpose of life, which is to keep alive, is impossible, but that this is the ultimate purpose of life anyway, so that great minds struggle to cure diseases so that people may live longer, but only madmen ask why. One lives longer in order that he may live longer. There is no other purpose. That is what the ghost says. At Baker, where we stop, the thermometers are reading 108 degrees in the shade. When I take my gloves off, the metal of the gas tank is so hot I can't touch it. The engine is making ominous nick-nicking sounds from overheating. Very bad. The rear tire has worn badly too, and I feel with my hand that it's almost as hot as the gas tank. We're going to have to slow down, I say. What? I don't think we should go over 50, I say. John looks at Sylvia, and she looks at him. Something has already been said between them about my slowness. They both look as if they've about had it. We just want to get there fast, John says, and they both walk toward a restaurant. The chain has been running hot and dry, too. In the right-hand saddlebag, I rummage for a can of spray lubricant, find it, then start the engine and spray the moving chain. The chain is still so hot the solvent evaporates almost instantly. Then I squirt a little oil on, let it run for a minute, and shut the engine off. Chris waits patiently, then follows me into the restaurant. I thought you said the big slump was going to come on the second day, Sylvia says as we approach the booth they are in. Second or third, I reply. Or fourth or fifth?
No, you sound like a lesbian.
She and John look at each other again with the same expression they showed before. It seems to say three's a crowd. They want to go ahead fast and wait for me in some town up ahead.
Daniel, you take one small
I'd suggested
comment,
myself,
you
except
so
that if they go much faster, they won't be waiting for me in some town. It'll be the side of the road. I don't know how the people here stand this, Sylvia says. Well, it's hard country, I say, with a little irritation.
You gotta wait.
They know it's hard before they come here, and are ready for it.
I'm kidding.
I add, if one person complains, he just makes it that much harder for the others. They've got stamina. They know how to keep on going. John and Sylvia don't say much, and John finishes his Coke early and is off to a bar for a snort. I go out and check the cycle luggage again and find that the new pack has been compressing a little, and so take up the slack in the ropes and retie them. Chris points to the thermometer in direct sunlight, and we see it has gone all the way above the scale at 120 degrees.
You're gonna end up having, Daniel,
Before
you're
we
probably
are out
gonna
of
end up
town,
having
I'm
pump
sweating
voice.
again. The cool drying off period doesn't last even half a minute. The heat just slams into us. Even with dark sunglasses, I have to squint my eyes into slits. There's nothing but burning sand and pale sky so bright it's hard to look anywhere. It's just become white hot everywhere, a real inferno. John up ahead is speeding faster and faster. I give up on him and slow it down to 55. Unless you're just looking for trouble in this heat, you don't run tires at 85. A blowout on this stretch would really be it.
They're coming.
I suppose they took what I said as a kind of rebuke, but I didn't have that in mind. I'm no more comfortable than they are in this heat, but there's no point in dwelling on it. All day, while I've been thinking and talking about Phaedrus, they must have been thinking about how bad all this is.
You have murder bees in your room?
That's what's really wearing him
Can
down.
you imagine?
The thought. Some things can be said about Phaedrus as an individual.
Yeah.
He was a knower of logic, the classical system of the system, which describes the rules and procedures of systematic thought, by which analytic knowledge may be structured and interrelated. He was so swift at this, his Stanford Binet IQ, which is essentially a record of skill at analytic manipulation, was recorded at 170.
But they do survive
that occurs in only one person in 50,000. He was systematic, but to say he thought and acted like a machine would be to misunderstand the nature of his thought.
They eat.
It was not like pistons and wheels and gears all moving at once, massive and coordinated.
Eat regular bees. And the
image of a laser beam comes to mind instead.
The nest over.
A single pencil of light of such terrific energy and such extreme concentration, it can be shot at the moon, and its reflection seen back on Earth.
Even the casing.
Phaedrus did not try to use his brilliance for general illumination.
And they make it into a mush.
He sought one specific distant target and aimed for it and hit it. And that was all. General illumination of that target he hit now seems to be left for me.
Allegedly, yeah.
In proportion to his intelligence, he was extremely isolated. There's no record of his having had close friends. He traveled alone, always. Even in the presence of others, he was completely alone. People sometimes felt this and felt rejected by it, and so did not like him. But their dislike was not important to him. His wife and family seem to have suffered the most. His wife says those who tried to go beyond the barriers of his reserve found themselves facing a blank. My impression is that they were starved for some kind of affection, which he never gave.
They spray it.
No one really knew him. That is evidently the way he wanted it, and that's the way it was. Perhaps his aloneness was the result of his intelligence. Perhaps it was the cause. But the two were always together. An uncanny, solitary intelligence.
is right now going on.
This still doesn't do it,
whether
though,
it's
because
SARS,
this and the image of a laser beam
they're calling it either
convey the
SARS,
idea that he was completely cold and unemotional,
with
and that is not
HIV,
so.
which I think is
In his pursuit
totally
of what I
correct.
have called the ghost of rationality,
Versus
he was
the
a fanatic
COVID-19,
hunter.
they're calling it.
One fragment becomes especially vivid now
COVID-19 is
of a
two
scene in the
things
mountains
combined.
where the sun was behind the mountain half an hour, and an early twilight had changed the trees and even the rocks to almost
It's either
blackened
spread through
shades of
aerials,
blue and gray and brown.
particulate,
Phaedrus had
right?
been there 3 days without
Actually,
food.
what's in the aerials?
His food had run out, but he was thinking
exactly
deeply and
what's in
seeing
the-
things, and was
Right.
reluctant to leave.
Why not do it that way?
He was not far away from where he
You wanna
knew there was a
spread- if you
road,
wanna
and
spread
was in no hurry.
an epidemic, why not?
In the dusk, coming down the trail, he saw movement, and then what seemed
Sorry
to
if
be
I'm
a
talking
dog
too much.
approaching on the trail, a very large
No.
sheepdog, or an animal more like a husky, and he wondered
Interesting.
what would bring a dog to this obscure place at this time of evening.
That matters.
He disliked
know.
dogs, but this animal
Dude, I've
moved in a
done a
way
lot
that
of fucking
forestalled these
research.
feelings. It seemed to be watching him, judging him. Phaedrus stared into the animal's eyes for a long time, and for a moment felt some kind of recognition.
What the girlfriend?
Then the
What's up?
dog disappeared.
Dude,
He
we hear your
realized much
TV.
later it was a timber wolf, and the memory of this incident stayed with him a long
What the
time.
What is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, turn your
Zen
TV off.
and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert M. Pirsig continued. Cassette 4, Side 2.
Either turn your
The
TV
beer
off
sign
or get
resided over a
headphones.
bar, not a church, and those who couldn't tell the difference were simply revealing something about themselves.
How about
Oh my
this?
God.
Phaedrus
Just
said the
leave
same
boys,
confusion
'cause you're not my
existed about
boss.
the university,
Girl,
and that was why loss of accreditation was hard to understand.
please.
The real university is not a material object. It is not a group of buildings that can be defended by
Headphones.
police.
Huh?
He explained that when a college lost its
Anytime Chicky comes
accreditation,
on.
nobody came and shut down the school.
Wait,
Well,
what
then
is
There were
she
no
doing?
legal
said
penalties,
we're
no
being mean
fines,
to
no
her
jail
and stuff like
sentences.
that.
Dude, it's so loud.
Classes did not stop. Everything went on just as before.
What's your address, Chicky?
Students
I'll
got
send
the
you
same
a
education they would if the
set of
school didn't
dollars
lose
for
its
it.
accreditation. All that would happen, Phaedrus said, would simply be an official
Anyway,
recognition of
back
a
to the brass
condition that
tacks.
already existed. It would be similar to excommunication. What
Well,
would
that's how you
happen
get fresh air.
is that the real
Breathe in
university,
particulate.
which no legislature can dictate to, and which can never be
understand what I'm
identified
saying,
by
though?
any location of bricks
It's
or
coming
boards
through
or glass,
aerosols.
would simply declare
They're
that this
doing it.
place was no longer holy
They
ground.
have to always say
The
how they're
real
doing
university would vanish from it, and all that would be left was the bricks and the books and the material manifestation.
You're
It must have been a
mad.
strange
He's
concept
bad.
to all of the students, and I can imagine him waiting for a long
Hey,
time
shit,
for it to
niggas,
sink
what's up,
in.
girl? I want to fuck you in the butt.
And perhaps then waiting for the question,
Oh, damn.
What do you
how
think the
doing,
real
baby?
university
Where you
is?
been? I miss your ass.
His notes, in response to this question, state the following. The real university, he said, has no specific
Listen, ready to
location.
let...
It owns no
What?
property,
I wanna
it
fuck
pays
the
no
clothes
salaries,
out of
and
you.
receives no material dues.
Oh, word.
I hear
The
you.
real university is a state of mind. It is
Are you
that
that
great
desperate?
heritage of
got
rational
turned down
thought
by all
that
the
has been
little
brought
girls?
down to us through the
it's
centuries,
big, though. I
and
like
which does
big
not
fat
exist at
women.
any specific
I like women
location.
that look aged.
I'm not
It's a state
fat.
of mind which
know
is
you're not, but I
regenerated
like
throughout
big
the
fat women
centuries
that are
by a
basic,
body of people
right?
who
But the
traditionally
thing is,
carry the
I
title
like-
of
Basic.
professor.
I like age.
But
Oh,
even
no
that
cute.
title
I like
is not
age
part of
women
the
that look
real
like Stephanie's
university.
mom.
The real university is nothing less than the continuing
I got a
body of
little
reason
passion.
itself. In addition to this state of mind, reason, there's a legal entity
take what I can
which
get,
is
you know, I'm not a
unfortunately
beggar.
called by the same name,
Yeah.
but which is quite another thing.
And the thing is about you,
This is a
I know you like
non-profit
female,
corporation,
not the mean bitch.
a branch of the
Everybody.
state with a specific address.
Kareem.
It owns property, is capable of paying salaries, of receiving money, and of responding to legislative pressures in the process.
I'm not nasty.
But this second
She sent me
university,
someone's number.
the
that's
legal
been, like,
corporation,
harassing her.
cannot
No.
We
teach,
gotta-
does not generate new knowledge or evaluate ideas. It is not the real university at all. It is just a church building, the setting, the location at which conditions have been made favorable for the real church to exist. Confusion continually occurs
just
in
a
people who
hot
fail to see this
fucking mess.
difference, he said, and think that control of the church
Whatever.
buildings implies control of the
Who,
church.
Corinne? Or
They see professors as employees of the second university who should abandon reason when told to and take orders with no backtalk, the same way employees do in other corporations.
People our age.
They see the second university, but fail to see the first.
She's done.
I remember reading this for the first time and remarking about the analytic craftsmanship displayed.
Shrinky's go bean.
He avoided splitting the university into fields or departments and dealing with the results of that analysis. He also avoided the traditional split into students, faculty, and administration. When you split it either of those ways, you get a lot of dull stuff that doesn't really tell you much you can't get out of the official school bulletin. But Phaedrus split it between the church and the location. And once this cleavage is made, the same rather dull and imponderable institution seen in the bulletin suddenly is seen with a degree of clarity that wasn't previously available. On the basis of this cleavage, he provided explanations for a number of puzzling but normal aspects of university life. After these explanations, he returned to the analogy of the religious church. The citizens who build such a church and pay for it probably have in mind that they're doing this for the community. A good sermon can put the parishioners in a right frame of mind for the coming week. Sunday school will help the children grow up right. The minister who delivers the sermon and directs the Sunday school understands these goals and normally goes along with them, but he also knows that his primary goals are not to serve the community. His primary goal is always to serve God. Normally there's no conflict, but occasionally one creeps in when trustees oppose the minister's sermons and threaten reduction of funds. That happens. A true minister in such situations must act as though he'd never heard the threats. His primary goal isn't to serve the members of the community, but always God. The primary goal of the Church of Reason, Phaedrus said, is always Socrates' old goal of truth, in its ever-changing forms, as it's revealed by the process of rationality. Everything else is subordinate to that. Normally this goal is in no conflict with the location goal of improving the citizenry, but on occasion some conflict arises, as in the case of Socrates himself. It arises when trustees and legislators who've contributed large amounts of time and money to the location take points of view in opposition to the professor's lectures or public statements. They can then lean on the administration by threatening to cut off funds if the professors don't say what they want to hear. That happens too. True churchmen in such situations must act as though they had never heard these threats. Their primary goal never is to serve the community ahead of everything else. Their primary goal is to serve, through reason, the goal of truth. That was what he meant by the Church of Reason. There was no question but that it was a concept that was deeply felt by him. He was regarded as something of a troublemaker, but was never censored for it in any proportion to the amount of trouble he made. What saved him from the wrath of everyone around him was partly an unwillingness to give any support to the enemies of the college, but also partly a begrudging understanding that all of his troublemaking was ultimately motivated by a mandate they were never free from themselves. The mandate to speak the rational truth.
Live without power.
The lecture notes explain almost all of why he acted the way he did, but leave one thing unexplained,
Don't go solar
his fanatic
because we
intensity.
don't always have sunlight.
One can believe in
They're
the
trying to
truth
push that
and in the
too.
process of reason to discover it, and in resistance to state legislatures,
What's bad about solar?
but why burn oneself out day after day over it?
Always trying to push solar.
The psychological
Never-
explanations that have been made to me seem
100% of the
inadequate.
time.
Stage
You
fright
go
can't
just
sustain that kind of
push
effort
forward.
month after month. Neither does another explanation sound right, that he was trying to redeem himself for his earlier failure. There is no evidence anywhere
That's
that
a
he ever thought
guarantee.
of his expulsion from the university as a failure,
On that one.
just
I
an
tried it.
enigma. The explanation I've
Tried
come
that.
to arises from the discrepancy between his lack of faith in scientific reason in the laboratory and his
Depending on
fanatic
your,
faith expressed in the Church of
location.
Reason lecture. I was thinking about the
Before
discrepancy
you
one
try
day,
it, dude.
and it suddenly came to me that it wasn't a discrepancy at all. His lack of faith in reason was why he was so fanatically
Art.
dedicated to it.
What doesn't work about it? I'm confused.
You are never dedicated to something you have complete
Very
confidence in.
interesting, right?
No one is fanatically shouting
No, don't
that the
have-
sun is going to rise
don't-
tomorrow.
I'm lost.
Don't
What
They
depend on
doesn't
know
anything
it's
until
going to
you
rise
have to.
tomorrow. When people are fanatically dedicated to political or religious faiths, or any other kind of dogmas or goals, it's because these dogmas or goals are in doubt.
I keep missing. Oh shit! Look at these.
The militancy of the Jesuits he somewhat resembled is a case in point. Historically, their zeal stems not from the strength of the Catholic Church, but from its weakness in the face of the Reformation. It was Phaedrus's lack of faith in reason that made him such a fanatic teacher.
Now I'm planting.
That makes more sense. And it makes a lot of sense out of the things that followed.
Dude,
that's probably why
Holy
he felt
shit.
such a deep kinship with so many failing students in the back rows of his classrooms. The contemptuous looks on their faces reflected the same feelings he had toward the whole rational intellectual process. The only difference was that they were contemptuous because they didn't understand it. He was contemptuous because he did. Because they didn't understand it, they had no solution but to fail, and for the rest of their lives remember the experience with bitterness. He, on the other hand, felt fanatically obliged to do something about it. That was why his Church of Reason lecture was so carefully prepared. He was telling them, you have to have faith in reason, because there isn't anything else. But it was a faith he didn't have himself. It must always be remembered that this was the 1950s, not the 1970s. There were rumblings from the beatniks and early hippies at this time about
another crackhead on the internet
and the square intellectualism that supported it. But hardly anyone guessed how deeply the whole edifice would be brought into doubt. So here was Phaedrus, fanatically defending an institution, the Church of Reason, that no one certainly in Bozeman, Montana, had any cause to doubt.
Another cracker.
A pre-Reformation Loyola.
Are you
A
announcing
militant
yourself,
reassuring everyone the sun would rise tomorrow when no one was worried. They just wondered about him.
Let's talk about
But now, with the most tumultuous decade of the century between him and ourselves, a decade in which reason has been assailed and assaulted beyond the wildest beliefs of the 50s, I think that in this Chautauqua, based on his discoveries, we can understand a little better what he was talking about. A solution for it all. If only that were true. So much of it's lost, there's no way of knowing.
We're good.
Yep, I know what's going on.
Maybe that's why I feel like an archaeologist, and have such a tension about it. I have only these fragments of memory and pieces of things people tell me, and I keep wondering as we get closer if some tombs are better left shut. Chris, sitting behind you, suddenly comes to mind, and I wonder how much he knows,
Did you enjoy your time
how much
out?
he remembers.
No,
We reach an intersection where the road from the park joins the main east-west highway. Stop and turn onto it. From here, we go over a low pass and into Bozeman itself.
To me, bitch.
The road goes up now, heading west.
Oh God!
And suddenly, I'm looking forward to what's ahead.
In and out, right? All I heard was
Chapter 14.
No, you need to shut your fat mouth.
I think if
We
you
ride
mute yourself,
down out of the
it might
pass
sound
onto
better.
a small
No, I
green
think you need to
plain.
mute yourself.
To the immediate south, we can see the pine-forested mountains that
No?
still have last
Really?
winter's snow on the peaks.
I'm gonna mute myself.
In all
and
other
you'll keep
directions
talking.
appear lower mountains,
And you're
more in
gonna
the distance.
Hey, no, Pop, I
But
thought
just
you
as
were,
clear
I
and
thought you were
sharp.
cool, and now you're turning
This
on me. You
picture
know what?
postcard
Fuck you.
scenery vaguely fits memory, but not definitely.
I've not turned, dude.
This
you don't
interstate
remember
freeway
the other
we are
night.
on must not have existed then.
You fucked with me. You
The
fucked
statement,
with,
to travel is better than to
You fucked
arrive,
with
comes
two other
back to mind
chicks
again and stays.
that had your fucking back.
We have been
And now all of
traveling,
a sudden
and now we
you're
will
running
arrive.
game.
For
So
me, a
what's
period
up?
of depression
I
comes
don't
on when I
have to
reach a
listen to
temporary
you.
goal like this,
Did you need?
and
Did
have
you
to
need to get
reorient
over
myself toward another one.
I
Do you
don't
need to
have
like have
to
a
In a
good
day or two,
cry?
John and Sylvia must
Don't
go
know.
back,
What are you
and Chris
talking
and I
about?
must decide what
Shut
we want
the
to do
fuck up.
next. Everything has to be
Dude, you're
reorganized.
fucking weird, bro.
The main street of the town seems vaguely
Your kids are
familiar,
fucking retarded.
but there's a
La,
feeling of
la,
being
la,
a tourist
la,
now.
la, 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 la.
And I see
Probably
the shop
from you.
signs are for me, the
La,
tourist,
la, la.
not
I
for
can't
people who
hear
live here.
you. I can't
This
hear
isn't
you.
really a
La,
small
La,
town.
la, la,
People
la,
are
la.
moving too fast
I
and too
can't hear
independently of one
you.
another.
Man, but
It's one of
how-
these population
you're in and
50 to
out.
30,000
Can't even
towns
understand
that isn't
what
exactly a
What are you
town,
like
not
running on
exactly
a
a city,
fucking DSL or something?
not exactly anything, really. We eat lunch in a glass and chrome restaurant that brings no recall at all.
Oh God.
It looks as though it's been built since he lived
Seriously,
here,
my dude.
and shows the same lack of
Sorry.
self-identity seen on the main
My
street.
bad. But,
I go to a
seriously,
phone
bro?
book and look for Robert DeWeese's number, but don't find it. I dial the operator, but she's
You're
never heard
fucking
of the
hot,
party
my friend.
and can't tell me the number. I don't believe
Tap
it.
tap tap tap.
Were they just in his
Someone's
imagination?
tapping.
Her statement produces a panicky feeling that lasts for a moment, but then I remember their answer to my letter, telling them we were coming, and calm down.
Marinate for a sec.
Imaginary
Right,
people
it's
don't
fine.
use the mails.
I'm just fucking with
John
you, bro.
suggests I try to call the art department
He's
or
crying.
some friends.
I can hear
I
it.
smoke for a while and drink
I hear the
coffee,
tears.
and when I'm relaxed again, I do this and learn how to get there. It's not the technology that's scary. It's what it does to the relations between people, like callers and operators, that's scary.
You want me to calm down?
From the town to the mountains across the valley floor must be less than 10 miles, and we cross that distance now on dirt roads through rich green high alfalfa, ready for cutting,
So you also
so
gotta
thick it
be
looks
so
difficult
mean
to
to
walk
everyone.
through.
It's not like being mean.
The fields sweep
Me?
outward and slightly upward
not
to the
being
base
mean.
of the mountains,
I'm just getting
where a much
started.
darker
She'd be
green of the
mean
pines
to
rises
everyone
suddenly
else
up.
Besides, you
Dude,
know.
she was
That will
mean to
be where the
all the
Deweeses
girls,
live.
even fucking Gucci's.
Where the
too.
light green and the dark green
I
meet.
am not even
She's been
talking
The
to
wind
you.
is
I'm
full
not
of
in
light
my
green,
business.
new-mown
I'm not
hay
even
smells
talking
and
to you, and you're
livestock
rambling
smells.
on and on and on.
At one
I'm
point,
not
we
even
pass through a
talking to you.
cold
You don't
bank
even
of
know
air
what
where
I'm
the
feeling.
smell
You
changes
don't
to
know what
pine.
I'm thinking right now.
But then are back in
Stop
the warmth
talking to
again.
me. Stop
Sunlight
talking
and
to me.
meadows
Stop
and the
talking
close
to me.
looming mountain.
Chicky, this is
Just
a
as
good
we get
time
to
to
the
shut
pines,
the fuck
the
up,
gravel
because
in
we
the road
weren't even
becomes
I
talking,
very
don't
deep.
bro.
know you. I
We slow
don't know
down
you,
to
shit.
first
Go so
gear
mind
and
your
10 miles an
business.
hour, and I keep both feet off the pegs
you're
to
an
kick the cycle
asshole.
upright again, if it should mush into the gravel and start to
Plain
go
and
down.
simple. Dude, a lot of
We
people
round a
gave a
corner
shit
and
about
suddenly
you.
enter the pines in a very steep V canyon in the
After
mountain.
Ron
I
left,
was
And
meaning
there,
come
right
here
beside the road, is a
everybody.
about
large
you.
gray
I did
house
not
with an
come
enormous
here.
I already
abstract
see how
iron
this is
sculpture
going.
attached to one
You're
side.
I did not
blaming
come in here.
everybody on
Sitting in a
You
Ron
need
chair,
to mind
leaving.
your
back against the house,
business.
Get your
Mind
surrounded
your
by
fucking
company,
shit.
business.
is the living image of Deweese himself with a
Dude,
can of
I
beer in his
always
hand, which waves
minded
to
my
us,
business until you
right out of
showed
the
up
old
and started
photographs.
talking about Ron.
I'm so busy keeping the machine up, I can't take my
What
hands
do you
off the
mean
grips,
mind our
and
business?
I wave a leg back instead.
All of a sudden, Ron's
The
gone and
living
you're
image of
pissed
Deweese
off and you're
himself
picking on us.
grins as we pull
But
up.
now we need to mind our own business.
You found it,
No,
he says.
you need to mind your
Ron's
Relaxed
business.
gone.
smile.
Now
You
you're
happy
blaming
eyes.
everybody
You
else for
It's been a long
need to
time,
Ron
mind
he
your
said.
business. You're not
I
the
feel happy
boss.
too.
You are
A
not
little
the
Ron's
strange
boss.
at suddenly
dick
seeing
right
the image
now.
move and talk. We dismount and take
No.
off our
You
riding
good?
gear, and I see that the open porch deck he and his guests are on is unfinished and unweathered. Deweese looks down from where it is only a few feet above the
Dude.
road on our side, but the V of the canyon
I have
slants
nothing
so
to say to
steeply
you.
that on the
Nothing.
far side, the ground descends 15 feet below
So
the deck.
angry and
The
so
stream
mean
itself
at
appears
all
I
another
the
have
50 feet
people
nothing to
down and
that
away
say
from the
to
made
house,
you.
among
Shut
trees and
up.
deep grass, where a
Up.
horse, partially
Now
hidden
you
by the
shut the
trees,
fuck up,
grazes
ho.
without looking up.
No, you
Now
can
we have to
fight
look
it in
high to see
all
the
the
sky.
girls in here.
Surrounding
Ron's
us is the
gone
dark
and now
green
it's
forest
all
we
our
watched as
fault.
we approached.
To get your shit
This
together,
is just
bro.
beautiful, Sylvia says.
Really.
The living
We need
image
to
of
figure
Deweese
that out.
smiles down at her.
So
Thank
who's
you, he
next?
says.
If
I'm glad you
Ron's
like it.
gone, who are you gonna fucking jump on
His
next?
tone is all here and
I
now,
thought Ryan
completely
got
relaxed.
because I talked to him yesterday in text.
I realize
So it's
that
really none of
although
your
this is
business.
the authentic
Who I
image
Yeah,
of
you
talked
already
to.
got
himself,
another
You're
dude.
not my,
it's
You-
also
you're
a
not my
brand new
mother.
person
You
who's been
already
renewing
got
himself
another dude you're
continually.
talking
You're
to,
not,
right?
you're
And I'm
not
going
my
to have to get to know
mother.
him
God
all
Hello?
bless
over
that
again.
You're
fool.
not my mother. Hello?
Dude,
Shut
you're
the
We
fuck
step up
up.
onto the
mess.
deck.
You're not my mother.
Between the
mess,
floorboards, it has spaces like a grate.
Yeah.
I can
Oh
see
my
the ground
God, the
through
next
them.
victim in line.
With a, well, I'm not quite sure how to do this
Say
tone and
prayers for
smile,
the next
Deweese
one
makes
in line.
introductions all around, but they're in one ear and
I
out
don't
the
have to
other.
listen to you, Ron.
I can never remember names.
I gotta meet you.
His guests are an
meet
art
you,
instructor
man.
from the school who has horn-rimmed glasses,
You're
and his
annoying as
wife
fuck.
who smiles self-consciously.
Kinda happy
They must be
fucking
new.
place, bro.
We talk for a while,
What are your kids
Deweese
saying
mainly
about
explaining to them who I am, and then,
ones too, right?
from where the deck disappears around the corner of the house, suddenly
That's
comes
insane.
Jenny
There,
Deweese
thank
I don't even
God. I
with a
muted
tray of
her.
beer
bring
cans.
kids up.
Shit.
She is a painter too,
You-
and,
yeah,
I'm
no,
suddenly
because
aware,
I know what I'm
a
talking.
quick
Dude, shut
comprehender,
the fuck
and already there's a shared smile over the artistic economy of grabbing a
shit
can
out,
of
bro.
beer instead
You're
of her
getting way
hand,
too clingy.
while
and
she
shit.
says, "Some neighbors just came over with a mess of trout for dinner. I'm so pleased."
God damn. I say
try
a
to think
prayer
of
for
something
you every
appropriate
night.
to say,
by
but
the way.
just
I hope
nod.
it's working.
We sit down, I in the sunlight, where it's difficult to distinguish details of the other side of the deck in the shade.
I'm just
Deweese
saying,
looks at me,
man.
seems about to comment on my
Dude, I
appearance,
told you
which is
from the
undoubtedly much
get-go,
different
I
from what
love
he
you,
remembers,
and I hope
but
things
something
go
deflects
well.
this,
Don't
and he turns
fucking
to John
turn on
instead
that
and
give a
asks
shit.
about the trip. John explains that it's been just great, something he and Sylvia
Yeah, I
have needed for
care.
years.
I really do care.
Sylvia seconds this. Just
But
to
you're
be out
just
in the
there.
open in
Quiet
all this
now. What are we
space, she
doing?
says. Lots of space in Montana, Deweese says,
It's
a little
whatever you
wistfully.
want, man.
Hey, what's
He
up?
and John and the art instructor become involved in get-acquainted talk about differences between Montana and Minnesota.
Do it, dude.
The horse grazes peacefully below us,
invested
and
way
just
too much
beyond
time
it,
in
the
your
water
life.
sparkles in the creek. The talk has shifted to Deweese's land here in the canyon,
Wow.
how long Deweese has lived here, and what art instruction
You're
at the college is
exhausting.
like. John has a
anyone
real
ever
gift
said
for
that.
casual conversation like this
I'd be
that I've
on a
never had,
Discord
so I
site
just
for
listen.
pathetic.
He's
After a
so
while, the heat from the sun is so
You're
great, I take off
exhausting,
my sweater and
Chicky.
open my shirt. Also, to stop
Are
squinting,
you
I
talking
bring
about
out some
now?
sunglasses and put them on.
Will that
That's
help
better.
you?
But it blanks out the shade
What
so
the fuck
completely
is
I can
wrong?
hardly see faces at all, and leaves me feeling sort of visually detached from everything,
Didn't
but
he
the sun and
leave?
the sunlit
That's
slopes of the
argue.
canyon.
I refuse.
I think to myself about unpacking,
She can
but
talk all
decide
she
not to
wants.
mention it. They know we're staying, but just
I just
intuitively
muted
allow
her,
first
so-
things to
Right, and
happen
then-
first.
Not gonna argue.
First we relax, then we unpack.
Awesome. Great
What's the hurry?
for you.
The beer and sun begin to toast my head like a marshmallow.
But,
Very nice.
God damn.
I don't know how much later I hear
Any
some
way to
comments
run
about
someone
the
out
movie
of a
star here
fucking-
come from John,
What is
and
it?
I realize he is talking about me and my sunglasses.
Dude, you have that.
I look over the tops of them into the shade and make
Oh
out
my
that
God.
Deweese and
Cigarette
John and
and
the art
donut.
instructor are smiling at me.
I
They
can
must
argue
want me in the
on
conversation.
Discord.
Going
Something
crazy.
about problems on the
Say
trip.
on here, really.
Right.
They want to know what happens if something goes bad mechanically,
Dude, I got
John says.
plans.
I relate the whole
Iceberg
story of the
ladies.
time Chris and I were in the rainstorm and the
Yeah,
engine
by the
quit,
way, we just talked
which
to
is a
one
good
yesterday,
story,
so
but
just let me
somewhat
know.
pointless, I realize as I'm telling it, as an answer to
Probably
his
just to
question.
calm
I could be
down
friends with
The
when-
whoever
final
I
line
want
about
to. I don't
being
need
out of
some
gas
female on the
brings the
internet telling me who I
unexpected
cannot
groan.
be friends with.
And I even told him to look,
Right,
Chris
telling
says.
yourself that.
Both Deweese and Jenny comment
Right, I
on
need
Chris's
dirt.
size. He becomes self-conscious and glows a little.
Chicky,
They
you
ask
got
about
dirt?
his mother and his brother,
Oh,
and we both answer
she's
these
a
questions
crackhead,
as best we
by the
can.
way.
The heat of the sun finally becomes too much for me, and I shift my chair into the shade. The marshmallow feeling leaves in the sudden chill, and after a few minutes, I have to button
Yeah,
up.
I'm here enjoying my night.
Jenny notices and
Watching
says,
TV, listening to music,
as soon
and
as the
she
sun
wants
goes
to
over the
start.
ridge up there,
I'm
it
not
gets
dealing
really
with
cold.
that bullshit anymore, and I
The
refuse.
distance between the
So,
sun and the ridge is narrow. I judge
She-
that
she
although
go
it's
back
only the
to
middle of the afternoon,
the other server that she
less than
belongs
half
to,
an
and
hour of direct
stir her
sun
little
remains.
drama up, 'cause I'm not dealing
John
with it
asks
anymore.
about the mountains in the winter, and he and Deweese and the art instructor talk about this and about snowshoeing in the mountains.
I'm
I
allowed
could
to talk
just
to
sit
whoever
here
I want to.
forever. Sylvia and Jenny and the art
whoever else is
instructor's
in
wife
this
talk
chat.
about the house,
She cannot
and
tell
soon
me
Jenny
who I
invites them
cannot talk to.
inside.
I don't know who she thinks she is.
My thoughts drift to the statement about Chris growing so
You go,
fast,
girl.
and suddenly the feeling of the tomb comes on. I've heard only indirectly of the time Chris
Hey,
lived
guess
here,
what? It's
and
snowing
yet
in
to them it seems that he's hardly been gone. We live in entirely
spring,
different
Fuck,
time
it's
structures.
summertime. That's crazy.
Yeah,
The conversation shifts on to what is current in art and music and theater, and I'm surprised at how well John keeps up his end of the
And there's
conversation.
turkeys outside.
I'm not basically interested in what's new in these areas,
yeah,
and he
shit
probably
and giggles
knows it,
started
and
with
for that
me
reason never talks
every
about it
day,
to me.
on Discord.
Just the reverse of the motorcycle
getting tired
maintenance
of it, really.
situation.
I can't hear you. Keep.
I wonder
muted
if I
like
look as
you.
glassy-eyed now as he does when I talk about rods and
Oh, no.
pistons.
Every time I talk to somebody,
it's
she
no.
But what
starts.
he and Deweese really have in common is Chris and me.
My
and a
own
funny
mother don't tell
stickiness
me
is
who I
developing
cannot
here,
talk to.
ever
Let
since
alone
the
this
movie star
female on
comment.
Discord could tell me who I
John's
cannot talk to.
good-natured sarcasm
That's
toward his old
pretty
drinking and
pathetic.
cycling companion is chilling Deweese slightly,
What the fuck?
causing resultant respectful tones toward
Really?
me from
Oh,
Deweese.
now you have a banter on
These
it,
seem to
girl.
increase
Look at
John's
you.
sarcasm in a self-stoking way, and they both sense this, and so they kind of veer away from me
Like us
onto
here,
some
Mr.
subject of agreement,
You're
Crackhead
then
talking
come back
bullshit now
again.
on all the females?
but this stickiness
Crazy
develops, and they
Yeah.
veer away again onto another agreeable subject.
I'm
Anyway,
muted, so-
John says, this character here told us we were in for a letdown when we came here, and we still haven't gotten over this letdown. I
I figured you
laughed.
guys would be friends.
I hadn't wanted to
knew
build
it
him up to
now.
it.
Like,
Deweese smiles
ain't
too.
gonna work.
That's insane.
But then John turns to me and says,
This
geez,
is
you
gonna
must have
keep
been
on,
really
keep on
crazy.
doing her
I mean,
little
really
drama
nuts
game
to leave
whenever
this
she's
place. I don't care what the college is
Stay
like.
relevant.
Just like the
I see
chat,
Deweese
just like the
look at him
chat
shocked.
server did.
Then angry.
Keep.
Chaplain
Deweese
server's
looks at
dead.
me, and I wave it off.
I don't even think it's
Some
running
kind of
Oh,
impasse
anymore.
has
Chaplain.
developed,
Wait, aren't you
but I don't
muted?
know how to get around it.
You,
It's a beautiful place, I say
How do you know
weakly.
And
about
their
Chaplain
server,
server?
chaplain
Deweese
server,
says defensively,
server's got to get nuked
If you were here
soon,
for a
so-
while, you'd see another side to it.
Well,
The
You're still
instructor nods in
following
agreement.
Kaplan's, even though you're
The impasse now
like-
produces its silence.
or some shit.
It's an impossible one to reconcile.
That's fun.
What John said wasn't
Carry on with
unkind.
that.
He's kinder than anyone.
Damn.
What he knows and I know, but Deweese doesn't know, is that the person
Yeah.
they're both referring to
I'm just
isn't
not
much
dealing
these
with
days.
toxic people on
Just
the
another
Discord
middle-class,
in my life.
middle-aged
I'm not
person
doing
getting
Oh
it.
yeah.
Worried mainly about Chris, but
They
beyond
think
that,
they know more
nothing
than you.
special. But what
Yeah,
Deweese
that's
and I
what's up.
know,
That's what happened.
and the Sutherlands don't know, is that there was someone,
you
a
didn't get
person who
you
lived
didn't
here
get muted
once,
from
who was
there.
creatively on fire with a
You
set
just
of
tapped
ideas
out, yeah?
no one had ever heard of before.
Smart fucker.
But then something unexplained and wrong happened, and Deweese doesn't know
It's
how
mainly the
or
females.
why.
The females
And neither
are
do
the
I.
ones who start the BS.
The reason for the impasse, the bad feeling, is that Deweese thinks
I
that
usually
person
get
is
along
here
with the
now,
guys on here.
and there's no way I can tell him otherwise.
We have
Hey.
guys
For a
here.
brief moment,
Chicky, you
way
wanna
up at
talk
the
to
top of the
Ron?
ridge, the sun diffuses through
Sitting
the
next to
trees,
me right now.
and a halation of the light comes down to us.
Nope.
The
Fine,
halo
he said no.
expands, capturing everything in a sudden flash.
He's like, nope,
and
I
suddenly
don't
it
want to deal
catches
with that
me,
bitch
too.
again.
He saw too much, I say, still thinking about the
I'm down
impasse. But Deweese looks puzzled, and John doesn't register at all, and I realize the non
I'm just
sequitur too
tired of
late.
coming on here and I
In
have
the
to
distance, a
sit here
single
and
bird
defend
cries
myself.
plaintively.
I shouldn't have to defend
Now suddenly
myself.
the sun has
I have
gone
a right
behind the
to be on
mountain.
Discord and I have a right
Dude,
to have
Canyon
fun.
is in
start
dull
And if they
shadow.
don't like it, they can go somewhere else.
To myself, I think how uncalled for
Dude,
that
you
was.
start shit that
You
you
don't
wish
make
you
statements
couldn't.
like that. You leave the hospital with
Oh,
the
hey,
understanding that you don't.
Welcome back.
Jenny appears with Sylvia and suggests we unpack. We agree, and she shows us to our rooms.
That's what I have to say
I see
about
that my bed has
so.
a heavy quilt on it against
I'm
the
not
cold
going
of
to
the
ask you
night.
now.
Beautiful room.
It's snowing out and we have
In
ducks
3
in
trips
the
to the
pond.
cycle and back, I have everything
This is a bad.
transferred. Then I go to Chris's room to see what needs to be unpacked, but he's cheerful and being grown-up and doesn't need help. I look at him.
What's up?
How do you
How you
like
doing?
it
You
here?
got attention.
He says,
What's going
Fine.
on, homie?
but it isn't anything like the way you told about it
I
last
don't
night.
like to be friends with people
When?
who sit there and boss me on
Just
Discord.
before we went to
It's not
sleep,
cool.
in the cabin. I don't know what he's referring to.
Hey, whatever, dude.
He adds, you said it was lonely here.
I don't know if I said this before,
Why
but
would I
you
say
need to
that?
calm the fuck down.
I don't know.
Tell you.
My question frustrates him,
Just saying.
so I leave it. He must have been dreaming. When we come down to the living room, I can smell the aroma from the frying trout in the kitchen.
Bravo, welcome back.
At one end of the room, Deweese is bent over the fireplace,
Dude, we
holding a
have
match to
ducks,
some newspaper
and it's
under the
snowing.
kindling. We watch him for a while.
What is
We
that?
use this fireplace all summer
It's
long,
fucking
he
snowing
says.
out right now.
I reply, I'm surprised it's this cold.
Look
Chris
at
says
that.
he's cold too. I send him back up for his sweater, and mine as well. It's the evening wind, Deweese says. It sweeps down the canyon
And
from
there's
up high,
stuff to
where
it.
it's really
Oh,
cold.
That's the worst part.
The fire flares
You have to be,
suddenly,
like, super
and then
careful
dies,
not
and
to,
then
like,
flares
rip it
again
apart
from an uneven draft.
from
It
the
must be
napkin,
windy, I
right?
think, and look through the huge windows
I
that line
heard
one wall of the living
coffee
room.
filters work better.
Across the canyon in the
won't.
dusk, I see the sharp movement of the trees. But that's right, Deweese says. You know how cold it is up
Insane,
there.
right?
You used to spend all your time
microgreens.
up there.
Dude, you can grow anything
It
inside
brings
of
back
a
memories,
fucking
I say.
bag. This is insane.
A single
can't
fragment
wait
comes
to
to
see
mind
what
now of night winds all around a campfire, smaller than this one before us now, sheltered in the
Tell the
rock
tale.
against the high wind because there are no trees. Next to the fire are cooking gear and backpacks to help give wind shelter, and a canteen filled with
I
water
should show
gathered from the
this
melting
video.
snow.
Yes,
The water
like
had to
how
be
do
collected
it.
early because above the timberline, the snow stops melting when the
Like
sun
how,
goes
like,
down.
Step by step.
Deweese says,
That'd be pretty cool.
You've changed a lot. He is looking at me
stick to the
searchingly.
net.
His expression seems to ask
Careful.
whether this
If
is a
you, like,
forbidden topic
germinate
or not,
shit,
and he
you gotta
gathers from
pick
looking
it
at me that
slowly
it
off
is.
the napkin
He adds,
without killing it.
I guess we all have. I reply, I'm not the same person at all. And this seems to put him a little more at ease. Were he aware of the literal
Germination.
truth of that, he'd
Dude,
be a
I
lot
never
less at
knew.
ease.
What up?
A lot has happened, I
Pumps,
say,
you know what I'm talking
and some
about, yeah?
things have come up that have made it
Yeah,
important to try to
germination.
untangle them a little,
Oh, hey,
in
Linda.
my
you do
own mind
that?
at least. and that's partly why I'm here.
Hey,
If I'm about to
He
grow
looks at
something,
me,
yeah.
expecting something more,
Dude, if
but the
you
art
put 'em in a
instructor and his wife
napkin
appear by the fireside, and we
Yeah,
drop
take a
it.
paper
They
towel, just
germinate.
wet it, and
The wind
just
sounds like there'll be a
fold it
storm
in
tonight.
inside,
Yeah, but
or
you know the
something.
worst part of it?
I don't think so,
Grows
Louise
into
says.
the paper towel. So
Chris returns
someone
with the
actually
sweaters and
mentioned
asks if there are any ghosts
really
up in the
good
Well,
kitchen.
idea.
if you're growing into the paper towel,
Louise looks at him with
you let
amusement.
it go too long. Like,
No,
you should have
but
planted.
there are
No,
wolves, he
use
says. Chris thinks about this and asks,
coffee filters.
what do they do?
They won't grow
Louise
into
says,
it.
they make
Just grow
trouble for the
on it.
ranchers. He frowns.
So I'll try that next year.
They kill the
Yeah,
young
coffee
calves and
filters?
lambs.
Yeah, coffee filters.
Do they chase people?
I thought that was interesting.
I've never heard of it, Louise says.
So
And then,
I'm planting
seeing that
them
this
now.
disappoints Chris,
Do it.
adds, but they
No,
could.
cool. I've done
At dinner, the
dude,
brook trout is accompanied
microgreens,
by glasses of Bay County Chablis. We sit
tomato
separately in
tomatoes
chairs and
aren't
sofas around the living room.
growing.
One entire side of this room has the windows, which would overlook the
Strawberries are pretty
canyon,
You can't,
except that now it's dark outside,
Strawberries.
and the glass reflects the light
Yeah,
from the
they're pretty easy to
fireplace.
and corn, you can't.
The glow of the fire is matched by an
Goes
inner glow from
directly
the wine and
into the
fish,
ground.
and we don't say much
Or
except
spoil.
murmurs of appreciation.
That I've learned.
Sylvia murmurs to John to notice the
Dude,
large pots and
these
vases
things, they
around the room.
grow.
I
Go
was
into
noticing
the
those, John
napkin.
says.
Kind of
Fantastic.
yank them out. without
Those were
breaking
made by
them.
Peter Volkas, Sylvia
But
says.
Someone mentioned
that
coffee
right?
filters are better.
He was a student of Mr.
Not so
DeWeese.
porous.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
I
I
thought
almost
it
kicked
was
one of those
Well,
over.
I'll try that next year.
DeWeese laughs.
It's a test.
Later, John mumbles something a few times,
Just me
looks up and
learning,
announces, This does it. This
And
just does
giving
the
you
whole
guys a
thing
heads
for
up
us.
on how to do it.
Now we can go back for another
I should
8
be
years on
filming this.
2649
Really do.
Colfax
I think I should
Avenue.
be filming it.
Sylvia says
It's
mournfully,
like a process.
Let's not talk
No?
about that. John looks at me for a moment. I suppose anybody with friends who can provide an evening like this
learning.
can't be all
Time-lapse
bad.
video or something.
Yeah.
He nods gravely.
Well, the guy that I learned it
I'm going to
from
have to take
does
back
that.
all those things I thought about you.
People
All
that
of
do it.
them? I ask. Some, anyway.
But, I mean,
Luis and
from
the
where
instructor
I
smile,
live,
and some of the impasse goes away.
Luis in like Arizona,
After dinner, Jack and Willa Barsness arrive.
California.
More living images.
Why don't I show this?
Jack is
in
recorded in the tomb
Massachusetts?
fragments as a good person who writes and
Weather is
teaches
different
English at the
here.
college.
It fluctuates.
Their arrival is followed by that of a sculptor
And
from
then
northern
life
Montana who
versus
herds sheep for his
outdoors.
income.
You know what I mean?
I gather from the way Deweese introduces him that I'm not
Yeah.
supposed to have met him
Well, the
before.
growing seasons are different.
Deweese
depending on,
says
like,
he
what
is
part of
trying
the
to
country
persuade
you're
the
in.
sculptor to join the faculty, and I
Indeed.
say, I'll
They're
try to
always
talk him out of it.
Watermelons are really easy
And
to
sit
grow.
down next
like
to him.
watermelons.
But conversation is very sticky
Indeed.
because the sculptor is extremely serious and
I
suspicious,
always,
Pumpkins.
evidently because
pretty-
I'm not an artist.
every grow date,
He acts like I'm a detective trying to get something on him,
only
and
because
it isn't until he discovers
in
I do a lot of
Massachusetts,
welding
everything's
that I
weird.
become okay.
And they have,
Motorcycle
like,
maintenance opens
fluctuations.
strange doors. He says he welds for some of the same reasons I do.
We'll see.
After
is-
you pick up
this is
skill,
just a
welding
project
gives a
for me,
tremendous feeling
you
of
know?
power and control over the metal. You can do anything.
So I have all my.
He brings out
dreams.
some photographs of things he has welded,
If
and
it
these
works,
show
I'll be
beautiful
happy.
birds and animals with flowing metal surface textures that are not like anything
And
else.
then there's Chicky.
Later, I move over and talk with Jack and Willa.
What's up, man?
Jack is leaving to head an English department down in Boise, Idaho. His attitudes toward the department here seem guarded, but negative.
Nothing.
They
Why
would be
should you
negative,
so
of
upset
course,
with you, Chip?
or he wouldn't be leaving.
I think Ron and me had.
I seem to remember now he was a fiction writer mainly, who taught English, rather than a systematic scholar who taught
I
English.
mean, so what if you did?
There
I
was a
mean, it's
continuing
really
split in the
hurt
department
us
along
to-
these lines,
I don't
which in
yeah.
part gave rise
know,
to,
bro.
or at least accelerated the growth
I don't
of,
even know
Phaedrus's
what
wild set of ideas which no one else had ever heard of.
Okay.
And Jack was supportive of Phaedrus because,
I'm
although
growing
he wasn't
like
sure he knew what Phaedrus was talking about,
Figured out.
he saw it was something a fiction writer could work with better than linguistic analysis,
Tilapia farm.
It's an old split,
Tilapia,
like the one
yeah.
between art and art
Isn't
history.
it? You only
One
need
does
one
it, and the other
tank,
talks
right?
about how it's done, and the talk about how it's done never seems to match how one does it.
Dude, it's amazing, right?
Deweese brings
grow,
over
like,
some instructions for
kelp
assembly of an
or some
outdoor
kinda, like,
barbecue rotisserie,
aquatic
which he
plant
wants me to
too.
evaluate as a professional technical writer.
So it's like a full.
He
like,
spent a whole
full
afternoon
circle.
trying to get the
So
thing
cool.
together, and he wants to see these instructions totally
You'd
damned.
be a hero if you
But
learned
as
that
I
shit.
read them, they look like ordinary instructions to me,
You'd be a
Bing
fucking-
bong,
and I'm
bing
at a
bong,
loss to
bing
find
bong,
anything
bing
wrong
bong.
with them. I don't
Hey,
want to say
what's
this,
up?
of course. so I hunt hard for something to pick on.
You eat poop, you're a nigger.
You
eat
can't
poop,
really
nigger,
tell
die,
whether
nigger.
a set of instructions are all right until you check them against the device or
I
procedure
really
they
don't have
describe.
nothing to say to Pump.
But I see a page separation that prevents reading without flipping back and forth between the text and illustration. Always a poor practice.
Oh, yeah. She has
I jump
nothing
on
to
this very
do.
hard, and Deweese encourages every jump. Chris takes the
She's
instructions to see what I
repeating
mean.
after what I say.
But while I'm
Damn.
jumping on this and
Whatever,
describing
bro.
some of the agonies of misinterpretation that
fuck
bad
down,
cross-referencing can produce, I've a feeling
I said I
that
have
this
nothing
isn't
to
why
say to Pump.
Deweese found them so hard to understand.
God damn.
It's just the lack of smoothness
He wants
and
to throw me under the
continuity
bus
which
like
throw
that,
him
fine.
off. He's unable to comprehend things when they appear in the ugly,
one-
chopped-up, grotesque
No one
sentence
even said
style
anything
common
to
to
you.
I feel
engineering
like I'm
and technical
actually-
writing.
I don't
Science
even know
works
if
with
I-
chunks and bits and pieces of things, with
I
the
thought we were
continuity
cool,
presumed.
Pump.
I'm
And Deweese
speaking
works
into
only
the
with the
void.
continuities of things,
That's what
I
with the
thought
chunks
we
and
were
bits and
cool, Pump.
pieces presumed.
Every time you talk,
What he really
I feel
wants
like
me to
I'm
damn
Chicky, no one
is
said
the lack
anything
of
to you.
artistic
You're tripping
continuity,
out. Like,
One
no one said
listener.
something an
anything about you or
engineer
Chicky.
couldn't
Oh,
care
I'm
less
tripping
about.
out now. Okay.
It hangs up, really, on the classic
Yeah.
romantic split.
Okay, but for
Like
her,
everything
Pump.
else
Did,
Just
did I say
fine.
anything to Chicky or about you?
But Chris, meanwhile, takes the instructions
Now
and
you're
folds them
agreeing
around
with
in a
shit
way
to
I
giggles.
hadn't
I'm
thought
Hey,
of,
we're
tripping.
not
Okay.
talking about
so
you.
that the illustration sits there,
Go-
right
go
next
lay
to the
down.
text.
Go lay
I
down.
double take this, then
Are you
triple
talking to
take
your
it,
dog or are you talking to
and feel like a movie
Don't-
cartoon character who has just walked beyond the edge of a cliff, but hasn't fallen yet because he hasn't realized
Right,
his
Pop.
predicament. I nod, and there's silence, and then I realize my predicament, then a long laughter, as I pound Chris on the top of the head all the way down to the bottom of the canyon. When the laughter subsides, I
You got
say,
something else to say?
well, anyway, but the
Yeah.
laughter
I'm
starts
gonna
all
ignore
over
Pop.
again.
She don't want no smoke.
What I wanted to
Yep,
say,
I'm gonna
I
ignore
finally
Pop.
get,
I feel like
So,
I'm wasting
is that
my
I have a set
time.
of instructions at home
Every
which
time
opens
I
up
talk
great
to Chicky, I
realms
feel like I'm
for the
wasting,
improvement of
like,
technical writing.
fucking
They
cells
begin,
and shit.
assembly of Japanese bicycle requires
I'm
great peace of
ignoring you,
mind.
Pop. So keep talking now.
This produces more laughter, but Sylvia and Jenny and the sculptor give sharp looks of recognition.
No, we were actually on a point.
That's a good instruction,
I
the
asked you
sculptor
a
says.
question, Pop. Are
Jenny
we cool
nods
or not?
too. That's kind
You're
of
being
why
a
I
bitch
saved
for, like,
it,
no-
I say. At first I laughed
I didn't say
because
anything
of
about
memories
you,
of
and
bicycles
you're
I'd put
tripping out
together,
for
and
it.
of course, the unintended slur on Japanese manufacture.
Stop taking
But there's
the
a lot of
crackhead
wisdom in
side.
that statement.
I'm not taking
John looks at
sides.
me
I'm just
apprehensively.
talking to.
I look at him with equal apprehension.
Chicky,
But yeah, the
you
We both
make me
crackhead.
laugh.
want to take shots.
He says, the professor
crackhead
will now
on the internet.
expound.
You like talking to
I'm gonna
crackheads,
take
Peace
Pop?
of mind isn't at all superficial, really, I expound. It's the whole thing. That which produces it
Didn't
is
work.
good maintenance.
You're still here.
That which disturbs it is poor maintenance.
Dude,
What we
But
call
Pop likes
workability of the
crackheads.
machine is just an
Fuck.
objectification of this peace of mind.
Crackheads are awesome.
The ultimate test's always your own serenity. If you don't have this when you start and maintain it while you're working,
right.
you're likely to build your personal problems
Chicky, you
right
got
into the
something
machine
valuable
itself.
to say? What's up?
They just look at me, thinking
I
about
was
this.
listening now. You have
It's
the
an
floor.
unconventional concept, I say, but conventional reason bears
What
it
do you
out.
got?
The material object of observation,
What's up?
the bicycle or rotisserie, can't be right or wrong. Molecules are molecules. They don't have any ethical codes to follow
I'm
except
getting
those
sick
people
of
give
this
them.
bitch.
The test of the
Pretty much
machine
just
is in
done
the
with it.
satisfaction it gives you.
Anyway.
There isn't any other test. If the machine
What are you-
produces
Phil, what are you
tranquility, it's
doing?
right. If it disturbs you, it's wrong until either the machine or your mind is changed.
You're so weird, bro.
The test of the
Well, it
machine's
comes
always
back
your
on
own
block.
mind.
I get it.
There isn't any other test.
Hey, Ron? Did you
Deweese
just say
asks,
Ron?
what if the machine is
Where's
wrong?
Ron?
And I feel peaceful
I
about
want
it.
to talk to Ron.
Laughter.
Wake up. Oh, no.
I
he said
reply,
no.
That's self-contradictory.
Sleeping in my bed.
If you really don't care, you aren't going to know it's wrong.
That's okay.
The thought'll never occur to you. The act of pronouncing it wrong's a form of caring. I add,
Dude, you're being fucking
what's more
Chicky,
common is that
listen,
you feel
you have
unpeaceful
background
even if it's
music
right.
or, like, noise
And I think
shit.
that's the actual case
That's
here.
why you keep getting muted.
In this case, if you're worried, it isn't right. That means it isn't checked out thoroughly enough. In any industrial situation, a machine that isn't checked out is a down machine and can't be used, even
Listen,
though it
Mama
may
Bean.
work perfectly.
You know you keep getting muted.
You worry
because you
about
have
the
background
rotisserie
shit
is the
going
same
on, right?
thing. You haven't completed
Mute
the
when you're
ultimate
not
requirement of
talking.
achieving peace of mind because you feel these instructions were too
people are being-
complicated and you may not have understood them
Sis.
correctly.
You're being
Deweese
muted
asks,
because you have background
well,
shit.
how would you change them so I would get
Just
this peace
giving
of
you a heads
mind?
up. Like we hear
That
like
will require a lot more study than
coughing
I've just
and
given them
taking a
now.
dump, all that kind of shit.
The whole thing goes very deep. These rotisserie instructions begin and end exclusively with the
You're
machine.
still doing it.
But the kind of approach I'm thinking about doesn't cut it off so narrowly. What's really angering about instructions of this sort is that they imply there's only one way to put this rotisserie together, their way. And that
Chicky,
presumption
listen.
wipes out all the creativity.
For everything you're
Actually,
doing.
there are hundreds of ways to put the
That's
rotisserie
why
together.
you're getting muted.
And when they make you
Shut up.
follow just one way without showing you the overall problem,
Don't.
the instructions become hard to follow in such a way as not to make mistakes. You lose feeling for the work. And not only that, it's very unlikely that they've told you the best way. But they're from the
I'm not here
factory,
for your games.
John says.
It's 4 a.m. in the morning.
I'm from the factory, too,
We
I
hear your
say.
thunder thighs
And I
slapping
know
together.
how instructions like this are put together. You go out on the assembly line with a tape recorder,
crap, boy,
and the
you
foreman
tell her
sends
to
you to
shut
talk
up.
to the guy he needs least. The biggest goof-off he's got, and whatever he tells you,
hear this,
Right.
right?
that's the
But
instruction.
you'll tell me to shut up, right?
The
Rob?
next guy
listening
might have
to
told
me?
you something completely different
didn't
and
tell you to
probably
shut up,
better,
though.
but he's too busy.
Huh?
They
Oh,
all
wait,
look
she
surprised.
muted
You guys
me.
can both talk.
I might have
Hold on.
known, Dewey says.
Muted me.
It's the
So she can't-
format, I say.
Tell her that
No
we
writer
can
can
hear
buck it.
everything she's doing.
Technology presumes
why you
there's
keep
just
muting
one
me,
right way to
yeah?
do things, and there never is.
What the fuck?
And when you presume there's just
And
one
she
right way to
thinks
do
it's, like,
things,
racial
of
or
course
whatever.
the instructions begin and end exclusively
No.
with the rotisserie.
Here, right?
But if you have to choose
We
among
hear
an infinite
everything
number
she's
of ways to put
doing,
it
like,
together, then the relation of the
she's not
machine to you,
intentionally
and the relation of the machine and you to the rest of the world,
Yeah, she
has
muted
to be
me.
considered. Because the selection from among many
Oh, you-
choices, the art
Oh,
of the
really?
work,
I don't think
How
she
can I
hears
tell
me.
is just as dependent upon
How
your
can I
own
tell her?
mind and spirit as it is upon the material of the machine.
Yeah, I don't know
That's
which
why
chick
you
he
need
was
the peace
tripping
of
about.
mind.
Like, literally, like, nothing.
Bruh, I feel like
Actually,
I came in the
this
wrong
idea
time.
isn't
I
so
was like, oh
strange,
shit,
I
something's
continue.
going down.
No,
Sometime
she
look
was
at a
just tripping
novice
out, 'cause, like, I
workman
didn't
or a
even say
bad
anything about
workman
her
and
to
compare
her,
his
and she's
expression
like,
with that of a
I don't
craftsman
know,
whose
sir.
work you
Bruh,
know
I've
is
seen it
excellent.
since the
Chicky's going off
morning.
on
And you'll see the
everybody.
difference.
Since
The craftsman
Chicky
isn't ever
lost
following a
Ron,
single line of
it's
instruction.
everyone else's
He's
fault.
making decisions
Chicky
as he
never
goes
had
along.
Ron, though. That's the
What,
For that
Indeed.
reason,
is
he'll be
dating going
absorbed
on?
and attentive to
But
what he's doing,
apparently
even
no,
though
I
he doesn't
did.
she's
deliberately
obsessed with this,
contrive
like,
this.
other
Yeah, I
guy that's,
did.
like,
His
married.
motions and the machine are in a kind
Yeah,
of harmony.
he's married too.
He isn't following any
I
set
never-
of written
I don't even
instructions
run away.
because the
Look.
nature of the material at hand determines his thoughts and
Whatever, dude.
motions,
I don't care.
which simultaneously change the nature of the material at hand.
Ron did dig
The
me,
material and
but
his
we never
thoughts are
got
changing
into like
together in a
place
progression
where
of changes
like we were like
until his
evading
mind's at
things.
rest at the same time the material's right.
And every time they got into
Sounds
a
like
fight,
art.
he
was
would bring
married.
my
Ron was
name
married.
up. He would
Well,
bring my
it
name
is
up.
art, I say.
And he goes,
This
"Where are you
divorce of art from
And so
technology
he
is
started
completely
hating
unnatural.
me.
It's
over
just that
something
it's gone
he
on
said.
so long, you have to be an archaeologist
heard
to
it.
find out where the two
It's
separated.
It's crazy.
Rotisserie assembly
it
is
was
actually a
not ever a
long-lost
thing with
branch
me
of
and Ron.
sculpture,
Honestly,
so
I will
divorced
give you
from its
that.
roots by
Straight up.
centuries of intellectual wrong
I do
turns that
research,
just to
that's
associate
it.
the two sounds
Give you
ludicrous.
guys like.
They're not sure whether I'm
indulge.
kidding or not.
And then all of a sudden she.
You
thinks,
mean, Deweese asks,
Number one,
that
me
when I was putting this rotisserie
was the
together,
reason
I was
for her
actually
and Ron.
sculpting it? Sure.
So,
I think the
He
big
goes over
reason
this
is
in his
Ron is
mind,
married and
smiling
didn't
more and
wanna, like,
more.
deal with.
I wish I'd known
Dude, if
that,
he'll do it
he
with
says.
her, he'll do it with other people.
Laughter follows.
That I
Chris
don't.
says he doesn't
don't-
understand what
Well,
I'm
The
saying.
thing is, too, like, there's a fake.
That's all
Ron
right, Chris,
that's
Jack
out there,
Barsness says.
and
We don't either.
she keeps.
More laughter.
Yeah.
I think I'll just
Really?
stay with
There's
ordinary
another one?
sculpture,
Yeah.
the sculptor says.
There's a
Fall
fake.
into that shit.
I think I'll
It's-
just stick
it's-
to painting,
Dude,
Deweese
it's
says.
all fucking online shit.
I think I'll stick to drumming, John says.
I don't
Chris
fall
asks,
for it.
What are you going to stick
You.
to? My guns, boy.
People don't
My
get
guns,
that.
I tell him. That's the code of the
Shit.
West.
I fucking get it.
They all laugh hard at
That's
this,
why I can't.
and my speechifying seems forgiven.
I gave Chicky
When
a
you've got
lot
a
of my
chautauqua
time
in your
too.
head,
Just
it's
like
extremely
Gucci
hard not
said,
to inflict it on innocent people.
talk hours.
The conversation breaks
for
up
her.
into groups, and I spend the rest of the
Hours.
party talking to Jack and Willa about developments
and
in the
tried to
English
convince
department.
her of how bullshit.
After the party is over,
all
and the
this is.
Sutherlands and Chris have gone to
But
bed,
yet, Ron
Deweese
disappears and
recalls my
we're
lecture,
all the
however.
culprits.
he says seriously,
I have no
That's
time for
nice.
that.
what you said about the rotisserie
No time.
instructions was interesting.
Thank you.
Jenny adds, also
Did Ron
seriously,
really disappear?
And I explained,
sounds like you had been
it
thinking
to her
about it for a
exactly
long
how it's going to
time.
happen. She's going to
I've been
hate
thinking about
everybody.
concepts that
And
underlie
that's
it for 20
exactly
years,
what she's doing.
I say.
She's hating on everybody
Beyond
that
the chair
gives a
in front
shit.
of me, sparks fly up the chimney, drawn by the wind outside, now stronger than before.
You're right. Yeah, she's
I
actually
add,
She hates
almost
on
to myself,
everybody.
yeah, going off
She
on
does
her.
not
you look
trust
at where you're going and where
anybody.
you are, and it never makes sense. But then you look back at
Not
where
one.
you've been, and a pattern
And
seems to
I
emerge.
even told
And
her
if you
that
project forward from that
you're
pattern,
gonna end up
then
not
sometimes
trusting
you can come up with
anybody.
something. All that talk about
Exactly
technology
what
and
she
art
said.
is part of a pattern that seems
Not
to have
one-
emerged from my own life.
Excuse me, not one single
It
person.
represents a transcendence from something I think a lot of others may be trying to transcend.
Ultra.
What's that?
That's what they do.
Well, it isn't
This
just art and
is
technology.
not an accident.
It's a kind of a non-coalescence between reason and feeling.
Hey.
I bet she'll be back.
Separation. It's separation of power, guys.
Zen and the Art of
And
Motorcycle
look where
Maintenance
we are.
by Robert
We're
M.
on Discord.
Pirsig,
You know what that means?
continued. Cassette
Discord.
5, Side 1.
Look up the meaning of Discord.
It's a kind of a non-coalescence
Separation of
between reason and
People
feeling.
that
What's wrong with technology is
Look
that
up
it's not
what the
connected in
meaning
any
of
real
Discord
way
means.
with matters of the spirit and of the
There's
heart.
an actual meaning.
And so it does blind,
Yeah.
ugly
Oh, what
things
the
quite
hell?
by
actual
accident
meaning of Discord.
and gets
Really?
hated for
You'll
that.
find it.
Up.
People haven't paid much attention to this
designed
before
to
because the big concern has
separate
been
us,
with food,
to
clothing, and
fight.
shelter for everyone.
Disagreeing between
Go
And
in,
technology
go
has
into any
provided
Discord.
these.
It starts off
But now where
really
these are assured,
innocent.
the ugliness is being noticed
Fighting.
more and more, and
Discorded.
people are
I
asking if we
feel
must
you.
always suffer spiritually and aesthetically in order to satisfy material
What a
needs.
name for a social
Lately,
media app.
it's become
Yeah, there's
almost a
many
national
Things
things.
crisis.
together.
Anti-pollution drives,
like the irony of it or
anti-technological
something?
communes and
Why
styles
she
of
went to
life,
sleep?
and all that. Both
Discord,
Deweese
there's-
and Jenny have understood all this for so long,
all of
there's
it
no need
is
for comment.
designed to
So I add,
separate.
what's emerging from the
Like
pattern
the
of my own
COVID
life
virus,
is the
right?
belief
So
that
we're
the
supposed
crisis
to
is
stay
being caused by the
separated
inadequacy of
and don't
existing thought
breathe or
to cope with the situation.
Social distancing.
they're
It
getting
can't be
us
solved
at
by
all
rational
avenues.
means
They're
because the
making sure
rationality
we're
itself
separate.
is the source of the problem.
Discord should
The only
be
ones who are
a
solving it are solving
concord.
it at a personal level by
Come
abandoning
together
square rationality altogether and going by feelings alone. Like John and Sylvia here,
No, he named it Discord.
and millions
so
of
we
others like
fight.
them. And that seems like a wrong direction
There's
too.
nothing online that brings
So I guess
us
what I'm trying to
together
say
as
is that the
people,
solution
no?
to the problem isn't that you abandon rationality, but that you expand the nature of rationality
A lot of
so that it's capable of
there's
coming
a
up
lot
with a
of channels
solution.
that are talking about shit that's going on.
I guess I don't know what you mean,
banned.
Jenny says.
Because we came too
Well,
close together.
it's quite a bootstrap operation.
You guys aren't figuring
It's
it
analogous to the kind of hang-up Sir Isaac Newton had when he wanted
No,
to solve
Discord is
problems of
perfect.
instantaneous rates
They-
of
they-
change.
they want us to fight.
It was
They want us
unreasonable in
to,
his
like,
time to think of
combat
anything
each other
changing
and,
within a
like,
zero
fight
amount of
and,
time.
like, not,
Yet it's almost
you know,
necessary
agree on
mathematically
shit.
to work with other zero
that's
quantities,
for a reason.
such
like,
as points in space and time that no one thought were unreasonable at all,
it's so
continuous
discorded,
change,
and we will fucking
and see if we
bring
can find
you
ways
in.
of determining
Big
what it
time.
is in various applications.
You guys
The
gotta
result
figure
of this
shit out.
presumption is the branch of mathematics
That's
known
the
as the
research
calculus,
that I do.
which every engineer uses today. Newton invented a new form of reason.
Oh, God.
He expanded
Find out
reason
all
to
the
handle
differences
infinitesimal
and
changes,
how dumb we are.
and I think what is needed now is a similar
rude
expansion of
to each
reason
other.
to handle technological ugliness.
Show
The trouble is that the
certain
expansion has
things
to be
that
made
you've
at the
done in the
roots,
past.
not at the branches, and that's what makes it hard to
It-
see. We're living
my
in
goodness.
topsy-turvy times, and I think that what causes the topsy-turvy feeling
Discord.
is
Look up
inadequacy
the-
of
look
old
up the
forms of
meaning
thought to deal with new experiences.
That'll fuck your brain
I've heard
up.
it said that the only real learning results from hang-ups,
It's
where
all
instead of expanding the
by
branches of what you already know,
design.
you have to stop and drift laterally for a
Oh my
while
goodness.
until you come across something that allows you to expand the roots of what you already know.
Each other. Keep showing
Everyone's
the, like,
familiar
the
with
negative
that.
side of each
I think
other.
the same thing occurs with whole civilizations
How about you
when
start showing like
expansion's needed
cool
at the roots.
stuff and
You look back at the last 3,000 years, and with hindsight, you think you see neat patterns and chains of cause and effect that have made things the way
everyone's
they are.
always gonna look for the
But if you go
negative.
back to original sources, the literature of any particular era, you find that these causes were never apparent at the time they were supposed to be operating. During
Right.
periods of root
That's
expansion,
why I
things
think
have
Ron
always
was
looked as
CIA.
confused and topsy-turvy and purposeless
Wait,
as they
Randy,
do
are you
now.
saying something?
The whole Renaissance is supposed to have resulted from the topsy-turvy
Yeah,
feeling
what were you
caused by
speaking?
Columbus's
Speak
discovery of a
another
new world.
language.
It just shook
Okay.
people up.
You said
The
something I couldn't
topsy-turviness of that
understand.
time
I
is
know
recorded
your mic
everywhere.
is off.
There was nothing in the flat Earth views of the Old and New Testaments that predicted it. Yet people couldn't deny it. The only way they could assimilate it was to abandon the entire medieval outlook
Dude, I got
and
banned
enter
on
into
my
a new
channel.
expansion of reason.
What the fuck?
Columbus
Hold
has
on.
become such a schoolbook stereotype, it's almost impossible to imagine him as a living human being anymore. But if you really try to hold back your present knowledge about the consequences of his trip and project
Dude,
yourself
they
into his
fucking
situation,
banned some of my
then
shit.
sometimes you can begin to see that our present
Dude.
moon exploration must be like a tea party compared to what he went through.
It's a good
Moon
one.
exploration
Dude,
doesn't
all
involve
the
real
stuff
root
that I was-
expansions of thought.
What the fuck?
We've no reason to
James
doubt that
Munder.
existing forms of thought are adequate to
Listen,
handle
James
it.
Munder.
It's really just a branch extension of what Columbus did. A really new exploration, one that would look to us today the way the world looked to Columbus, would have to be in an entirely new direction. Like what? Like
Wonder
into
if-
realms
Right.
beyond reason. I think
Dude.
present-day reason is an analog of the
If you
flat
go on my
Earth of
channel,
the
you'll
medieval
see
period.
like all the things that are banned.
If you go too far beyond it, you're presumed to fall off into insanity. And people are very much afraid of that.
Facing them.
I think this fear of
Everything that I
insanity
talk-
is comparable to the fear people once had of falling off the edge of the world,
So everything that I talk
or the fear
about,
of heretics.
put a topic
There's a
on
very
it, right?
close analog there.
Dude, they
But what's
ban so
happening
much
is
of
that
my
each
shit.
year, our old flat Earth
That's
of
awesome.
conventional
That
reason
means I'm on point.
becomes less and less adequate
And
to
they
handle the
hate it.
experiences we have, and this is
hate it.
creating widespread feelings of topsy-turviness.
I'm
As a
not
result,
erasing
we're getting more and
anything
more
that's been
people in
banned.
irrational
At this
areas
point,
of thought,
I'm not
occultism,
erasing anything they've
mysticism,
banned.
drug
There's a
changes,
topic
and the
on
like,
every-
because they feel the
what do you call
inadequacy of classical reason to
every
handle what they
topic
know
that
are
I-
real
I-
experiences.
dude, oh my god. See?
I'm not sure what you mean by
Dude, they're-
classical reason.
I gotta-
Analytic reason, dialectic reason,
What videos did they?
reason which at the university
all the
is sometimes
ones that
considered
are
to be
truth
the
videos.
whole of understanding. You've never
let's see.
had to understand it, really. It's always been
Dr.
completely
Rashad
bankrupt with
Buttar,
regard to
please.
abstract art.
And then,
Non-representative
Dr.,
art is one of the root experiences I'm talking about.
Malkovich.
Some people still
Those are
condemn
the
it
ones
because it doesn't
that are
make
being-
sense.
Dude, they're talking about.
But what's really wrong is not the art,
disease
but the
going
sense.
around right now.
The classical reason, which can't grasp it.
Buttar. I keep saying
People
the
keep
name.
looking for branch extensions of reason that will cover
Buttar.
art's more recent occurrences,
What's the reason though?
but
for
the answers
ban?
aren't
Like, what-
in the branches.
Because they don't
They're
want
at the
people
roots.
to know that it's a fucking hoax.
A rush
Right,
of
but I'm
wind
saying
comes
they have
furiously
to
now,
give you like
down
a
from the
reason
mountaintop.
in the email or whatever.
The ancient Greeks,
There's no,
I say,
no.
who were the inventors of classical
it's
reason,
a-
knew better than to use it exclusively to foretell the
look it up.
future.
Dude,
They listened to the wind and predicted
you
the future
do
from that.
anything.
That sounds insane now. But why
Look
should the
up,
inventors of reason sound insane?
Tar and
Deweese squints.
Malkovich.
How could they tell the future from the wind?
They
I don't know.
they did research.
Maybe the same way a painter can tell the future of his painting by staring at the canvas. Our whole system of knowledge stems from their results.
Both worked with.
We've yet to understand the methods that produce these
oh God,
results.
the short dude.
I think for a while, then say, when I was last here, did I talk much about the
God,
Church
what's
of
his
Reason?
name?
Yes, you talked a lot about that. Did I ever talk about an individual named Phaedrus? No.
Falsy
Who was
Flaggy,
he?
I call him.
Jenny asks. He was an ancient
Flaggy.
Greek,
I call him.
a rhetorician, a composition
It's bullshit.
major of his time.
He funded.
He was one of those present when reason was being invented.
Did.
You never talked about that, I don't think.
Yeah.
That must have come later. The rhetoricians
Funded
of
the
ancient Greece
Wuhan
were the
virus.
first teachers in the history of the Western
He
world.
funded it.
Plato vilified
The
them in
money.
all his works to grind an axe of his
To do
own.
research on that.
And since what we know about them is almost
I don't know
entirely
what-
from Plato, they're
No,
unique
look it
in
up.
that they've stood condemned
Dude.
throughout history without
All
ever
the-
having their side
dude,
of the story told.
If you don't look that up,
The
you
Church
won't
of Reason
know
that
better.
I talked about was founded on their
Falsy
graves.
Funded.
It's supported today by their graves. And when you dig deep into its foundations, you come across ghosts. I look at my watch. It's after 2.
Who are you
It's a long story, I say.
talking to?
You should write all this down, Jenny says.
Daniel.
I nod
But
in
who's
agreement.
You talking to?
I'm thinking about a series of lecture essays, a sort of Chautauqua. I've been trying to work them out in my mind as we rode out here,
Dude, whatever.
which is probably why I sound so
That's
primed on all this
Daniel.
stuff. It's all so huge and difficult, like trying to travel through these mountains on
Dude,
foot.
look up Dr.
The trouble is that essays always have to sound like God
16,
talking for
17.
eternity.
And
that
then
isn't the way it ever
agenda-
is.
Oh, God. God.
People should see that it's never anything other than just one person
shit, hold
talking
on a
from one
minute.
place in
Oh,
time
we
and
got-
space and
Oh
circumstance.
no, it was just like
It's never been anything else,
swear.
ever.
Event
But you can't get that
one,
across in an
which is
essay.
a
Talking about
agenda
how she
You
got
should do it
banned
anyway, Jenny says,
on
without trying to get it perfect.
YouTube. I don't know.
I
what she got
suppose,
banned on.
I say. Deweese
Yeah,
asks,
they're, I guess, deleting her videos.
does this tie in with what you were doing on quality?
Like, were you actually
Then
It's the
201.
direct result of it, I say.
or is it?
I remember something and look at
I
Agenda.
think
Deweese.
it's videos that she's added.
Didn't
to
you
her
advise me to
playlist,
drop
and they
it?
probably deleted them.
I said no one had ever succeeded in doing
Okay.
what you
Like
were
that.
trying to do.
Corona?
You get,
That could
Do you
be
think it's
it. If
possible?
you mentioned the word, it gets
I don't
banned.
know.
I know
Who
people aren't
knows?
getting like
His expression is really
what's
concerned.
that? They don't
A
get
lot
any
of
money
people
if
are
they
listening better
mention,
these days,
coronavirus.
particularly the kids.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
They're
Demonetized,
really
monetized, yeah.
listening.
So that could
And
be
not
it.
just
Like
at
just getting
you,
rid of your
to
videos
you.
instead.
To you.
Remember though, YouTube took a
It
hard
makes all
line
the difference.
a year ago on, but it
The wind coming down from the
Agenda.
snowfields up
Oh,
above
dude, I can
sounds for a
actually
long
find
time
that.
throughout the house.
but like,
It grows
so
loud and
basically-
high as if in hope of sweeping the whole house,
conversation,
all of us,
then,
away into nothing,
like,
leaving the canyon as it once was. But the house stands, and the wind dies away
Yeah, I
again,
know.
defeated. Then it comes back,
guys, come
fainting
on.
a light blow from
You
the
guys
far
gotta
side,
do some
then suddenly a
research,
heavy
man.
gust from our side.
research on what?
I keep
then-
listening to the
There
wind.
you go.
I say.
Research has to be done outside of YouTube.
I
though.
add.
You can't
Yeah.
just go, like watch.
I
YouTube
think
videos.
No, I
when the
got
Sutherlands
you.
have left, Chris and I
can
should
share.
do some climbing up to where that wind
But wait, are
starts.
you on the 5?
I think it's time you got a better look at that land.
Was it-
What?
You can start from right here, Dewey says, and head back up the canyon. There's no road for
You're on
75
the 5G.
miles.
Rhino train.
Then this is where we'll start, I say.
Was Chris
Upstairs,
cutting off
I'm glad to
a
see the
lot?
bed's
Yeah,
heavy
Chris, you're
quilt
kinda
again.
cutting it.
Okay,
It's become
one
quite
second,
cold now, and it'll be
oh,
needed.
well, it's my fucking
I undress quickly and get way
One
down
sec.
deep under the quilt, where it
Okay.
is warm, very warm,
Forensic.
and think for a long time about
Yeah,
snowfields
shit's
and
on the
winds
5G.
and Christopher Columbus.
Wait, is it 5G now? I didn't even know it was out. I thought it
Chapter
was
15.
bullshit.
Alright,
For
For
guys.
2 days,
she-
John and
she thinks
Sylvia and
we're-
Chris and
I don't
I
know, I don't know.
loaf and talk and ride up to an old
Thank
mining
you.
town and back. And then it's time for John and
Thank you.
Sylvia to
Watch
turn back
this,
home.
guys.
We ride into Bozeman from the canyon now, together for the last time. Up ahead, Sylvia's turned
Watch
around for
all
the third
that.
time, evidently to
There's
see if we're
like
all right.
5 clips of it.
She's been very quiet the last 2 days.
This is one.
I glanced from her yesterday, seemed apprehensive, almost frightened.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
fair.
better now, Chris.
She worries too much about Chris and
Okay,
me.
thanks. It's my fucking.
At a bar in
PC,
Bozeman, we
my
have one last round of beer,
headset.
and I discuss
It's
routes
got,
back
like,
with
the
John.
levels are up. It's up on
Then we say
Discord. I don't
perfunctory things
understand
about how
what
good
the
it's all
problem is.
been, and how we'll see
Maybe
each
it's
other
just the
soon.
mic.
And this is suddenly very sad to have to talk like this,
But yeah,
like
back to this.
casual
Are you on window?
acquaintances.
Yeah.
Giggles.
Out in the street again,
That's
Sylvia
too
turns
long.
to me and
Oh,
Chris,
sometimes you have to
pauses,
restart the
and then says,
like the audio driver.
Can you guys
"It'll be
see
all right
that?
with you.
It's like
There's nothing to worry
Giggles,
about."
yeah.
Okay.
Of course,
Can you
I
guys see
say.
that?
Again, the
Yeah.
same frightened glance.
Event
John has the
201.
motorcycle started and waits for her.
I'm not watching that, bro. That's so
I believe
long.
you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
say.
not. I'm gonna
Dude,
get out of
that-
this.
She
and go
turns,
clicking your
gets on,
videos.
and with John, watches
Yeah,
oncoming
it
traffic
seems
for an
that
opportunity to
long.
pull
What the
out.
hell? Bro,
"I'll see you," I say.
Can you give us like a
Explain
She
summary?
looks at us
all that
again,
shit.
It's just like
expressionless this time.
Too long didn't.
John finds his
I love you
opportunity
guys,
and enters into
and
the
I'm
traffic
trying to
lane.
help you.
Then Sylvia
Event
waves, as
201
if in a
is
movie.
definitely something
Chris
you
and I
should
wave
watch.
back. Their motorcycle disappears in the heavy
Not
traffic
fair
of
point.
out-of-state cars,
Just an idea.
which I watch for a long
It's
time.
an idea. Now it's
I look at
happening.
Chris, and he looks at me. He says
Insane.
nothing.
Damn. Are you
Not
like a
trying to scare you.
conspiracy
We
theorist?
spend the morning sitting
You're
at
like
first on a
trying to
park bench
conspiracy
marked
theorist,
Senior
yes.
Citizens Only.
You know what?
Then get food, and at a
How
filling
about
station,
you start
change the
listening
tire
to
and replace the
conspiracy
chain adjuster
theorists?
link.
Yeah?
The link has to be remachined to fit, and
Well,
so
shit,
we
they're
wait
called
and walk for a while,
conspiracies, like,
back
for a
away from the
reason.
main street. We
Conspiracy?
come to a
Yeah,
church and
sure.
sit down on the lawn in front of it. Chris
It's not
lies
like
back
if
on
it
the
was
grass
widely
and covers his
accepted,
eyes
it'd
with
be,
his
like,
jacket.
fact.
You tired?
will be.
I ask him. No.
Will be. It,
Between here and the edge of the
the
mountains to the
conspiracy
north,
theorists aren't
heat
those
waves
the
shimmer the
ones
air.
that are doing
A
research
transparent winged bug
and know better?
sets down from the heat on a stalk of grass
Right.
by Chris's foot. I watch it flex its wings,
The ones
feeling
you wouldn't
lazier every
listen
minute.
to.
I lie back to go to sleep,
We're
but
doing
don't.
research.
Instead, a restless feeling hits. I
to
get
us
up.
until we
Let's walk for a
something
while, I
happened.
say.
right?
Where? Toward the school. All right.
And all of a sudden, people want to, like,
We walk
wonder
under shady
why.
trees on
How
very
did
neat
you-
sidewalks
how did you
past
know
neat
that?
houses. The avenues
Really?
provide many small surprises of recognition.
Did you know that?
Heavy recall.
Why?
He's walked through
Because
these streets many
while
times.
you're at work,
Lectures. He prepared his
Station.
lectures in the
we're looking
peripatetic
into
manner,
things.
using these
We're
streets as his
looking at
academy.
how you work, why you work,
The subject he'd been brought here to teach was rhetoric, writing,
but yet no
the
one
second of the
asks
3
questions.
R's. He was to teach
Do you
some
have
advanced
sources?
courses
Do
in
you have
technical writing
sources like
and
what
some
media
sections of
that are
freshman English.
Conspiracy.
Do you
Total
remember this street?
conspiracy,
I
right?
asked Chris. He
We
looks around
sit
and
here
says,
and we pay attention
"We
all
used
day
to ride
long.
in
We
the car
look
to
at
look
all the
for you."
people walking around and
He points
being
across
weird
the
and
street.
shit, right?
"I remember that house with
why.
the funny roof.
No one ever
Whoever saw you
asks
first
why.
would get a nickel.
Isn't
And
that
then
the
we'd stop and
Okay,
let you in the
why?
back of the
What's
car.
one thing that was a
Why?
conspiracy
And you
that
wouldn't even
ended up
talk
being
to us.
true? What's one conspiracy that ended
I was
up...
thinking hard then.
It's
That's what Mom
absolutely-
said. He was thinking
I said
hard.
name one conspiracy
crushing
that ended up
teaching
being
load
true.
was
That
bad
once a
enough.
conspiracy and then became
But what
like
for him was far
Like
worse
ICAD,
was
but
that
like
he
I'm
understood
sure
in his
you got-
precise analytic
Indeed.
way that the subject he was
Indeed.
teaching was undoubtedly the most unprecise
Right.
She
No,
said
no, he's
that's
unanalytic,
asking,
not
he's
the
asking
answer,
you
amorphous
that's
to.
the answer.
Yeah,
area
he's
in
asking
the
you to.
entire Church of Reason. That's why he was thinking so hard. To a methodical, laboratory-trained mind, rhetoric is just completely hopeless. It's
Like-
like a huge Sargasso sea of stagnated logic. What
Like,
you're supposed
I
to do
know
in
one.
most freshman rhetoric
Like,
courses is
the
to read a little
Epstein thing
essay or
was
short
all over
story,
4chan
discuss how the
boards and
writer
has
has
been
done
for
certain
years,
little
like the
things to
whole
achieve
connection
certain
and
little
stuff like
effects.
that.
You just say,
And then have the students
Wait,
write an
you just
imitated
said
little essay or short
Epstein?
story to see if they can do the
Yeah,
same little
Epstein and
things.
Clinton thing, that was all over 4G.
He tried this
all
over and over
4chan
again,
for fucking
but it never
years.
gelled.
About how he's more
The
than
students
likely a
seldom
Mossad
achieved
asset
anything
with, Ghislaine
as a result
Maxwell.
of this calculated
And
mimicry
they're
that was
more than
remotely
likely
close
to
to the
believe
models
that,
he'd given
Get
them.
your ass
dirt on
here.
all the
More
power
often,
at
their writing got
Powerful
worse.
famous.
This is a man
The
that
It seemed
reason
as
knows.
they
though every
chose-
rule he honestly tried to
Yeah,
discover
yeah.
with them and learn with
Oh, yeah,
them was so full of
if
exception
you
and
look at
contradictions
the
and
reason why you
qualifications and
suspect him, like they tracked
confusions
his finances,
that he wished
there
he'd
was
never
no
come across the rule in the first
modicum
place.
of business talent in
A
this
student
man
would always
prior
ask
to
how
Dude,
the rule would
the age of
apply in a
23.
certain
He just
special
showed up in New
circumstance.
York
I know what you
with
mean.
$1
Phaedrus
billion
would then have the
on his
choice
trust
of
fund,
trying to fake through a
telling
made-up
people he's
explanation of
somewhat,
how it worked,
of a venture
or follow
capitalist,
the
and then
selfless
went from
route
You
there
think?
to
and say
Wait,
what he
do you
really
think he's
thought.
dead? Do you
And what
think
he
he's
really
dead?
thought was that the rule was pasted
here's the
onto the
thing.
writing after the writing was
it's
all
standard
done.
protocol when they
It
expel
was
someone to
post hoc, after the fact,
There's
debrief them
no
instead
and
of
way
prior
go
that
to
through
the
a whole
fact.
operation. Because he
And
would
he
have
became
probably been
convinced
out
that
in the
all the
cold, so
writers
they
the
had to go
students
and
were
get him.
supposed to
That's
mimic
why I don't think
wrote
he's
without
dead. I
rules,
think that
putting down
preparation
whatever
farmer
sounded
that they
right,
put in his
then
body,
going back to
I
see
feel
if it
bad
still
for that
sounded right,
motherfucker.
and changing it
But,
if it didn't.
You know,
Yep.
the preparation
There were
man
some
that
who
they had,
apparently wrote with
sorry, that they
calculating
wheeled out.
premeditation,
by the way.
because that's the way their product looked.
Yeah, but he knows what's
But that seemed to him to be a very
Dude,
poor way to
you know
look.
what's up. He's
It had a
not
certain
dead.
syrup, as Gertrude Stein once said, but it didn't
So,
pour.
Ghislaine
But
Maxwell
how are
is
you
the
to teach
daughter
something
of
that isn't
Israeli
premeditated?
superstar, what's his name?
It
Something
was a
like,
seemingly
with
impossible
an M, like
requirement.
Michael Maxwell or something.
He just
but he's
took the
like
text
famous.
and
It's a-
commented
it's an
on it
alliteration.
in an unpremeditated
He's
way
he's
and
their
hoped the students
superstar.
would
Like
get something from that.
They're Anna.
It wasn't
The Russians
satisfactory.
have Anna Chapman. You know, like they all have these
There it was
Yeah.
up ahead.
famous people. So her
Tension
dad
hits,
was that guy.
the
She
same stomach
went
feeling
into
as we
when
walked
she was
toward it.
younger, and this is fairly common
Do
knowledge.
you remember
so-
that building?
But with Epstein,
where you
it's
used to
believed
teach.
he was recruited out of MIT.
Why are we going
because
here?
That's how they do.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it.
And also, you want to know who else is
Not
part
many
of
people seem to be around.
because they work as
There wouldn't be, of course.
like a not a
Summer
cell
session
but a
is on
unit. You know
now.
what I mean? Like they have
Huge and
they need to
strange
get data and
gables
stuff.
over
So
old dark
also
brown
was an
brick.
editor in the New York Times.
A
He's
beautiful
the same guy
building,
that's
really.
been providing them
The only one
alibis
that
and
really
stuff
seems
like
to
that
belong
for
here.
years, like with
Old stone
photos of
stairway up
them
to the
in the
doors.
background of places
Stairs
and
cut
whatnot.
by wear from
Yeah,
millions
same
of
guy.
footsteps.
Yeah.
They've been finding those
Why are we
photos
going
to be
inside?
authentic. I just
Cuomo,
can't
too.
remember his fucking
Just
name.
don't say anything
You're
now.
talking
I don't
about
know.
Cuomo?
Chris Cuomo.
I open the great heavy
I don't
outside
know
door
who
and
that is.
Cuomo
enter.
and his
Inside are
dad.
more stairs, worn
Dude,
and
they
wooden.
are all in on
They
it.
creak underfoot and smell
You
of
know
100
what, though?
years of sweeping and waxing.
Like I can
So
understand why
Halfway up, I
I can
stop and
understand why
listen.
Epstein
I
would
know
be
what
an
you're
There's no
asset.
saying.
sound
Like
at
the
all.
CIA
I know
and
what
Mossad
you're
would use
saying.
that. I
Chris
get that.
whispers,
What I don't
"Why
understand
are
is
we
this whole thing
here?"
about there's a global global elite.
I just shake
that
my
I
head.
think is bullshit.
I hear a car go by outside.
Bullshit. It's
Chris
total
whispers,
bullshit. Yeah.
I don't like it here.
There is
It's
no
so
massive
in
they.
here.
There is just day-to-day,
Go outside
you know,
then, I
conspiracies,
say.
corruption.
You
and things
come
like
too.
that.
Later. No, now.
It's
yeah,
the new
it's big.
world
He
It's
looks at
forced to
me
the top.
and sees I'm staying.
I think for something
His
that
look
happened
is so
in
frightened
mass,
I'm about to
it'd
change my
be someone
mind,
would
but
blow the whistle
then
on it.
suddenly his expression
Exactly.
breaks,
Yep.
and he turns and
I
runs
mean,
down the
but here's the
stairs
thing:
and out
you
the door
say
before I
that,
can
but
follow
then
him.
remember the Bilderberg beatings,
The big
i.e.,
heavy
what
door
made
closes
Alex
down
Jones
below,
Alex
Bilderberg, yeah.
Jones.
and I'm all alone
Yeah,
here
so
now.
with John,
Dude.
I don't know if you guys know
I
John
listen for some
Ronson, who wrote the
sound.
book The Psychopath
Of
Test,
whom?
also
Of him?
helped discover the
I
Bilderberg
listened for a
group
long
with
time.
Alex Jones. Alex Jones
The
went one
floorboards
way,
have an
he
eerie
went the
creak
It was
as I
other.
move
it
down
was
the
But
from the
prior
corridor.
to
beginning
that,
too.
that
They
was
are
a
accompanied by
conspiracy.
an
That was
eerie
like
thought
nobody thought it
that it
existed.
is
You were
him.
crazy
Oh
for
man.
speaking about it. It's like,
I
oh,
In
all
this
the rich
love
people
place,
get
that.
together
he is the
and
reality,
do drugs
and
and
I
they
am
wear
the ghost.
masks and you're crazy,
This is
man.
On
And
one of
then
the
they
classroom
this
find the
is so
doorknobs,
thing,
I
and
see his
Alex
hand
Jones
rest
is,
for a moment,
oh man.
yeah.
then
This is
slowly
so
turn the
long.
knob, then push the
Yeah.
door
So
open.
Alex Jones, that's what made
The
his
room
brain
inside is
broke
waiting,
off.
exactly
Because
as
imagine
Yeah.
remembered,
everybody telling you you're crazy
as if
about
he
this
were here
conspiracy,
now.
and then you
He
find it.
is
It's
here
real.
now.
Like there are
He is
presidents
aware
and
of
like
everything I see.
CEOs in the woods, in
Everything
mosques, on
jumps
drugs,
forth and
fucking and shit,
vibrates
and
with
deciding the
recall.
fate of the world. It's crazy.
Yep.
But
The long,
Oh my
dark green
god.
chalkboards on either
yeah.
side
So
are
like there's
flaked
stuff
and
like
in need of
that.
repair,
But like
just as they
that's
This
in
were.
is
public.
from
And that was
1971, guys.
Never any chalk except little stubs in
no,
the
I would
trough.
say
This
prior.
is
Is
not
still
Like
new.
here.
I
Beyond
would
the
say
blackboard are the
from the
windows,
first time
and
the
through them are the
Rothschilds
mountains he
helped
watched
spark a
meditatively
international
on days when the
competition.
students
Rothschilds,
were
yes.
It's
writing.
from that time.
Rothschilds.
He would sit by the radiator with a
Like they
stub of
definitely
chalk in
knew
one
what they were
hand
doing
and
because they
stare
would
out the
need a
window at the
safety net
mountains,
for their money if they were doing
interrupted
more loans. They
occasionally
need
by a student
more
who asked,
people,
I
you know, by
agree.
other
"Do we
families,
have to do?"
even
I
those
agree.
from. It's just like
And
because
he
you
would
don't just
turn
give
and
out
answer with
loans
everything he
without
was,
knowing you're gonna,
and there
you
was a
know,
oneness he
get
had
it.
never
It's
known
definitely
before.
not new.
This
Well,
was a
in those
place where
days,
he
now you
was
can because the
received
debt it
as
can be pushed off.
himself.
Yeah,
Not new.
it's
Not as
been
what he
around.
could
It
be
does
or
happen,
should be,
but it's
but
not
as
like some
himself.
massive shadow claw,
A
one
place all
singular
receptive,
organization with a man at
listening.
the top, and you know.
He gave everything to it. This wasn't one room.
This
This was
I
a
just
isn't
don't like
new
thousand
how
though.
the
rooms,
connotation.
changing each
I don't
day
like
with
how
the
the
storms and
connotation for
snows, the
This
conspiracy
patterns
is
theory
the
of
is
clouds
change
in the
of
mountains,
everything right
with each
now.
class, and even with each student.
Whether
What's
we
your
like
take
it
on
or
No 2
China
not.
hours were
becoming a
ever
world
alike,
This is a
power?
and it
change
was
of
always a mystery to
everything.
him what the next one would bring.
What's your take on China becoming a world power?
My sense of time has been lost when I hear a creaking of steps in the hall. It becomes louder, then stops at the entrance to this classroom.
Shit.
The knob turns. The door opens. A woman looks
And
in.
gone.
She has an
No,
aggressive
I'm here.
face, as if she intended to
It's not
catch
very
someone
small.
here.
This is the change
She
of
appears to be in her
everything
late
though.
20s, is not
No,
very
I'm
pretty.
saying, what's your take on China becoming the
I
world
thought I saw
superpower? Do you
someone,
think
she
it's
says.
possible?
I thought... She looks puzzled.
Culprit?
She comes inside the room and
Is that
walks
what you're
toward
saying?
me. She looks at
No,
me more
becoming
closely.
the number one superpower.
Now the aggressive
no,
look
not with
vanishes,
Corona, just
slowly
becoming
changing
the
to
number one
wonder.
superpower in the world.
She looks astonished.
Do you think it's
Oh
possible?
my
Does.
God, she says.
From day one, right?
Is it you?
They don't.
I don't
Only people
recognize
have a
her at all.
misunderstanding of
Nothing.
what those bonds
Dude,
and
they
She
own
trade
calls my
agreements
name,
everything we
and I nod,
have.
yes, it's me.
China
You've come
owned
back.
everything.
I shake
They
my
don't
head.
shoot.
And
Just
how
for
they
these
Yeah,
few
they
pay
do.
for it.
minutes.
This is what people are like. Oh,
She
China
continues to
owns
look
us. These
until it becomes
they
embarrassing.
take out loans.
Now she becomes
from the
aware of
World
this
Bank,
herself
which is
and
you
asks,
guys, you own
"May I sit
you,
down
and
for a
China
moment?"
owns a
All
part
of
of that. But
The
either
timid
way,
way
it
she
doesn't
asks
matter
this
because they
indicates
can
she
only
may have
They've
been a
sell
always
student
been
of his.
treasury notes and bonds and
She
stuff.
sits down on one of the front
thing is,
row
they have
chairs.
those, yes. But
Her
who the fuck
hand,
are they going
which
to
bears
sell
no
them
wedding
to if the
ring,
Western
is
world
trembling.
collapses? What are they going to sell it to Taiwan?
I really
Taiwan
am a
can get
ghost.
fucked. It's a shithole. Are
Now
they
she
going to sell it to
becomes
Africa?
embarrassed
Doubt it.
herself. How long are
Are
you
they going to sell
staying?
it to Europe?
No,
Europe's
I
not
asked
fucking
you that.
buying because if America
I
goes
fill
down,
in.
so are they.
I'm staying with Bob
So
DeWeese for a few days and
China,
then
what
heading
China
west.
essentially has is a
I had some
massive
time to spend
liability
in town and
masquerading
thought
as
I'd
a
see how the
strength.
college looked.
They don't own you
Oh,
in
she
the
says.
way that
I'm glad you did.
you don't
It's
own your
changed.
child.
We've all
Like
changed
you can't sell that
so
fucker,
much since you left.
but you can kind
But
of
you
use
can.
it.
There's another
not
embarrassing
necessarily
pause.
legally.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
We
true.
but
heard
you
you
get
were in
what
the
I mean.
hospital.
Like in
Not true
Yes.
metaphor
about
there.
that.
It's like yes, you have them.
There is
They
more
are in some some capacity yours, but if you sold them, then
She doesn't pursue it
you'd have a
means
lot
she
of trouble
probably
doing
knows
so.
why. She hesitates some more, searches for something to say.
However, though, what China can
This is
do
getting
and
hard
what
to
they have
bear.
been doing is they've been devaluing
Where are you teaching?
the
She finally
yuan,
asks.
the yuan.
I'm not
sorry,
teaching anymore,
in order
I
to
say.
pull
I've
business away
stopped.
from America. And
She looks
if you
incredulous.
intentionally do that, it's like
You've
illegal in the World
stopped?
Trade Organization. But like
She
there's nothing
frowns
the
and looks at
company
me
can do to
again,
stop the
as if to
business now.
verify that
That's
she
the
is
only
really
way they can
talking to the right
fuck you.
person.
And obviously,
You can't do that. Yes, you can.
And
She
then
shakes her head in
social shit,
disbelief.
like Reddit
Not
propaganda
you?
and Twitter.
Yes. Why?
I don't think
That's
they have
all over
as
for
many
me
cards
now.
as people
I'm
think
doing other
there
things.
before. They're just
I
very
keep
good at
wondering who
lying
she
about their
is,
numbers.
and her expression looks equally baffled. But that's just... The sentence drops off. She tries again. You're just being completely...
Oh, wait. You're into conspiracy.
But this sentence
do you think
fails
Corona
too.
happened, or do you think it came
The next
man-made?
word is crazy, but she has caught herself both times.
Yeah.
She
That's
realizes something, bites her lip, and looks mortified.
What?
I'd say something if I could, but there's
Do
no
you think
place to
Corona
start.
was man-made?
I'm about to tell her I don't know her, but she stands up and says, I must go now. I think she sees I don't know her.
I think so.
She goes to the door, says goodbye
I just got a
quickly
robot
and
on, so
perfunctorily,
she's typing, probably.
and as it closes, her footsteps go quickly,
I believe
almost at a run, down the hall. The outer door of the building closes, and the classroom is as silent as before, except for a kind of psychic eddy
What are
current
y'all
she
up
has
to
left
today?
behind. The room is completely modified by it.
Oh,
Now it contains only the backwash of her presence.
Yeah.
just gonna hang
What it
out
was
right
I came
now.
here to see has vanished.
Yeah, okay.
Good, I think, standing up again.
Probably have some yard work to do.
I'm
if
glad
it's,
to have visited this
not-
room, but I don't think I'll ever want to see it again.
It's been
I'd
actually
rather fix
cold.
motorcycles.
Yeah, it's like unseasonable.
And one's
What?
waiting.
It's cold there?
Yeah.
What?
On the way
Yeah,
out,
we're going-
I
Yeah,
open
we're
one
going-
more
Dude,
door
it's
compulsively.
snowing. I'm in
There on the
Nash,
wall,
and
I
it's
see
snowing.
something
Aren't you
which
guys meant
sends
to
a
be in summer now
spine-tingling
up
feeling
there? 'Cause
along
we're
my
going
neck.
into
Is that
winter, so you guys
normal?
should be in
It's a
summer.
We're
painting.
going into winter.
It's
I've had no
not
recollection of it,
snowing,
but now I know
Yeah,
he
so am
bought
I.
it and put it there.
What
And
the
suddenly I
hell?
know
That's
it's
so
not a
weird.
painting, it's a print of a painting he ordered
Yeah,
from New
up by
York,
shits, it's
and which
snowing
Deweese had
hard.
frowned at because it
snowing
was a
right
print,
now. I guess.
and prints are of
I
art
I thought you
and
guys were
not
going
art
into summer. That's
themselves,
crazy, dude.
a distinction he
are.
didn't
It's
recognize
crazy,
at the
yeah.
time.
Then why is it snowing
But the
there?
print,
That's
Feineger's
so
Church of
weird.
Minorites,
No
had an
way
appeal
it's
to him
snowing.
that was irrelevant to the art in that its subject, a kind of Gothic cathedral
It's
created
man,
from
dude.
semi-abstract
know.
lines and planes and colors and shades, seemed to reflect his mind's vision of the Church of Reason, and that was why he'd put it here.
I don't care.
All this comes back now. This was his office. A find. This is the room I am looking for.
Yeah, it's like we're supposed to be going
I step
into winter,
inside,
we
and
have
an avalanche
25
of memory,
degrees
loosened by the
Celsius.
jolt of the
Ah.
print,
we're in
begins to come
springtime.
down. The light on the print comes from a miserable, cramped window in the adjacent wall,
Yeah,
through which he looked out onto and across the valley onto the Madison Range, and watched the storms come in. And while watching this valley before me now through this window here,
Wait, Chris, are you
now started the whole
What?
thing,
But you
the
sound
whole
nice, you're actually
madness,
New Zealand.
right here.
I'm not from
New
New
Zealand.
This
Zealand.
is the exact
No.
Why
spot,
is
A little
New
bit.
Zealand so
and
bad?
that door leads
No,
to
I'm
Sarah's
not
office.
That's such an insult.
Sarah.
No.
Now it comes down.
No, it's
Why
not.
isn't
Oh,
it
come
New
on.
Sarah
Zealand?
came trotting by with her
Come
watering
on.
pot between those
Oh,
two
come
doors,
on. You
going from
sounded
the
a
corridor
little
to her
from
office,
Pips
and she
there.
said,
You sounded a little.
I hope you are teaching quality to your
Are you
students.
New Zealand?
This, in a la-di-da, sing-song
know,
voice
right?
of a lady in her final year before retirement, about to water her plants.
Okay, you should. You
That
of
was
all
the
people
moment
should.
it all
If you're
started.
from Australia, you should know my accent.
That was the seed crystal,
Yeah, but
You
you just
should
ordered that mean I say you're
Seed
Kiwi
crystal.
land.
a powerful
Kiwi
fragment
then?
of memory
No,
comes
you're a
back
fucking
now.
Kiwi. That's
Kiwi.
The
disgusting.
laboratory.
How
Organic chemistry.
dare you?
What?
be
He
in
was
the
working
same
with an
bracket as
extremely
those cousin
supersaturated
fucking
solution
islanders.
when
How
something
dare
similar
you.
had happened.
Oh
A
my
supersaturated
God.
solution
You
is
just
one
told
in
me
which the
before.
saturation point, at which no more material will dissolve, has been exceeded.
But no,
This can occur
I'm worse.
because
I'm
the
South
saturation point becomes higher as the temperature
what
of the
the-
solution is
No, I wouldn't
increased.
have guessed that at all.
When you dissolve the material at a
Would
high
it be
temperature
better if I
and
talked
then
like
cool
this?
the
Would it make
solution,
more sense to you?
the material
if,
sometimes
No,
doesn't
speak
crystallize
a
out
natural
because the
language.
molecules don't know how.
No,
Really?
let's talk
This
They
voice
require
does not
something to
remind
get
you
them
of Cappy
started.
at all.
A
You
seed
don't
crystal,
recall me. I was
or
in
a
the
grain
movie
of
District
dust,
9. I
or
said,
even a
fucking
sudden
prawns.
scratch or
That was
tap
me.
on the surrounding glass.
If he's talk like that.
He walked to the water tap to cool the
Yeah,
solution,
maybe if I
but
put
never
some
got
shoe
there.
polish on my face.
Before his eyes, as he
Oh
walked,
my
he saw a
God.
star of crystalline material
But
in the
no,
solution
I am
appear,
black. A lot of people
and
talk
then
about
grow
that.
suddenly and
But
radiantly
you
until it
are?
filled the
What the fuck?
entire
You sound
vessel.
white.
He
Right?
saw it grow.
It's a Model C accent.
Where before was only clear liquid, there was now a
Wait, so
mass
you
so
have like
solid
a
he could turn the
robot
vessel
voice?
upside down
Like
and
a-
nothing would come out.
Does
The
my
one
voice sound
sentence, I
robotic
hope
to
you are teaching quality to your
You
students, was
said
said to him,
something, you have something.
and within a matter of a
fine.
few
Oh,
months,
Model C.
growing so
Oh, no,
fast you
it's-
could
it's a
almost
reference
see it
to,
grow, came an
accent.
enormous, intricate, highly
the
structured
black
mass
cent
of
in South
thought,
Africa,
formed
a
as if
very
by
fancy
magic.
one is a Model C accent. It's called a
I
Model
I don't
C
know
accent
what he
after the
replied to her
schools
when
that
she
they got
said
it
this,
from.
probably nothing.
And also,
She
like,
would be
they were
back
more
and
than
forth
likely
behind his
to
chair
stop
many
it.
times
But,
each day
as
to
apartheid,
get to
you know,
and
the
from her
apartheid's
office.
influence fell away.
Sometimes
More
she
and more
stopped with a word or
educated
two of
black people
apology
grew.
about the interruption, sometimes with a fragment of news, and he was
So like
accustomed to
every
this
time I
as a
come
part
in
of
here, I
office
learn
life.
something new.
I know that she came by a second time and asked, "Are you really teaching quality
I
this
don't think
quarter?"
I've ever learned anything from
And he
him,
nodded
to be honest with
and
you.
looked back from his
Somebody
chair
teach
for
me
a second
something.
and said,
Somebody teach me, like,
"Definitely."
give me a class on
And she
something,
trotted
just a
on.
little fun fact or something.
He was working on lecture notes at the time and was in a state of
Schmiggy can
complete
teach you pretty
depression
much
about
anything,
them.
but he's
What was depressing was that the
Hey,
text
Jimmy.
was one of the most
Well-rounded
rational
kind of guy,
texts
like-
available on the subject of rhetoric,
he's
and it still didn't
interesting.
seem right.
Did you know Louisiana
Moreover,
has the
he had
highest,
access to the
homicide
authors, who were
state by
members of the
state
department.
homicide rate?
He had asked and listened and talked and
Louisiana
agreed
has
with their answers in a
highest,
rational way,
state,
but somehow still
homicide
wasn't
rate.
satisfied with them.
It's
No, I didn't know
The
that.
text
in
started with the
2018,
premise that if
well,
rhetoric
until
is to be
2018,
taught at
that
all
was
at a
the
university
English
level,
version, the English ones.
it should be taught as a
It's
branch of reason,
11.4, that's not bad.
not as a mystic art.
South Africa's highest one is.
Therefore, it emphasized a
well,
mastery of the
provinces,
rational
not states,
foundations
we
of
have
communication in order to
59.1.
understand rhetoric.
Louisiana's is 11.4.
Elementary was introduced, elementary stimulus-response theory was brought in, and from these a progression was made to an understanding of how to develop an essay. For the first year of teaching,
What's that look up on
Peters
Wikipedia?
had been fairly content with this framework.
What's he streaming?
He felt there was something wrong with
I
it,
put a picture
but that
of
the
it.
wrongness was not in this application of reason to rhetoric. The wrongness was in the old ghost of his dreams, rationality itself. He recognized it as the same wrongness that had been troubling him for years,
Robert M.
and for which he
Pirsig
had
is
no
Bill Gates
solutions.
by Schmiggy, Schmoddler, yeah?
He just felt that no writer
Yeah,
ever
no,
learned to
I've
write
heard
by
some.
this squarish, by-the-numbers, objective, methodical
Cool.
approach. Yet that was all rationality offered, and there was nothing to do about it without being irrational. And if there was one thing he had a clear mandate to do in this church of reason, it was to be rational. So he had to let it go at that. A few days later, when Sarah trotted by again, she stopped and said, "I'm so happy you're teaching quality this quarter. Hardly anybody is these days." "Well, I am," he said. "I'm definitely making a point of it."
Chris, what do you know
"Good,"
about
she said, and trotted on.
event?
What?
He returned to his notes,
What do you know
but it
about
wasn't long
Event
before thought about them was interrupted by a recall of her strange remark.
Agenda 21. That's
What the hell was she
Schmiggy
talking
was
about?
talking about.
Quality?
Yeah.
Of course he was
Is
teaching
that
quality.
like that, the movie
wasn't?
43 thing? Or
He continued with the notes.
what is it that?
Another thing that depressed him was prescriptive rhetoric, which
Event
supposedly
21, yeah.
had been done away with,
Yeah, what is it?
but was still around.
Wait, Agenda 21?
This was the old slap on the
Look it
fingers if
up.
your modifiers were caught dangling stuff. Correct spelling,
We're asking
correct
you should,
punctuation, correct
'Cause you're
grammar.
the subject matter.
Hundreds of itsy-bitsy rules for itsy-bitsy people.
I see Agenda
No one could remember
21.
all that stuff and concentrate on what he was trying to write about.
The,
It was all table manners,
was
not derived from any sense of kindness or decency or humanity, but originally from an egotistic desire to look like gentlemen and ladies. Gentlemen and ladies had good table manners and
Does
spoke
shits
and
just
wrote
not- shits,
grammatically.
do you just, like, not answer
It was what
questions? You
identified
don't feel
one
like-
with the upper classes. In Montana, however,
Been quiet.
it didn't have this
Yeah,
effect
you're
at
being-
all.
You're being kind of selective with
It
your
identified
talking.
one
You're
instead
talking,
as a
talking,
stuck-up
talking,
Eastern
that's why you
ass.
just-
There was a minimum prescriptive rhetoric requirement in the department, but like the other teachers, he scrupulously
that?
avoided any defense of prescriptive rhetoric, other than as a requirement of the college. Soon the thought
So
interrupted
you're
again.
in Aussie, whereabouts in Australia?
Quality?
Sydney.
There was something irritating,
Sydney.
even angering
You've got a
about
lot
that
of my people
question.
there, and I'm sorry
He
for
thought
the
about
ones
it,
that you got.
and then thought some more,
Like,
and then looked out the
Oh, what the
window,
fuck?
and then thought about
What
it
the
some
fuck? She
more.
just joined and straight away streaming.
Quality?
I'm so confused.
4 hours later, he still sat there with his feet on the window ledge and stared out into what had become a dark
What do you-
sky.
Oh, that's why shit's
The
is
phone
being
rang,
quiet, 'cause
and it was his wife calling to find out what had
Wait,
happened.
Chris, what did you mean you're
He told her he
people?
would be home soon, but then forgot about this
South Africans,
and everything
there's
else.
A lot of us in Sydney, and they
It wasn't
moved
until
there
3
after
o'clock in the
apartheid
morning
ended,
that he
like
wearily
300,000
confessed to
of them.
himself
Well,
that he didn't have a
Sydney,
clue as to what quality
Salem.
was, picked up his briefcase, and headed home.
Kinda, you know, they're not going to stand
Most
out
people
in
would have
the
forgotten about quality at this point, or just left it
Freaking
hanging
bullshit.
suspended because they were getting nowhere
But,
and
like,
had other
you
things
must
to
have run
do.
into some, like, isn't
But he
there
was so
a street there,
despondent
like a
about his
South
own
African
inability
street
to teach
or
what he
whatever?
believed.
A
He really didn't give a
suburb?
damn about whatever
Probably
else it was he
Blacktown.
was supposed to do.
Probably though.
And when he woke up the next
Yeah,
morning,
like there's a town.
there was
there's a suburb
quality
literally called
staring him in the
Blacktown.
face. 3 hours of
they're,
sleep, and he was so
a
tired
bit
he
of
knew he
a-
wouldn't be up to
they're
giving a
not very
lecture
nice
that day.
people.
And besides, his
Oh, I
notes
didn't
had
go
never
to
been
that area.
completed.
I don't want to get dropped.
So he wrote on the blackboard, write a 350-word
Oh,
essay
yeah.
answering the
100%,
question,
yeah.
what is
No, 'cause I used
quality
to
in
like go
thought
past
and
the
statement?
station a lot when I had to go uni.
Then he sat by the radiator
And every time
while
one of
they
them
wrote
boarded the
and thought about
train, like,
quality
you can't
himself.
fall asleep. I feel like they're just gonna take your bag.
At the end of the hour, no one seemed to have finished, so he allowed the students to take their papers home.
Because it's always
This
every
class
time
didn't
we
meet
pass
again
the
for 2
station,
days,
someone
and that
boards the
gave him
fucking
some time to
junkie
think about the
boards
question
train
some more too.
and starts shit with everyone.
During
And
that
I'm just
interim,
like, are you
he saw some of the
fucking kidding me
students
right
walking
now?
between
It's like,
classes,
I thought
nodded
you
to
guys
them,
killed all your
and got
abos.
looks of
I thought you
anger
guys
and
killed
fear
all of
in
your
return.
What
abos.
do you mean?
He guessed
No,
they were having the same
don't
trouble he
kill
was.
me.
What is that face?
Quality.
That noise.
You know what it is, yet you don't
I
know what it
I don't know
is.
about genocide.
That's
For sure.
self-contradictory.
What are you talking about?
But some
Well,
things are better than others.
No, I know
That
that's
is, they
genocide. You
have
have to
more
learn that
quality.
shit, but no, they're not dead.
But when you
No,
try to
there's
say
heaps
what the
of them
quality
still.
is,
They
apart
have
from
their
the
own
things that have
suburbs
it,
they stay
it
within.
all
It's
goes
pretty
poof.
racist around those areas.
There's
so,
nothing to talk
no one
about.
usually goes there.
But if you can't say what
are
quality
they
is,
racist to
how do you
you, or
know
are you
what it
racist
is?
to them?
Or how do you
No,
know
they're
that it
racist
even
to us.
exists?
They're just
If
racist
no
to
one knows
everyone.
what it is, then for all
Like
practical
anyone they see
purposes,
and they're like
it doesn't
bored, they
exist
just
at
target
all.
you for no reason.
But for all
Like, what the
practical
fuck?
purposes,
Seeming
it really
bullshit to
does
you, but okay.
exist.
What is it
What
with,
else
like,
are the grades
islandish
based
people
on?
and doing that? 'Cause, like,
Why
New
else would
Zealanders
people
do
pay
it,
fortunes for some
Hawaiians do it.
things and throw others in the
Like,
trash
apparently it's a
pile?
big thing.
Obviously,
Like,
some
where
things
they're
are
like,
better
oh
than
no,
others.
this is
drugs,
an
But
island
what's
like-
the betterness?
They're
They're
probably
sniffing
on
So
drugs.
petrol.
round and round you go,
Oh wait, you're Aussie. Do
spinning
you know
mental
the
wheels
rum?
and nowhere finding any place to get
You cut
traction.
off like right after you just said that.
What the hell
The
is
what?
Oh,
quality?
sorry.
Sorry?
Do you know the Rama
What
Rama
is
song?
it?
The rum.
Part
It's
3,
feel
about
like I
it's
had these.
teaching.
Chapter
Oh, I'm
16.
gonna show it to you. Okay, you're gonna love this. It's
Chris and I have had a
teaching,
good night's sleep,
Australian
and this morning
Aborigines,
have packed the backpacks
obviously they're
carefully,
Australian.
and now have been going up the mountainside for about an hour. The forest here at the bottom of the
What's that,
canyon is mostly
petrol?
pine, with a few aspen and broad-leafed shrubs.
Because apparently they would do
Steep
that,
canyon
then they
walls
would fall
rise way
asleep,
above us on both sides.
in the
Occasionally,
road,
the
and
trail
iPad
opens into a
people
patch of
would
sunlight
fuck
and
over.
grass that
They would
edges the
just
canyon
walk
stream.
in the street.
But soon it
Oh, the
re-enters the
abos,
deep shade of the
abos,
pines.
Husky Athlete.
Yeah.
The earth of
They
the
call it
trail is
dream
covered with a
time. It's
soft,
like
springy duff of pine needles.
Oh my
It's-
god,
it's-
that's
It is
fucking
very
crazy.
quiet here.
Australian petrol, it has
Mountains
a
like
lower
these and
carbon
travelers in the mountains
density
and
rate
events that happen to them
because,
here are
they
found
had to
not
change
only in
certain
Zen
chemical
literature,
makeup so it can't
but in the
make you
tales of
high
every major religion.
in Australia.
The allegory
Because
of a
the
physical
abos
mountain
fucking
for the
healthy.
spiritual one that stands between each
Damn,
soul
I
and
feel
its
like I've heard
goal
of it on the news.
is an easy and
Why is the
natural one to
lighting
make.
so shit?
Like those in the valley behind us, most
Yeah.
people stand inside of the spiritual mountains all their lives and never enter them, being content to listen to others who have been there
No, it
and thus
just
avoid the
became-
hardships.
I don't know if it's me now.
Some travel
me?
into the mountains
No, it
accompanied
did
by
change.
experienced
It changed.
guides
Oh.
who know the best and least dangerous routes by which they arrive at their destination.
It's like
Still
It went
others,
softer,
inexperienced and
and it's
untrusting,
almost, like, muffled,
attempt to
so
make
it's
their
not
own
muffled.
routes.
Here, I'll
Few
give
of
you
these
a-
are
Should I speak
successful,
up more, like, just
but
enunciate?
occasionally some butt
No, I'm on
routes.
my phone now. I switched to
There are as many routes
Oh,
as there are
that might be
individual
wrong.
that
souls.
explains it.
Yeah.
I want to talk now
I
about
switched
Phaedrus's
my
exploration
earphones
into the
on
meaning of the
volume.
term
For whatever
quality,
fucking reason, I have to end up
an
yelling.
exploration which he saw as a route through the mountains of the spirit.
Does anyone know a headset that you
As
can
best
connect
I
to
can
your
puzzle
phone
it
and
out,
your PC?
there were two distinct
You
phases.
can get a splitter for that. I
In
think.
the first phase, he made
No, I
no
mean, like,
attempt at a
wireless,
rigid,
though.
systematic definition of what he was talking
Jabra
about.
and Plantronics
This was a
Yeah, that's
happy,
what I thought. I
fulfilling,
thought
and
maybe,
creative
you
phase.
work a way around that,
It
like,
lasted most of the
works
time he
and
taught at the
so on.
school back in the valley behind
By
us.
the way, shit,
No,
son.
just get a.
The second phase emerged as a
Like a
result of
Jabra
normal
Plantronics
intellectual
is out.
criticism
So, like, you
of
can
his
connect
lack
to
of
your phone,
definition of what he was
and then
talking about.
connect to, like,
Yeah.
In this phase, he made
It'll-
systematic,
yeah, it'll
rigid
switch
statements about what
between
quality
both. You
is
can,
and
like,
worked out an enormous
pick up the phone,
hierarchic
look it
structure
up.
of thought
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
support
try to
them.
buy some right now, like,
He literally had to move heaven and earth to arrive at this systematic understanding, and when he was done, felt he'd achieved an explanation of existence and our consciousness of it better than any that had existed before.
Like a good mic sound and shit.
If it was
Yeah,
truly
yeah,
a
they're
new
designed
route
to
over the
filter out
mountain,
noise
it
and
certainly
shit
needed
for,
one.
You don't need that
For more than
mic,
3
just
centuries now, the old
all of
routes
that
common in this
filter out
hemisphere
stuff.
have been undercut
It's
and almost washed out by the natural erosion and change of the shape of the mountain wrought by scientific truth.
Yeah, the crisps.
The early climbers established paths that were on firm ground with and accessibility that appealed to all, But today, the Western routes are all but closed because of dogmatic inflexibility in the face of change. To doubt the literal meaning of the words of Jesus or Moses incurs hostility from most people, but it's just a fact that if Jesus or Moses were to appear today, unidentified, with the same message he spoke many years ago, his mental stability would be challenged. This isn't because what Jesus or Moses said was untrue, or because modern society is in error, but simply because the route they chose to reveal to others has lost relevance and comprehensibility. Heaven above fades from meaning when space-age consciousness asks, where is above?
It's not real bad.
But the fact that the old routes have tended, because of language rigidity, to lose their everyday meaning and become almost closed doesn't mean that the mountain is no longer there. It's there and will be there as long as consciousness exists. Phaedrus's second metaphysical phase was a total disaster. Before the electrodes were attached to his head, he'd lost everything tangible: money, property, children. Even his rights as a citizen had been taken away from him by order of the court. All he had left was his one crazy lone dream of quality, a map of a route across the mountain for which he had sacrificed everything. Then, after the electrodes were attached, he lost that. I will never know all that was in his head at that time, nor will anyone else. What's left now is just fragments, debris, scattered notes, which can be pieced together, but which leave huge areas unexplained. When I first discovered this debris, I felt like some agricultural peasant near the outskirts of, say, Athens, who occasionally, and without much surprise, plows up stones that have strange designs on them. I knew that these were part of some larger overall design that had existed in the past, but it was far beyond my comprehension. At first, I deliberately avoided them, paid no attention to them because I knew these stones had caused some kind of trouble I should avoid.
No, it's an actual box.
But I could see even then that they were part of a huge structure of thought, and I was curious about it in a secret sort of way. Later, when I developed more confidence in my immunity to his affliction, I became interested in this debris in a more positive way, and began to jot down the fragments amorphically, that is, without regard to form, in the order in which they occurred to me. Many of these amorphic statements have been supplied by friends. There are thousands of them now, and although only a small portion of them can fit into this Chautauqua is clearly based on them. It is probably a long way from what he thought. When trying to recreate a whole pattern by deduction from fragments, I am bound to commit errors and put down inconsistencies, for which I must ask some indulgence. In many cases, the fragments are ambiguous. A number of different conclusions could be drawn. If something is wrong, there's a good chance that the error isn't in what he thought, but in my reconstruction of it. And a better reconstruction can later be found.
It used like
a whir sounds, and a partridge disappears through the trees. Did you see it? Says Chris. Yes, I say back. What was it?
Play it like on your TV,
a partridge.
On like another PC.
How do you know? They rock back and forth like that when they fly, I say. I'm not sure of this, but it sounds right. They stay close to the ground, too. Oh, says Chris. And we continue hiking. The rays of the sun create a cathedral effect through the pines. Today now, I want to take up the first phase of his journey into quality, the non-metaphysical phase, and this will be pleasant. It's nice to start journeys pleasantly, even when you know they won't end that way. Using his class notes as reference material, I want to reconstruct the way in which quality became a working concept for him in the teaching of rhetoric. His second phase, the metaphysical one, was tenuous and speculative, but this first phase, in which he simply taught rhetoric, was by all accounts solid and pragmatic, and probably deserves to be judged on its own merits, independently of the second phase.
An app that you run, and
he'd been innovating extensively. He'd been having trouble with students who had nothing to say. At first he thought it was laziness, but later it became apparent that it wasn't. They just couldn't think of anything to say. One of them, a girl with strong lensed glasses, wanted to write a 500-word essay about the United States.
Yeah, it's actually pretty. The stuff's pretty nice. Like, you're me.
Zen and the Art of
Hey,
Motorcycle
chicken, what's up,
Maintenance
girl?
by Robert M.
Oh, yeah,
Pirsig
chicken
continued.
can you tell pumped
Cassette
down?
5, Side 2.
Oh, you can see it.
One of them, a girl with strong
lens
lensed glasses, wanted to write a 500-word essay about the United States. He was used to the sinking feeling that comes from statements like this, and suggested without disparagement that she narrow it down to just Bozeman. When the paper came due, she didn't have it and was quite upset. She had tried and tried, but she just couldn't think of anything to say. He had already discussed her with her previous instructors, and they confirmed his impressions of her.
I don't use that feature.
She was very serious, disciplined, and hardworking, but extremely dull. Not a spark of creativity in her anywhere.
Using the encoder to, like,
Her eyes, behind the thick-lensed glasses, were the eyes of a drudge. She wasn't bluffing him. She really couldn't think of anything to say, and was upset by her inability to do as she was told. It just stumped him. Now he couldn't think of anything to say. A silence occurred, and then a peculiar answer. Narrow it down to the main street of Bozeman. It was a stroke of insight.
Basically, so
she nodded dutifully and went out.
you can just
But just before her next class, she came back in real distress, tears this time, distress that had obviously been there for a long time. She still couldn't think of anything to say, and couldn't understand why, if she couldn't think of anything about all of Bozeman, she should be able to think of something about just one street. He was furious. "You're not looking," he said. A memory came back of his own dismissal from the university for having too much to say. For every fact there is an infinity of hypotheses. The more you look, the more you see. She really wasn't looking, and yet somehow didn't understand this. He told her angrily, "Narrow it down to the front of one building on Main Street of Bozeman, the Opera House. Start with the upper left-hand brick." Her eyes, behind the thick-lensed glasses, opened wide. She came in the next class with a puzzled look and handed him a 5,000-word essay on the front of the Opera House on the main street of Bozeman, Montana. "I sat in the hamburger stand across the street," she said, "and started writing about the first brick and the second brick, and then by the third brick, it all started to come and I couldn't stop. They thought I was crazy, and they kept kidding me. But here it all is. I don't understand it."
Like, people that work in, like,
Neither did he. But on long walks through the streets of town, he thought about it, and concluded she was evidently stopped with the same kind of blockage that had paralyzed him on his first day of teaching. She was blocked because she was trying to repeat in her writing things she had already heard, just as on the first day he had tried to repeat things he had already decided to say. She couldn't think of anything to write about Bozeman because she couldn't recall anything she had heard worth repeating. She was strangely unaware that she could look and see freshly for herself, as she wrote, without primary regard for what had been said before. The narrowing down to one brick destroyed the blockage because it was so obvious she had to do some original and direct seeing.
Actual video encoder is using,
He
like,
experimented
44%.
further. In one class, he had everyone write all hour about the back of his thumb. Everyone gave him funny looks at the beginning of the hour, but everyone did it, and there wasn't a single complaint about nothing to say.
Yeah.
In another class, he changed the subject from the thumb to a coin, and got a full hour's writing from every student. In other classes, it was the same. Some asked, "Do you have to write about both sides?" Once they got into the idea of seeing directly for themselves, they also saw there was no limit to the amount they could say. It was a confidence-building assignment, too, because what they wrote, even though seemingly trivial, was nevertheless their own thing, not a mimicking of someone else's. Classes where he used that coin exercise were always less balky and more interested. As a result of his experiments, he concluded that imitation was a real evil that had to be broken before real rhetoric teaching could begin. This imitation seemed to be an external compulsion. Little children didn't have it. It seemed to come later on, possibly as a result of school itself. That sounded right, and the more he thought about it, the more right it sounded. Schools teach you to imitate. If you don't imitate what the teacher wants, you get a bad grade. Here in college, it was more sophisticated, of course. You were supposed to imitate the teacher in such a way as to convince the teacher you were not imitating,
Yeah, I got one.
but taking the essence of the instruction and going ahead with it on your own. That got you A's. Originality, on the other hand, could get you anything, from A to F. The whole grading system cautioned against it. He discussed this with a professor of psychology who lived next door to him, an extremely imaginative teacher who said, "Right, eliminate the whole degree and grading system, and then you'll get real education." Phaedrus thought about this, and when weeks later a very bright student couldn't think of a subject for a term paper that was still on his mind, so he gave it to her as a topic. She didn't like the topic at first, but agreed to take it anyway. Within a week she was talking about it to everyone, and within 2 weeks had worked up a superb paper. The class she delivered it to didn't have the advantage of 2 weeks to think about the subject, however, and was quite hostile to the whole idea of eliminating grades and degrees. This didn't slow her down at all. Her tone took on an old-time religious fervor. She begged the other students to listen, to understand this was really right. "I'm not saying this," she said, and glanced at Phaedrus. "It's for you." Her pleading tone, her religious fervor, greatly impressed him, along with the fact that her college entrance exams had placed her in the upper 1% of the class. During the next quarter, when teaching persuasive writing, he chose this topic as a demonstrator, a piece of persuasive writing he worked up by himself, day by day, in front of and with the help of the class. He used the demonstrator to avoid talking in terms of principles of composition, all of which he had deep doubts about. He felt that by exposing classes to his own sentences as he made them, with all the misgivings and hang-ups and erasures, he would give a more honest picture of what writing was like than by spending class time picking nits in completed student work or holding up the completed work of masters for emulation. This time he developed the argument that the whole grading system and degree should be eliminated, and to make it something that truly involved the students in what they were hearing, he withheld all grades during the quarter.
It must be like that COVID cabin fever.
Just up above the top of the ridge, the snow can be seen now. On foot, it's many days away, though. The rocks below it are too steep for a direct hiking climb, particularly with the heavy loads we are carrying. And Chris is way too young for any kind of ropes and pitons
We're not
stuff.
scared to go outside. It's
We
just
must
like,
cross over the forested
what's the
ridge
whole
we are now
point?
approaching, enter another canyon, follow it to its end, and then come back at an upward angle along to the ridge. 3 days hard to the snow, 4 days easy. If we don't show up in 9, Deweese will start looking for us. We stop for a rest, sit down, and brace against a tree so that we don't topple over backward from the packs.
I know that. Like, this
After a while, I reach around over my shoulder, take the machete from the top of my pack, and hand it to Chris. See those 2 aspens over there, the straight ones, at the edge? I point to them.
Yeah, man. I have all my
Cut those down, about a foot from the ground. Why? We'll need them later for hiking sticks and tent poles.
We don't even talk like that.
Chris takes the machete, starts to rise, but then settles back again.
Weird shit.
You cut them,
Like,
he
I don't even
says.
talk to these people, like people.
So
from,
I
like,
take the
5
machete
years
and
ago,
go over
man.
and cut the poles.
They must be really that lonely.
They both cut neatly in one swing, except for the final strip of bark, which I sever with the back hook of the machete. Up in the rocks, you need the poles for balancing, and the pine up above is no good for poles. And this is about the last of the aspen here. It bothers me a little, though, that Chris is turning down work. Not a good sign in the mountains. A short rest, and then on we go. It'll take a while to get used to this load. There's a negative reaction to all the weight. As we go on, though, it'll become more natural. Phaedrus's argument for the abolition of the degree and grading system produced a nonplussed or negative reaction in all but a few students at first, since it seemed, on first judgment, to destroy the whole university system. One student laid it wide open when she said, with complete candor, "Of course you can't eliminate the degree and grading system. After all, that's what we're here for." She spoke the complete truth. The idea that the majority of students attend a university for an education independent of the degree and grades is a little hypocrisy everyone is happier not to expose. Occasionally, some students do arrive for an education, but rote and the mechanical nature of the institution soon converts them to a less idealistic attitude. The demonstrator was an argument that elimination of grades and degrees would destroy this hypocrisy. Rather than deal with generalities, it dealt with a specific career of an imaginary student who more or less typified what was found in the classroom. A student completely conditioned to work for a grade, rather than for the knowledge the grade was supposed to represent. Such a student, the demonstrator hypothesized, would go to his first class, get his first assignment, and probably do it out of habit. He might go to his second and third as well. But eventually, the novelty of the course would wear off, and because his academic life was not his only life, the pressure of other obligations or desires would create circumstances where he just would not be able to get an assignment in. Since there was no degree or grading system, he would incur no penalty for this. Subsequent lectures, which presumed he'd completed the assignment, might be a little more difficult to understand, however, and this difficulty in turn might weaken his interest to a point where the next assignment, which he would find quite hard, would also be dropped. Again, no penalty. In time, his weaker and weaker understanding of what the lectures were about would make it more and more difficult for him to pay attention in class. Eventually, he would see he wasn't learning much, and facing the continual pressure of outside obligations, he would stop studying, feel guilty about this, and stop attending class. Again, no penalty would be attached. But what had happened? The student, with no hard feelings on anybody's part, would have flunked himself out. Good. This is what should have happened. He wasn't there for a real education in the first place, and had no real business there at all. A large amount of money and effort had been saved, and there would be no stigma of failure and ruin to haunt him the rest of his life. No bridges had been burned. The student's biggest problem was a slave mentality which had been built into him by years of carrot and whip grading. A mule mentality which said, if you don't whip me, I won't work. He didn't get whipped. He didn't work. And the cart of civilization, which he supposedly was being trained to pull, was just going to have to creak along a little slower without him. This is a tragedy, however, only if you presume that the cart of civilization, the system, is pulled by mules. This is a common vocational location point of view, but it's not the church attitude. The church attitude is that civilization, or the system, or society, or whatever you want to call it, is best served not by mules, but by free men. The purpose of abolishing grades and degrees is not to punish mules, or to get rid of them, but to provide an environment in which that mule can turn into a free man. The hypothetical student, still a mule, would drift around for a while. He would get another kind of education, quite as valuable as the one he'd abandoned, in what used to be called the School of Hard Knocks. Instead of wasting money and time as a high-status mule, he would now have to get a job as a low-status mule, maybe as a mechanic. Actually, his real status would go up. He would be making a contribution for a change. Maybe that's what he would do for the rest of his life. Maybe he'd found his level. But don't count on it. In time, 6 months, 5 years perhaps, a change could easily begin to take place. He would become less and less satisfied with a kind of dumb day-to-day shop work. His creative intelligence, stifled by too much theory and too many grades in college, would now become reawakened by the boredom of the shop. Thousands of hours of frustrating mechanical problems would have made him more interested in machine design. He would like to design machinery himself. He'd think he could do a better job. He would try modifying a few engines, meet with success, look for more success, but feel blocked because he didn't have the theoretical information. He would discover that when before he felt stupid because of his lack of interest in theoretical information, he'd now find a brand of theoretical information which he'd have a lot of respect for, namely mechanical engineering. So he would come back to our degreeless and gradeless school, but with a difference. He'd no longer be a grade-motivated person. He'd be a knowledge-motivated person. He would need no external pushing to learn. His push would come from inside. He'd be a free man. He wouldn't need a lot of discipline to shape him up. In fact, if the instructors assigned him were slacking on the job, he would likely to shape them up by asking rude questions. He'd be there to learn something, would be paying to learn something, and they'd better come up with it. Motivation of this sort, once it catches hold, is a ferocious force, and in the gradeless, degreeless institution where our student would find himself, he wouldn't stop with rote engineering information.
Apex.
Physics and mathematics were going to come within his sphere of interest because he'd see he needed them.
Just use it to
Metallurgy and electrical engineering would come up for attention. And, in the process of intellectual maturing that these abstract studies gave him, he would be likely to branch out into other theoretical areas that weren't directly related to machines, but had become a part of a newer, larger goal. This larger goal wouldn't be the imitation of education in universities today, glossed over and concealed by grades and degrees that give the appearance of something happening when, in fact, almost nothing is going on. It would be the real thing.
This is what I've heard. I'm not saying, like,
Such was Phaedrus's demonstrator, his unpopular argument, and he worked on it all quarter long, building it up and modifying it, arguing for it, defending it.
super competitive.
All quarter long, papers would go back to the students with comments, but no grades, although the grades were entered in a book. As I said before, at first almost everyone was sort of nonplussed. The majority probably figured they were stuck with some idealist who thought removal of grades would make them happier and thus work harder, when it was obvious that without grades, everyone would just loaf. Many of the students with A records in previous quarters were contemptuous and angry at first, but because of their acquired self-discipline, went ahead and did the work anyway. The B students and high C students missed some of the early assignments or turned in sloppy work. Many of the low C and D students didn't even show up for class. At this time, another teacher asked him what he was going to do about this lack of response. Outweight them, he said. His lack of harshness puzzled the students at first, then made them suspicious. Some began to ask sarcastic questions. These received soft answers, and the lectures and speeches proceeded as usual, except with no grades. Then a hoped-for phenomenon began. During the third or fourth week, some of the A students began to get nervous and started to turn in superb work and hang around after class with questions that fished for some indication as to how they were doing. The B and high C students began to notice this and work a little and bring up the quality of their papers to a more usual level. The low C, D, and future Fs began to show up for class just to see what was going on. At mid-quarter, an even more hoped-for phenomenon took place. The A-rated students lost their nervousness and became active participants in everything that went on with a friendliness that was uncommon in a grade-getting class. At this point, the B and C students were in a panic and turned in stuff that looked as though they'd spent hours of painstaking work on it. The Ds and Fs turned in satisfactory assignments. In the final weeks of the quarter, a time when normally everyone knows what his grade will be and just sits back half asleep, Phaedrus was getting a kind of class participation that made other teachers take notice. The Bs and Cs had joined the As in friendly, free-for-all discussion that made the class seem like a successful party.
I think she can tell.
Only the Ds and Fs sat frozen in their chairs in a complete internal panic. The phenomenon of relaxation and friendliness was explained later by a couple of students who told him, "A lot of us got together outside of class to try to figure out how to beat this system. Everyone decided the best way was just to figure you were going to fail, and then go ahead and do what you could anyway. Then you start to relax. Otherwise, you go out of your mind." The students added that once you got used to it, it wasn't so bad. You were more interested in the subject matter, but repeated that it wasn't easy to get used to. At the end of the quarter, the students were asked to write an essay evaluating the system. None of them knew at the time of writing what his or her grade would be. 54% opposed it, 37% favored it, 9% were neutral. On the basis of one man, one vote, the system was very unpopular. The majority of students definitely wanted their grades as they went along. But when Phaedrus broke down the returns according to the grades that were in his book, and the grades were not out of line with grades predicted by previous classes and entrance evaluations, another story was told. The A students were 2-to-1 in favor of the system. The B and C students were evenly divided, and the Ds and Fs were unanimously opposed. This surprising result supported a hunch he had had for a long time, that the brighter, more serious students were the least desirous of grades, possibly because they were more interested in the subject matter of the course, whereas the dull or lazy students were the most desirous of grades, possibly because grades told them if they were getting by. As Deweese said, from here straight south you can go 75 miles through nothing but forests and snow without ever encountering a road. Although there are roads to the east and west. I've arranged it so that if things work out badly at the end of the second day, we'll be near a road that can get us back fast. Chris doesn't know this, and it would hurt his YMCA camp sense of adventure to tell him. But after enough trips into the high country, the YMCA desire for adventure diminishes, and the more substantial benefits of cutting down risks appear. This country can be dangerous. You take one bad step in a million, sprain an ankle, and then you find out how far from civilization you really are.
He's definitely put stuff in.
This is apparently a seldom entered canyon this far up. After another hour of hiking, we see that the trail is about gone.
I'm whipping my dick out right now.
Phaedrus thought withholding grades was good, according to his notes, but he didn't give it scientific value. In a true experiment, you keep constant every cause you can think of except one, and then see what the effects are of varying that one cause. In the classroom, you can never do this. Student knowledge, student attitude, teacher attitude, all change from all kinds of causes which are uncontrollable and mostly unknowable. Also, the observer in this case is himself one of the causes, and can never judge his effects without altering his effects. So he didn't attempt to draw any hard conclusions from all this. He just went ahead and did what he liked.
Oh, wow. What the fuck,
Yeah.
bro?
The movement from this to his inquiry into quality took place because of a sinister aspect of grading that the withholding of grades exposed. Grades really cover up failure to teach. A bad instructor can go through an entire quarter, leaving absolutely nothing memorable in the minds of his class, curve out the scores on an irrelevant test, and leave the impression that some have learned and some have not. But if the grades are removed, the class is forced to wonder each day what it's really learning. The questions, what's being taught, what's the goal, how do the lectures and assignments accomplish the goal, become ominous. The removal of grades exposes a huge and frightening vacuum. What was Phaedrus trying to do, anyway? This question became more and more imperative as he went on. The answer that had seemed right when he started now made less and less sense. He had wanted his students to become creative by deciding for themselves what was good writing, instead of asking him all the time. The real purpose of withholding grades was to force them to look within themselves, the only place they would ever get a really right answer. But now this made no sense.
I'm pretty sure.
If they already knew what was good and bad, there was no reason for them to take the course in the first place. The fact that they were there as students presumed they did not know what was good or bad. That was his job as instructor, to tell them what was good or bad. The whole idea of individual creativity and expression in the classroom was really basically opposed to the whole idea of the university. For many of the students, this withholding created a Kafkaesque situation in which they saw they were to be punished for failure to do something, but no one would tell them what they were supposed to do. They looked within themselves and saw nothing, and looked at Phaedrus and saw nothing, and just sat there helpless, not knowing what to do. The vacuum was deadly. One girl suffered a nervous breakdown. You can withhold grades and sit there and create a goalless vacuum. You have to provide some goal for a class to work toward that will fill that vacuum. This he wasn't doing. He couldn't. He could think of no possible way he could tell them what they should work toward without falling back into the trap of authoritarian, didactic teaching. But how can you put on the blackboard the mysterious internal goal of each creative person? The next quarter he dropped the whole idea and went back to regular grading, discouraged, confused, feeling he was right, but somehow it had come out all wrong. When spontaneity and individuality and really good original stuff occurred in a classroom, it was in spite of the instruction, not because of it. This seemed to make sense. He was ready to resign. Teaching dull conformity to hateful students wasn't what he wanted to do. He'd heard that Reed College in Oregon withheld grades until graduation, and during the summer vacation he went there, but was told the faculty was divided on the value of withholding grades and that no one was tremendously happy about the system.
Anyway.
During the rest of the summer, his mood became depressed and lazy.
Oh, you want to hear something else funny?
He and his wife camped a lot in those mountains.
So this is
She asked why he was so
like,
silent all the time, but he couldn't say why.
We were just like fucking
He
around
was
on
just
YouTube, like,
stopped,
calling, like, random
waiting
numbers that people
for
put
that
up,
missing seed crystal of
for, like,
thought that
streams.
would suddenly solidify everything.
And we called this one, it was like the SpongeBob's hotline.
Chapter 17.
And this is like one of like the first.
It's looking bad for
first
Chris.
calls or whatever we had with him.
For a while, he was
look
way
how
ahead of
different he
me,
sounds. He
and
sounds
now
like
he sits under a tree and rests.
Like a gentleman almost.
He doesn't look at me,
I don't know what you're talking
and that's how I know it's
so
bad.
Evidently, there's some kind of
I sit
problem
down
on
next to
your
him,
line right
and his
here,
expression is
and
distant.
your side of this
His face is flushed, and I can see he's exhausted. We sit and listen to the wind through the pines. I know eventually he'll get up and keep going, but he doesn't know this and is afraid to face the possibility that his fear creates, that he may not be able to climb the mountain at all. I remember something Phaedrus had written about these mountains and tell it to Chris now. Years ago, I tell him, your mother and I were at the timberline not so far from here, and we camped near a lake with a marsh on one side. He doesn't look up, but he's listening. At about dawn, we heard falling rocks, and we thought it must be an animal, except that animals don't usually clatter around. Then I heard a squishing sound in the marsh, and we were really wide awake. I got out of the sleeping bag slowly and got our revolver from my jacket and crouched by a tree. Now Chris's attention is distracted from his own problems. There was another squish, I say. I thought it could be horses with dudes packing in, but not at this hour. Another squish, and a loud galoomph. That's no horse. And a galoomph, and a galoomph. And there, in the dim gray light of dawn, coming straight for me through the muck of the marsh, was the biggest bull moose I ever saw.
He also like docks,
horns
like,
as wide as a man is tall. Next to the grizzly, the most dangerous animal in the mountains. Some say the worst.
Yeah.
Chris's eyes are
This
bright
was like
again.
almost 2 years ago too. This was
Galoomph! I cocked the hammer on the revolver,
2018.
thinking a .38 special wasn't very much for a moose.
Oh yeah, I posted
Galoomph.
the Talladega Nights clip.
He didn't
Telling
see
his
me.
voice is exactly
Galoomph.
like the sun.
I couldn't get out of his
Maybe
way.
it's just me.
Your mother was in the sleeping bag right in his path. Galoomph! What a giant! Galoomph! He's 10 yards away. Galoomph! I stand up and take aim. Galoomph! 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 He stops 3 yards away and sees me. The gun sights lie right between his eyes. We're motionless.
I'm gonna get an,
I reach around into my pack and get out some cheese. Then what happened? Chris asks. Wait until I cut off some of this cheese. I remove my hunting knife and hold the cheese wrapper so that my fingers don't get on it. I slice out a 1/4-inch hunk and hold it out for him. He takes it. Then what happened? I watch until he takes his first bite. That bull moose looked at me for what must have been 5 seconds. Then he looked down at your mother. Then he looked at me again, and at the revolver which was practically lying on top of his big round nose. And then he smiled and slowly walked away. Oh, says Chris. He looks disappointed. Normally when they're confronted like that, they'll charge, I say. But he just thought it was a nice morning. And we were there first, so why make trouble? And that's why he smiled. Can they smile? No, but it looked that way. I put the cheese away and add, later on that day, we were jumping from boulder to boulder down the side of a slope. I was about to land on a great big brown boulder, when all of a sudden the great big brown boulder jumped into the air and ran off into the woods. It was the same moose. I think that moose must have been pretty sick of us that day. I helped Chris get to his feet. You were going a little too fast, I say. Now the mountainside's becoming steep, and we have to go slowly. If you go too fast, you get winded. And when you get winded, you get dizzy, and that weakens your spirit, and you think, I can't do it. So go slow for a while. I'll stay behind you, he says. Okay. We walk now away from the stream we were following, up the canyon side at the shallowest angle I can find. Mountains should be climbed with as little effort as possible and without desire. The reality of your own nature should determine the speed. If you become restless, speed up. If you become winded, slow down. You climb the mountain in an equilibrium between restlessness and exhaustion. Then, when you're no longer thinking ahead, each footstep isn't just a means to an end, but a unique event in itself. This leaf has jagged edges. This rock looks loose. From this place, the snow is less visible, even though closer. These are things you should notice anyway. To live only for some future goal is shallow.
We weren't sure if he was like an old.
It's the sides of the mountain which sustain life, not the top. Here's where things grow. But of course, without the top, you can't have any sides. It's the top that defines the sides.
Well, yeah, first, like, he didn't. Like,
so on we go.
Video, like,
we have a long way, no hurry,
until, like,
just one step after the next, with a little Chautauqua for entertainment.
And
mental reflection is so much more interesting than TV. It's a shame more people don't switch over to it. They probably think what they hear is unimportant, but it never is.
Oh, okay.
There's a large fragment concerning Phaedrus's first class after he gave that assignment on what is quality in thought and statement. The atmosphere was explosive. Almost everyone seemed as frustrated and angered as he had been by the question. How are we supposed to know what quality is, they said. You're supposed to tell us. Then he told them he couldn't figure it out either, and really wanted to know. He had assigned it in the hope that somebody would come up with a good answer. That ignited it. A roar of indignation shook the room. Before the commotion had settled down, another teacher had stuck his head in the door to see what the trouble was. It's all right, Phaedrus said. We just accidentally stumbled over a genuine question, and the shock is hard to recover from. Some students looked curious at this, and the noise simmered down. He then used the occasion for a short return to his theme of corruption and decay in the Church of Reason. It was a measure of this corruption, he said, that students should be outraged by someone trying to use them to seek the truth. You were supposed to fake this search for the truth, to imitate it. To actually search for it was a damned imposition. The truth was, he said, that he genuinely did want to know what they thought, not so that he could put a grade on it, but because he really wanted to know. They looked puzzled. I sat there all night long, one said. I was ready to cry, I was so mad, a girl next to the window said. You should warn us, a third said. How could I warn you, he said, when I had no idea how you'd react? Some of the puzzled ones looked at him with a first dawning. He wasn't playing games. He really wanted to know.
Did Ben actually fall for
a most peculiar person. Then someone said, what do you think?
He also falls for like a ghost.
I don't know, he answered. But what do you think?
He said there's a...
He paused for a long time. I think there is such a thing as quality, but that as soon as you try to define it, something goes haywire. You can't do it. Murmurs of agreement. He continued. Why this is, I don't know. I thought maybe I'd get some ideas from your papers. I just don't know. This time the class was silent. In subsequent classes that day, there was some of the same commotion, but a number of the students in each class volunteered friendly answers that told him the first class had been discussed during lunch. A few days later, he worked up a definition of his own and put it on the blackboard to be copied for posterity. The definition was, quality is a characteristic of thought and statement that is recognized by a non-thinking process. Because definitions are a product of rigid, formal thinking, quality cannot be defined. The fact that this definition was actually a refusal to define did not draw comment.
Daniel should work as customer
The students had no formal training that would have told them his statement was, in a formal sense, completely irrational. If you can't define something, you have no formal rational way of knowing that it exists.
Oh my God.
Neither can you really tell anyone what it is. There is, in fact, no formal difference between inability to define and stupidity. When I say quality cannot be defined, I'm really saying formally, I'm stupid about quality.
That's like the worst thing you could call him.
Fortunately, the students didn't know this.
Just be like, you're a child.
If they'd come up with these objections, he wouldn't have been able to answer them at the time. But then, below the definition on the blackboard, he wrote, "But even though quality cannot be defined, you know what quality is." And the storm started all over again. "Oh, no, we don't." "Oh, yes, you do." "Oh, no, we don't." "Oh, yes, you do," he said.
Learns what?
And he had some material ready to demonstrate it to them. He had selected 2 examples of student composition. The first was a rambling, disconnected thing with interesting ideas that never built into anything. The second was a magnificent piece by a student who was mystified himself about why it had come out so well. Phaedrus read both, then asked for a show of hands on who thought the first was best. 2 hands went up. He asked how many liked the second better. 28 hands went up.
I mean, we're pretty much doing homeschooling.
Whatever it is, he said, that caused the overwhelming majority to raise their hands for the second one is what I mean by quality. So you know what it is.
How are you going to socialize? The first thing he's going to say is...
There was a long, reflective silence after this,
I mean,
and he just let it last.
It's fine.
This was just intellectually outrageous, and he knew it. He wasn't teaching anymore, he was indoctrinating. He had erected an imaginary entity, defined it as incapable of definition, told the students over their own protests that they knew what it was, and demonstrated this by a technique that was as confusing logically as the term itself. He was able to get away with this because logical refutation required more talent than any of the students had. In subsequent days, he continually invited their refutations, but none came. He improvised further.
I am 20.
To reinforce the idea that they already knew what quality was, he developed a routine in which he read 4 student papers in class and had everyone rank them in estimated order of quality on a slip of paper.
I'm still getting money though.
He did the same himself.
The government's giving us
He collected the slips, tallied them on the blackboard, and averaged the rankings for an overall class opinion. Then he would reveal his own rankings, and this would almost always be close to, if not identical with, the class average.
It was usually
where there were differences, it was usually because 2 papers were close in quality.
So that's going about
At first, the classes were excited by this exercise, but as time went on, they became bored. What he meant by quality was obvious. They obviously knew what it was too, and so they lost interest in listening. Their question now was, all right, we know what quality is. How do we get it? Now at last, the standard rhetoric texts came into their own. The principles expounded in them were no longer rules to rebel against, not ultimates in themselves, but just techniques, gimmicks for producing what really counted, and stood independently of the techniques. Quality. What had started out as a heresy from traditional rhetoric turned into a beautiful introduction to it. He singled out aspects of quality such as unity, vividness, authority, economy, sensitivity, clarity, emphasis, flow, suspense, brilliance, precision, proportion, depth, and so on. Kept each of these as poorly defined as quality itself, but demonstrated them by the same class reading techniques. He showed how the aspect of quality called unity, the hanging togetherness of a story, could be improved with a technique called an outline. The authority of an argument could be jacked up with a technique called footnotes, which gives authoritative reference. Outlines and footnotes are standard things taught in all freshman composition classes, but now as devices for improving quality, they had a purpose. And if a student turned in a bunch of dumb references or a sloppy outline that showed he was just fulfilling an assignment by rote, he could be told that while his paper may have fulfilled the letter of the assignment, it obviously didn't fulfill the goal of quality, and was therefore worthless.
Keep it as emergency.
Now, in answer to that eternal student question, how do I do this, that had frustrated him to the point of resignation, he could reply, it doesn't make a bit of difference how you do it, just so it's good. The reluctant student might ask in class, but how do we know what's good? But almost before the question was out of his mouth, he would realize the answer had already been supplied. Some other student would usually tell him, you just see it. If he said, no, I don't, he'd be told, yes, you do. He proved it. The student was finally and completely trapped into making quality judgments for himself. And it was just exactly this and nothing else that taught him to write.
Don't want to talk about it.
Up to now, Phaedrus had been compelled by the academic system to say what he wanted, even though he knew that this forced students to conform to artificial forms that destroyed their own creativity.
I like how you go
Students who
straight
went
back to
along with
that.
his rules were then condemned for their inability to be creative or produce a piece of work that reflected their own personal standards of what is good. Now that was over with. By reversing a basic rule that all things which are to be taught
If I
must
could
first be
move,
defined,
probably New
he had
Zealand
found a
is
way out
good
of all
too.
this.
That's what I know.
He was pointing to no principle, no rule of good writing, no theory. But he was pointing to something, nevertheless, that was very real, whose reality they couldn't deny.
Oh.
The vacuum that had been created by the withholding of grades was suddenly filled with the positive goal of quality, and the whole thing fit together. Students, astonished, came by his office and said, "I used to just hate English. Now I spend more time on it than anything else." Not just one or two, many. The whole quality concept was beautiful. It worked. It was that mysterious individual internal goal of each creative person on the blackboard at last.
I got you. Just like
I turned to see how Chris is doing. His face looks tired. I asked, "How do you feel?"
I've heard they're so rude.
"Okay," he says, but his tone is defiant.
In New York, yeah.
"We can stop anywhere in
I had a
camp," I
mate
say.
that-
He flashes a fierce look at me, and so I say nothing more. Soon I see he's
So the
working his way
stranger
around
is
me
just
on the
like,
slope.
"Who the hell are you?"
With what must be great effort, he pulls ahead. We go on. Phaedrus got this far with his concept of quality because he deliberately refused to look outside the immediate classroom
I
experience.
hate this so much. Oh my god.
Cromwell's statement,
I like how
"No
when
one
you
ever
start
travels
yelling,
so
it's
high
like,
as he knows
I'm
not
putting
where
mine
he's
in.
going," applied at this point. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that it worked. In time, however, he wondered why it
Sounding like
worked,
you're so
especially when he
excited.
already knew it was irrational. Why should an irrational method
Like
work
when YouTubers
when rational
having
methods
so
were
much.
also rotten?
when you were
He had an intuitive
louder, I
feeling,
can't do
growing
that.
rapidly, that what he had stumbled on was no small gimmick.
Yeah, stop
It went
whispering.
far beyond.
I'm gonna listen
How
to this
far?
later.
He didn't know.
Physically cannot whisper. I'm not even
This was the beginning of the crystallization that I talked about before. Others wondered at the time, why should he get so excited about quality? But they saw only the word and its rhetoric context. They didn't see his past despair over abstract questions of existence itself, that he had abandoned in
You're one of
defeat.
those people.
If anyone else had asked, "What is quality?" it would have been just another question. But when he asked it, because of his past, it spread out for him like waves in all directions simultaneously. Not in a hierarchic structure, but in a concentric one. At the center, generating the waves, was quality. As these waves of thought expanded for him, I'm sure he fully expected each wave to reach some shore of existing patterns of thought, so that he had a kind of unified relationship with these thought structures.
You talk now, because apparently I just fucking cut out. So you guys can talk.
What happened with that Mandy girl?
Oh, so she got suspended for 3 days from Twitch, and I'm pretty sure she's getting
Zen and the Art of
suspended
Motorcycle
on
Maintenance
sexual
by
content.
Robert M.
She
Pirsig
was talking about
continued.
rape and
Cassette 6, Side
sexual
1.
stuff on her stream, like describing a blowjob.
As these
The
waves of
funny
thought
thing is, I didn't
expanded
even
for him,
record it.
I'm sure he
Like, I was
fully
just like,
expected
oh,
each
if you're gonna
wave
get
to reach
fucked,
some shore
tell
of
me it's
existing
recorded.
patterns of thought, so
The
that he had a
recorded
kind of
thread and the
unified
record
relationship with these thought
CM, so
structures.
CM can't even stream on
But the shore
YouTube.
was never
Pretty
reached
much
until the
someone is
end,
targeting them
if it
right
appeared
now.
at all.
They also targeted Kiara,
For him,
'cause all
there
her
was
YouTube
nothing but
videos are
ever-expanding
gone.
waves of
So
crystallization.
someone's out there,
I'll now
like,
try to
finding
follow
blood
these
right
waves of
now.
crystallization,
But
No,
the
then,
that
second
was in the
phase of his
picture of,
exploration
CM.
into quality,
oh,
as best I
I
can.
don't know, bro.
It's pretty interesting.
CM's too weird. No,
Up ahead, all
don't
of
want to
Chris's
see
movements
it.
seem tired and angry.
It's crazy.
He stumbles on things,
No,
lets
ever since I
branches tear
saw
at
his
him,
you
instead
know
of
what
pulling them to one
thingy,
side.
I can't look at him the
I'm
same.
sorry to see
Like,
this.
No.
Some blame can be put on the YMCA camp he attended for 2 weeks
I'm in
just
the
before we
servers,
started.
like I have an old in there.
From what
now,
he's told
so I
me,
can see
they make a
everything.
big ego
But,
thing out of the whole outdoor experience.
Mandy's too busy
A
still,
proof of
dragging
manhood
our
thing.
names on her stream.
He began
Then
in
she
a
would
lowly
delete the
class they were
videos
careful to
'cause
point
we
out was
were
rather disgraceful
pussy.
to be in.
I mean, like, it's so funny
Original
because, like, she
sin.
didn't say any of that to our face.
Then he
she
was
in our
allowed to prove
server.
himself with a
Like, we
long
have a
series of
server, and she was
accomplishments.
in it, and I
Swimming,
tagged her,
rope
like,
tying.
10 million
He
times.
mentioned a
I'm like,
dozen of them,
you
but I've
wanna
forgotten them.
talk here, when none of your
It made the
fucking
kids
white
at
knights
camp
are here
much
with
more
you. None of
enthusiastic
your
and
skins are here to
cooperative
protect you.
when they had
She
ego
wouldn't
goals
talk
to
to you, just
fulfill,
left,
I'm
and
sure.
like, oh, what a fucking
But
pussy.
ultimately,
So she
that
just
kind of
said
motivation is
forward and shit,
destructive.
whatever she can make
Any
up,
effort
and
that
I'm
has
just like,
self-glorification
okay,
as its
whatever.
final
I don't
endpoint
really care.
is bound to end in disaster. Now we're paying the price. When you try to climb a mountain to prove how big you are, you almost never make it. And even if you do, it's a hollow victory. In order to sustain the victory, you have to prove yourself again and again in some other way. And again and again and again, driven forever to fill a false image, haunted by the fear that the image is not true, and someone will find out.
Link their thing.
That's never the way.
Oh, yeah, pumps. I also
Phaedrus
found
wrote a
that
letter
the
from India about a pilgrimage to holy Mount Kailas, the source of the Ganges, and the abode of Shiva, high in the Himalayas,
No, I found
in the company of a
on
holy
like,
man
whereabouts he lives.
and his adherents.
'Cause
He
I
never
was
reached the
bored.
mountain.
I was bored, and
After the
I
third
just,
day,
you know,
he gave up,
went through her
exhausted,
videos, saw
and the
some
pilgrimage
stuff,
went
and I
on
was like,
without him.
oh. And then, like,
He
I
said he
went
had the
through her
physical
server, and
strength,
she's,
but
like,
that physical
mentioned that she
strength
lives
wasn't
in this
enough.
area, blah, blah, blah.
He had the
And
intellectual
then I've
motivation, but that
located
wasn't enough
like, a
either.
circle, not in, like, a
He didn't think he had
complete,
been
like,
arrogant,
address,
but thought
but I've
that he was
located
undertaking the
where
pilgrimage
he's at,
to
you know,
broaden his
like, a
experience,
radius.
to gain
So that
understanding
was
for
pretty fun.
himself.
I was so fucking bored.
He was trying to use the
I'm like,
mountain
the
for his
fuck
own
am I doing with
purposes,
my life tracking
and the
this bitch
pilgrimage
down?
too. He
Well,
regarded
then you climb that
himself
lake where
as
she's
the
actually
fixed
at, all you do
entity,
is find, like,
not the
a
pilgrimage
window
or the
something like
mountain,
that, and, like, a
and
landmark in
thus
the back.
wasn't ready for
Yeah,
it.
that's what I found. I found
He
the
speculated that
shopping
the
mall
other
where she
pilgrims,
was at.
the ones who reached the
Like, I guess
mountain,
down the store.
probably sensed the
And then she
holiness of the
mentioned that she
mountain so
lived in this
intensely that each
suburb, and I
footstep
went
was
to
an act
search
of
it, and it was the
devotion,
exact same
an act of submission to this
thing when I
holiness.
googled Earth Dead, and then
The
like
holiness of the
everything, I
mountain
was like,
infused into their
yo,
own
that was
spirits
too easy.
enabled them to endure far more than anything he,
so
with his
stupid,
greater
man.
physical
You
strength,
just
could
post it in
take.
general. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
To the untrained eye,
I
ego
can
climbing and
probably help
selfless
people,
climbing may
I don't
appear
know. I just
identical.
Like,
Both kinds of climbers place one foot in
no,
front
no,
of
no,
the
it's okay,
other.
it's okay, it's okay.
Both
I'm just
breathe
saying I can
in
help
and
you
out
too.
at the same rate.
oh,
Both
yeah.
stop when tired. Both
Who
go
is it?
forward when resting.
Time on my
But what a
hands.
difference.
No, it's this.
The ego climber is like an instrument that's out of adjustment. He puts his foot down an instant too soon or too late. He's likely to miss a beautiful passage of sunlight through the trees. He goes on when the sloppiness of his step shows he's tired. He rests at odd times. He looks up the trail trying to see what's ahead, even when he knows what's ahead, because he just looked a second before. He goes too fast or too slow for the conditions, and when he talks, his talk is forever about somewhere else, something else. He's here, but he's not here. He rejects the here, is unhappy with it, wants to be farther up the trail, but when he gets there, will be just as unhappy because then it will be here.
It is gonna be hard to find someone
What
that
he's
has
looking
an
for, what he
alliance
wants, is
name.
all
Like,
around
just
him.
Google that name and
But he
everything
doesn't
will come
want
up.
that because it is all around him.
Has he used this one across?
Every step's an effort, both physically and spiritually, because he imagines his goal to be external
See,
and
like
distant.
the people I find, they're fucking
That
retarded.
seems to be Chris's problem
They're
now.
like the streamers that I've used to follow.
Chapter
they have
18.
literally the name like the Fickle Queen. Google search it.
There's an
everything
entire
shows
branch
up.
of philosophy
Yeah,
concerned with the
everything
definition of
shows up, and I'm
quality,
like,
known as
"Fuck, that's
aesthetics.
too easy, bro." All
Its
the
question,
Instagram, the social
what is meant
medias,
by
every
beautiful,
little
goes
thing.
back to
And in
antiquity.
Google Images, just more stuff.
But
and I'm
when
like,
he
bro,
was a
fuck, it's
student
too
of
easy.
philosophy, Phaedrus had
But when it
recoiled
comes to,
violently
like,
from
stuff
this
like
entire
lyrics,
branch of
like,
knowledge. He had almost
they're fucking
deliberately
trolls,
failed the
bro.
one course in it he had
I don't
attended,
know, maybe Pump's
and had
not
written a
good,
number of
but I don't
papers
know how
subjecting the
find this
instructor and
person at all.
materials to
Unless, like,
outrageous attack.
unless all his social
He hated
media
and
is for
reviled
Society
everything.
of the Rectangle.
It wasn't any
That's the
particular
best bet.
aesthetician who produced this reaction in him. It was all of them.
Okay.
It wasn't any particular point of view that outraged him, so much as the idea that quality should be subordinated to any point of view. The intellectual process was forcing quality into its servitude, prostituting it. I think that was the source of his anger. He wrote in one paper,
Thought I saved it.
"These aestheticians think their subject is some kind of peppermint bonbon they're entitled to smack their fat lips on. Something to be devoured. Something to be intellectually knifed, forked, and spooned up bit by bit with appropriate delicate remarks, and I'm ready to throw up." What they smack their lips on is the putrescence of something they long ago killed. Now, as the first step of the crystallization process, he saw that when quality is kept undefined by definition, the entire field called aesthetics is wiped out. Completely disenfranchised. Kaput. By refusing to define quality, he had placed it entirely outside the analytic process. If you can't define quality, there's no way you can subordinate it to any intellectual rule.
Yeah, man, I
The
hope you get
aestheticians
shut down.
can have nothing more to say. Their whole field, definition of quality, is gone. The thought of this completely thrilled him. It was like discovering a cancer cure. No more explanations of what art is. No more wonderful critical schools of experts to determine rationally where each composer had succeeded or failed. All of them, every last one of those know-it-alls, would finally have to shut up. This was no longer just an interesting idea. This was a dream. I don't think anyone really saw what he was up to at first. They saw an intellectual delivering a message that had all the trappings of a rational analysis of a teaching situation. They didn't see he had a purpose completely opposite to any they were used to. He wasn't furthering rational analysis. He was blocking it. He was turning the method of rationality against itself, turning it against his own kind in defense of an irrational concept, an undefined entity called quality. He wrote, 1. Every instructor of English composition knows what quality is. Any instructor who does not should keep this fact carefully concealed, for this would certainly constitute proof of incompetence. 2. Any instructor who thinks quality of writing can and should be defined before teaching it can and should go ahead and define it. 3. All those who feel that quality of writing does exist but cannot be defined, but that quality should be taught anyway, can benefit by the following method of teaching pure quality in writing without defining it.
Jimbo in here to sing for him.
He then went ahead and described some of the methods of comparison that had evolved in the classroom. I think he really did hope that someone would come along, challenge him, and try to define quality for him. But no one ever did. However, that little parenthetic statement about inability to recognize quality as proof of incompetence did raise eyebrows within the department. He was, after all, the junior member, and not really expected to provide standards quite yet for his senior's performance. His right to say as he pleased was valued, and the senior members actually seemed to enjoy his independence of thought and support him in a church-like way. But contrary to the belief of many opponents of academic freedom, the church attitude has never been that a teacher should be allowed to blather anything that comes into his head without any accountability at all. The church attitude is simply that the accountability must be to the God of reason, not to the idols of political power. The fact that he was insulting people was irrelevant to the truth or falsehood of what he was saying, and he couldn't ethically be struck down for this. But what they were prepared to strike him down for, ethically and with gusto, was any indication that he wasn't making sense. He could do anything he wanted as long as he justified it in terms of reason. But how the hell do you ever justify, in terms of reason, a refusal to define something? Definitions are the foundation of reason. You can't reason without them. He could hold off the attack for a while with fancy dialectical footwork and insults about competence and incompetence, but sooner or later he had to come up with something more substantial than that. His attempt to come up with something substantial led to further crystallization beyond the traditional limits of rhetoric and into the domain of philosophy.
Little quarantine stuff, work.
Chris turns and flashes a tormented look at me. It won't be long now. Even before we left, there were clues this was coming. When Deweese told a neighbor I was experienced in the mountains, Chris showed a big flash of admiration. It was a large thing in his eyes. He should be done for soon, and then we can stop for the day. Oop, there he goes. He's fallen down. He's not getting up. It was an awfully neat fall, not very accidental looking. Now he looks at me with hurt and anger, searching for condemnation from me.
All my stuff I can do.
I don't show him any.
From home, so it's not really
I sit down next to him and see he's almost defeated. Well, I say,
Oh, that's like me.
we can stop
It's just
here,
like,
or we can go
the only thing I
ahead,
miss is
or we can
going
go
out for
back.
food,
Which
like
do you want to
Korean
do?
barbecue and hot pot.
I don't
I'm
care,
so
he says.
annoyed. That's the only thing
I don't
that
want
I'm
to.
missing out on.
You don't want to what?
And like bubble tea.
I
'cause,
don't
like,
care,
I used to,
he says
when I go to
angrily.
uni, I used to buy like bubble
And
tea.
since
like,
you don't
literally
care,
every week.
we'll keep on going, I say,
That's where all my
trapping him.
money went, to fucking tea.
I don't like this trip, he says.
As hard as to make
It isn't any fun. I thought it was going to be
It's
fun.
not hard. It's just like I
Some
have,
anger
like, a
catches me off
particular
guard, too.
taste when it comes to
That may be
flavors.
true, I
Like, I
reply,
like it really sweet.
but it's a hell of a thing to say.
Just in store is just much better.
I see a sudden flick
But I
of
haven't
fear in
tried
his
making
eyes
it.
as he gets up.
Apparently, the
We go
paprika
on.
balls are actually all
The
sold
sky
out
over the
here,
other wall of the canyon has become
because
overcast,
everyone's making it at home now.
and the wind in the pines around us has become
Yeah.
cool and
I don't want
ominous.
to buy it
No
like
predicted a run on
At least
that,
the
yeah.
coolness
Some
makes it
people would
easier
probably
hiking.
run out of, but
I know. I wouldn't have thought that too.
I was
That was
talking
just so
about the
weird.
first wave of
I haven't, like,
crystallization
ordered it
outside of
because, like, I'm
rhetoric that
scared. I
resulted
don't
from
want them,
Phaedrus's
or
refusal to
just
define
carrying the
quality.
disease or whatever, the virus,
He had to
and
answer the
it's like,
question,
I'm good.
if you can't define it, what makes you think it exists? His answer was an old one belonging to a philosophic school that called itself realism. A thing exists, he
Yeah,
said,
Australia's
if a
opening
world without
up
it can't
too.
function
Well,
normally.
but not our state. Our
If we
state's
can show that a
our
world without
feminist
quality functions
refused to open.
abnormally,
She's
then we
like,
have
"There's no
shown that
rush,"
quality
but, every
exists,
other state's
whether
going
it's
to open
defined or
up.
not.
So
He thereupon proceeded to subtract quality from a description of the world as we know it. The first casualty from such a subtraction, he said, would be the fine arts. If you can't distinguish between good and bad in the arts, they disappear. There's no point in hanging a painting on the wall when the bare wall looks just as good. There's no point to symphonies when scratches from the record or hum from the record player sound just as good. Poetry would disappear, since it seldom makes sense and has no practical value.
You guys hear
And,
about the,
interestingly,
Elon
comedy would
baby?
vanish too. No one would understand the jokes, since the difference between humor and no humor is pure quality. Next, he made sports disappear. Football, baseball,
It was the-
games of every
it was
sort
the-
would vanish. The scores would no longer be a measurement of anything meaningful, but simply empty statistics, like the
it
number
was
of
an
stones
8E.
in a
It
pile
was
of
an
gravel.
8E.
You type
Like
it?
Who would
an
attend
8E.
them?
Yeah, I'll type
Who would
it.
play?
I think it was like
Next, he subtracted quality from the marketplace and predicted the changes that would take place. Since quality of flavor would be meaningless, supermarkets would carry only basic grains such as rice, cornmeal, soybeans, and flour. Possibly also some ungrated meat, milk for weaning infants, and vitamin and mineral supplements to make up deficiencies. Alcoholic beverages, tea, coffee, and tobacco would vanish. So would movies, dances, plays, and parties. We would all use public transportation. We would all wear GI shoes.
probably troll, honestly.
A huge proportion of us would be out of work,
Stuff he does.
but
he
this would
always
probably be
trolls.
temporary until we relocated in essential non-quality work. Applied science and technology would be drastically changed, but pure science, mathematics, philosophy, and particularly logic would be unchanged.
It's a boy. And yeah.
Phaedrus found this last to be extremely interesting.
It's like, no,
The
I'm a
purely
girl.
intellectual pursuits were the least affected by the subtraction of quality. If quality were dropped, only rationality would remain unchanged. That was odd.
True.
Why would that be? He didn't know,
Oh, my God,
but he
second.
did know that by subtracting
I thought
quality
you
from a
were talking
picture of the
about-
world as we know it,
Fucking hell.
he'd revealed a magnitude of importance of this term he hadn't known was there.
That's not the actual
The world can function without it, but life would be so dull as to be hardly
I
worth
don't know
living.
who half these people
In fact,
are.
it wouldn't be worth living. The term worth is a quality term. Life would just be living without any values or purpose at
I wouldn't
all.
say necessarily a following.
He looked back over the distance this line of thought had taken him, and decided he'd certainly proved his point. Since the world obviously doesn't function normally when quality is subtracted, quality exists, whether it's defined or not.
Read the
After
text.
conjuring up this vision of a
You'll show
qualityless
the regular
world,
accent.
he was soon attracted to its resemblance to a number of social situations he had already read about.
You sound like my dog.
Ancient Sparta came to mind, Communist Russia and her satellites,
No, you never.
Communist
but you
China,
know what? You sound a
the
lot
brave
like
new
my
world of
doctor.
Aldous
He's-
Huxley, and the 1984 of George Orwell. He
He's a
also
very
remembered
good
people from
doctor.
his
I
own
love my
experience who would have endorsed this qualityless world. The same ones who tried to make him quit smoking.
Just let them know we got.
They wanted rational reasons for his smoking, and when he didn't have any, acted very superior, as though he'd lost face or something.
Light. That makes
They had to
sense.
have reasons and
British
plans
people
and
have, like, a
solutions for
really sort of,
everything.
like, deep, like,
They were his own kind.
crazy accent. Yours is like
The
really
kind he was now
light. It's like
attacking.
between
And he
Australian.
searched for a long time
and,
for a
like,
suitable name to sum up just what characterized them, so as to get a handle on this
Yeah.
qualityless world.
It's also how I speak on
It was intellectual primarily, but it wasn't just intelligence that was fundamental.
and like who I'm speaking.
It was a certain
Educated
basic
South African
attitude about
people
the way
sound
the
the
world
same.
was, a presumptive vision that it ran according to laws, reason, and that man's improvement lay chiefly through the discovery of these laws of reason and application of them toward satisfaction of his own desires.
That's cool.
It was this faith that held everything together. He squinted at this vision of a qualityless world for a while, conjured up more details, thought about it, and then squinted some more, and thought some more, and then finally circled back to where he was before. Squareness. That's the look.
She's still beefing with that one.
That sums it. Squareness. When you subtract quality, you get squareness.
Esquire.
Absence of quality
Dude.
is the essence of squareness.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that Bubbles.
Some artist friends with whom he had once traveled across the United States came to mind.
Whoever.
They were
Both of them
Negroes
are the same.
who had always been
But,
complaining
dude,
about just this
I feel
qualitylessness
bad
he was describing.
Because like 3 different
Square.
people sent me nudes.
That was
of
their word for it.
Esquire, and apparently she
Way
has some
back,
sort of
long
she has
ago,
strokes,
before the
like she has
mass
some sort of
media had
brain
picked it up and given
injury.
it
I don't
natural
know.
white usage,
So she can't walk
they had
right.
called all that intellectual
So
stuff
after I
square
was told all
and had wanted nothing to do with
fucking
it.
nudes, I'm like,
And there
oh
had been a
man, now I feel-
fantastic mismeshing of conversations
And then like her mother, I was
attitudes
sent,
between him
dude, I
and
was sent
them,
pictures of her fucking mother.
because he was such a prime
and like
example of
apparently
the
her mother
squareness
has
they were talking
MS
about.
too.
Oh, don't go
The more he had
after
tried to
her
pin them
mom.
down on what they were talking
Oh,
about,
I'm
the
not.
vaguer they had
It
gotten.
was just
Now, with this quality,
Oh, no, it's
he
from-
seemed
that
to
was
say
from-
the
that
same
was from
thing
the weight
and
loss.
talk as vaguely as they did,
They had a-
even though what he talked about was as hard and clear and
They had a
solid
big
as any
thing off
rationally
there,
defined entity he'd ever dealt with.
They had a
Quality.
shit in-
That's what they'd been
Bulldog tried
talking
to
about
blackmail
all the
her
time.
with her nudes to get,
Man, will you just please kindly dig
and he
it?
wasn't even
He remembered one of them saying.
He wasn't even back
And hold up on all those wonderful $7 questions. If you got to ask what is it all the time, you'll never
but
get
as soon
time
as
to
people
know.
found out I was beefing, they started sending me all
Soul.
her fucking.
Quality.
Dude, you got like a
The
simp army
same.
there?
No,
The wave
no
of
simping,
crystallization
dude.
rolled ahead.
Just people that really
He
don't
was seeing
like her.
two
She has a
worlds
lot of people who
simultaneously.
hate her, apparently.
On the intellectual
the
side,
new
the square
Cumtown
side,
servers, like,
he saw now that
You know what's
quality
weird?
was a
People-
cleavage
it's like,
term.
you think
What every
people are
intellectual
gonna-
analyst looks
it's not
for.
necessarily her, it's the fact that
You
she
take your
loves
analytic
her, she
knife,
defended
put the
them,
point directly
at
on the
some
term
point
quality,
wedged
and
in
just
the
tap.
relationship with other
Not
people.
hard,
Like,
gently.
it may not seem like it,
And the
but
whole
apparently a
world
lot of the people
splits,
that, like, don't wanna
cleaves,
be in the circle
right in
anymore,
two.
they're still on okay terms.
Hip
They just
and
don't wanna be
square. Classic and
Like, I
romantic.
was in there last
they
night.
don't want to
Technological
appear
and
as an
humanistic.
anti-Esquire
And the
server,
split
is
is
what I was
clean.
told directly by.
There's no mess,
by
no
one
slop.
of the people
No
running
little
it
items
now.
that could be one way or the
But
other.
no, they all really
Not just a
hate
skilled
Esquire.
break, but a
They
very
hate- and
lucky
that Bubbles
break.
bitch.
I can understand
Sometimes the best analysts, working with the most obvious lines of cleavage, can tap and get nothing but a pile of trash. And yet here was quality, a tiny, almost unnoticeable fault line, a line of illogic in our concept of the universe, and you tapped it, and the whole universe came apart so neatly it was almost unbelievable. He wished Kant were
I
alive.
don't have any girls.
Kant
as
would
far
have
as I
appreciated
knew.
it.
It was just her,
That master diamond cutter.
Esquire,
He would see.
like 3
Hold
trans
quality
people,
undefined.
and
That
that
was the
lesbian,
secret.
and then that ass head.
Phaedrus wrote,
Who-
with some beginning
which
awareness,
turned,
that
what,
he was involved in a
18?
strange kind
and I
of
mean, every
intellectual
time she was on
suicide.
camera, she was like topless.
Squareness
or
may
showing
be
her
succinctly
tits.
and yet thoroughly
Like,
defined
that
as
was
the
really
inability
Bob,
to see
no,
quality
don't
before it's been
show
intellectually
Bob, she's-
defined.
Bob's out
That
of
is,
this, bro.
before it
We're
gets
happy
all
for
chopped
Barb
up into
is-
words.
Yeah, she's fucking
We have
weird,
proved
too.
that quality,
Dude, every
though
girl on that-
undefined,
but she's
exists.
literally autistic.
Its
Like, I'm not
existence
even
can be
kidding.
seen
Like,
empirically in the
like,
classroom
she's-
and can be demonstrated logically by showing that a world without it cannot exist as we know it. What remains to be seen, the thing to be analyzed, is not quality, but those peculiar habits of thought called squareness that sometimes prevent us from seeing it. Thus did he seek to turn the attack. The subject for analysis, the patient on the table, was no longer
Came on
quality,
and told us
but
how
analysis
she cheated on
itself.
her boyfriend the week
Quality was
before,
healthy and in
and
good
how he
shape.
was cool with it.
Analysis, however, seemed to
Dude,
have
she's
something
a
wrong with
fucking
it that
mess.
prevented it from seeing
And
the
then
obvious.
she's just like changing her clothes on camera and
I look
shit,
back and
and
see
it's
Chris
like
is
all
way behind.
dudes.
Come on, I shout.
I think because
He doesn't
of, like,
answer.
her history, she has no
Come
fucking
on!
concept of, like,
I
what's
shouted
appropriate,
again.
you know, sexually and stuff. Like,
Then I
even
see him
with
fall
herself,
sideways and
I
sit in
think
the
she
grass
just
on the side of the
literally doesn't
mountain.
fucking understand it.
I leave my pack and
She's
go
a
back
mess.
down to
I'm
it.
super proud of her because
The slope
she
is steep.
basically, like,
I have to
her
dig
life's
my
been,
feet
like,
in
off
sideways.
meth for, like,
When I
3
get there, he's crying.
getting a job.
I hurt my ankle, he says, and doesn't look at me.
But, like, she's actually,
When an ego climber has an image of himself to protect, he naturally lies to protect this
So
image.
seems like a meth
But
head
it's disgusting to see,
Esper
and
still
I'm
a
ashamed of
bitch.
myself for letting
Bubbles
this
is a
happen.
cunt. And that whole service.
Now my own
fucking
willingness
weird.
to continue becomes
But,
eroded
yeah.
by his
I mean,
tears,
I got-
and his inner sense of defeat passes to me.
You're cool, but
I
wait,
sit
hang on.
down, live with this for a while, then, without turning away from it, pick up his backpack and say to him, I'll carry the packs in relays. I'll take this one up to where mine is, and then you stop and wait with it, so we don't lose it. Then I'll take mine up farther, and then come back for yours. That way you can get plenty of rest. It'll be slower, but we'll get there. But I've done this too soon. There's still disgust and resentment in my voice, which he hears and is shamed by. He shows anger, but says nothing, for fear he'll have to carry the pack again. Just frowns and ignores me while I relay the packs upward. I work off the resentment at having to do this by realizing that it isn't any more work for me, actually, than the other way. It's more work in terms of reaching the top of the mountain, but that's only the nominal goal. In terms of the real goal, putting in good minutes, one after the other, it comes out the same. In fact, better.
Esper, she's an idiot.
We
She
climb
lives
slowly
from
upward,
fucking
and the
Saskatchewan.
resentment leaves.
Dude, Saskatchewan.
For the next
such
hour,
a
we move slowly
butt-fuck
upward,
province.
I
Like,
carrying the
everybody from
packs and
Saskatchewan.
relays to where I locate the beginning trickle of a
So it kind of
stream.
makes
I send Chris down for water in one of the pans, which he gets. When he comes back, he says, Why are we stopping here?
it's like
Let's
the
keep
next
going.
province. So
This is probably the last stream we'll
Yeah.
see for a long time, Chris, and I'm tired. Why are you so tired?
Alinity's also from
Is he trying to
Saskatchewan. She
infuriate
lives in
me? He's succeeding.
Didn't she con her
I'm
way
tired,
into
Chris,
agreeing
because
with
I'm
Tyler,
carrying the
like, to find
packs.
advantage?
If you're in a hurry to take
Alinity,
your pack and go
no,
on up ahead,
she's
I'll
the one
catch
who
up with you.
abuses animals.
He looks at me with another flick of fear, then sits down. I don't like this, he says, almost in tears. I hate this. I'm sorry I came. Why did we come here? He's crying again hard. I reply, You make me very sorry too. You better have something for lunch.
Yeah, but did you see
I
her
don't
get
want
banned
anything.
for
My
something
stomach hurts.
stupid? She was trying to put a
Suit
pillow
yourself.
under her shirt, and she showed her
He
tits.
goes off a distance and picks up a stem of grass and puts it in his mouth. Then he
I
buries
saw
his
it on
face in his
YouTube. It must
hands.
have been taken down
I make
already,
lunch
though.
for myself and have a short rest. When I wake up again, he's still crying. There's nowhere for either of us to go. Nothing to do but face up to the existing situation. But I really don't know what the existing situation is.
Her voice
Chris,
is
I say finally. He doesn't answer. Chris, I repeat. Still no answer.
Wait,
He
me?
finally says, belligerently, What? I was going to say,
You
Chris,
know,
that you don't have to prove anything to me.
No,
You understand that?
my count. Okay, I didn't get
A
banned
real flash
from
of terror
Content. I
hits
got
his
banned
face.
from Discord.
He jerks his head away
Like
violently.
my account's probably still in there.
I say,
But it'll get deleted
You don't
soon.
understand what I mean by that, do you?
Get banned from Discord.
He continues to look away and doesn't answer. The wind moans through the pines.
Expose Alibaba.
Oh yeah.
I just don't
remember.
know.
Yeah. You
I just don't know what it is.
the trap.
It isn't just YMCA egotism that's making him this upset.
At least 30
Some
people in
minor
that
thing
server
reflects
and they're
badly
just
on him.
fucking-
And it's the end of the world. When he tries to do something and doesn't get it just right, he blows up or goes into tears. I settle back into the grass and rest again. Maybe it's not having answers that's defeating both of us. I don't want to go ahead because it doesn't look like any answers ahead. None behind either. Just lateral drift. That's what it is between me and him. Lateral drift. Waiting for something. Later I hear him prowl at the knapsack. I roll over and see him glaring at me. Where's the cheese? He says. The tone's still belligerent. But I'm not going to give in to it. Help yourself, I say. I'm not waiting on you. He digs around and finds some cheese and crackers. I give him my hunting knife to spread the cheese with. I think what I'm going to do, Chris, is put all the heavy stuff in my pack and the light stuff in yours. That way, I won't have to go back and forth with both packs. He agrees to this, and his mood improves. It seems to have solved something for him. My pack must be about 40 or 45 pounds now, and after we've climbed for a while, an equilibrium establishes itself at about 1 breath for each step. We come to a rough grade, and it changes to 2 breaths per step. At one bank, it goes to 4 breaths per step. Huge steps, almost vertical, hanging onto roots and branches. I feel stupid because I should have planned my way around this. The aspen staves come in handy now, and Chris takes some interest in the use of his. The packs make you top-heavy, and the sticks are good insurance against toppling over. You plant 1 foot, plant the staff, then swing on it, up, and take 3 breaths. Then plant the next foot, plant the staff, and swing up.
He's too weird. No one wants to be even near him.
I don't know if I've got any more Chautauqua left in me today. My head gets fuzzy about this time in the afternoon. Maybe I can establish just one overview and let it go for today. Way back long ago, when we first set out on this strange voyage, I talked about how John and Sylvia seemed to be running from some mysterious death force that seemed to them to be embodied in technology, and that there were many others like them. I talked for a while about how some of the people involved in technology seemed to be avoiding it too. An underlying reason for this trouble was that they saw it from a kind of groovy dimension that was concerned with the immediate surface of things, whereas I was concerned with the underlying form. I called John's style romantic, mine classic. His was, in the argot of the 60s, hip. Mine was square. Then we started going into this square world to see what made it tick. Data, classifications, hierarchies, cause and effect, and analysis were discussed, and somewhere along there was some talk about a handful of sand, the world of which we're conscious, taken from the endless landscape of awareness around us. I said a process of discrimination goes to work on this handful of sand, and divides it into parts. Classical square understanding is concerned with the piles of sand and the nature of the grains and the basis for sorting and interrelating them. Peters's refusal to define quality in terms of this analogy was an attempt to break the grip of the classical sand-sifting mode of understanding and find a point of common understanding between the classic and romantic worlds. Quality, the cleavage term between hip and square, seemed to be it. Both worlds used the term, both knew what it was. It was just that the romantic left it alone and appreciated it for what it was, and the classic tried to turn it into a set of intellectual building blocks for other purposes. Now, with the definition blocked, the classic mind was forced to view quality as the romantic did, undistorted by thought structures. I'm making a big thing out of all this, these classical romantic differences, but Phaedrus didn't. He wasn't really interested in any kind of fusion of differences between those two worlds. He was after something else, his ghost. In the pursuit of this ghost, he went on to wider meanings of quality, which drew him further and further to his end. I differ from him in that I've no intention of going on to that end. He just passed through this territory and opened it up. I intend to stay and cultivate it and see if I can get something to grow. I think that the referent of a term that can split a world into hip and square, classic and romantic, technological and humanistic, is an entity that can unite a world already split along those lines into one. A real understanding of quality doesn't just serve the system, or even beat it, or even escape it. A real understanding of quality captures the system, tames it, and puts it to work for one's own personal use, while leaving one completely free to fulfill his inner destiny. Now that we're up high on one side of the canyon, we can see back and down and across to the other side. It's as steep there as it is here, a dark mat of greenish black pines going up to a high ridge. We can measure our progress by sighting against it at what seems like a horizontal angle. That's all the quality talk for today, I guess, my goodness. I don't mind the quality. It's just that all the classical talk about it isn't quality.
How are you?
Quality is just the focal point around which a lot of intellectual furniture is getting rearranged. We stop for a break and look down below. Chris's spirits seem to be better now, but I'm afraid it's the ego thing again.
Oh, by the way, did you guys see?
Look how far we've come, he says. We've got a lot farther to go.
Yeah, dude.
Later on, Chris shouts to hear his echo and throws rocks down to see where they fall. He's starting to get almost cocky, so I step up the equilibrium to where I breathe at a good swift rate, about 1.5 times our former speed. This sobers him somewhat, and we keep on climbing. By about 3 in the afternoon, my legs start to get rubbery, and it's time to stop. I'm not in very good shape. If you go on after that rubbery feeling, you start to pull muscles, and the next day is agony. We come to a flat spot, a large knoll protruding from the side of the mountain. I tell Chris this is it for today. He seems satisfied and cheerful. Maybe some progress has been made with him after all. I'm ready for a nap, but clouds have formed in the canyon that appear ready to drop rain. They've filled in the canyon so that we can't see the bottom and can just barely see the ridge on the other side. I break open the packs and get the tent halves out, army ponchos, and snap them together. I take a rope and tie it between the 2 trees, then throw the shelter halves over it. I cut some stakes out of shrubs with the machete and pound them in, then dig a small trench with the flat end of the machete around the tent to drain away any rainwater. We've just got everything inside when the first rain comes down. Chris is in high spirits about the rain. We lie on our backs on the sleeping bags and watch the rain come down and hear its popping sound on the tent. The forest has a misty appearance, and we both become contemplative and watch the leaves of the shrubs jolt when struck by raindrops, and jolt a little ourselves when a clash of thunder comes down, but feel happy that we're dry when everything around us is wet.
You always haven't watched any Terry.
After a while, I reach into my pack for the paperback by Thoreau, find it, and have to strain a little to read it to Chris in the gray, rainy light. I guess I've explained that we've done this with other books in the past. Advanced books that he wouldn't normally understand. What happens is, I read a sentence, he comes up with a long series of questions about it, and then, when he's satisfied, I read the next sentence. We do this with Thoreau for a while, but after half an hour, I see to my surprise and disappointment that Thoreau isn't coming through. Chris is restless, and so am I. The language structure is wrong for the mountain forest we're in. At least that's my feeling. The book seems tame and cloistered, something I'd never have thought of Thoreau, but there it is. He's talking to another situation, another time, just discovering the evils of technology, rather than discovering the solution. He isn't talking to us. Reluctantly, I put the book away again, and we're both silent and meditative. It's just Chris and me in the forest and the rain. No books can guide us anymore. Pans we've set outside the tent begin to fill up with rainwater, and later, when we have enough, we pour it all together in a pot and add some cubes of chicken bouillon and heat it over a small sterno stove. Like any food or drink after a hard climb in the mountains, it tastes good. Chris says, I like camping with you better than with the Sutherlands. The circumstances are different, I say. When the bouillon is gone, I get out a can of pork and beans and empty it into the pot. It takes a long time to heat up, but we're in no hurry. It smells good, Chris says. The rain has stopped, and just occasional drops pat down on the tent. I think tomorrow will be sunny, I say. We pass the pot of pork and beans back and forth, eating from opposite sides. Dad, what do you think about all the time? You're always thinking all the time. Oh, all kinds of things. What about? Oh, about the rain, and about troubles that can happen, and about things in general. What things? Oh, about what it's going to be like for you when you grow up. He's interested.
Yeah,
What's it going to be like?
Yeah, I saw that.
It's pretty thorough.
But there's a slight ego gleam in his eyes as he asks this, and the answer as a result comes out masked. I don't know, I say. It's just what I think about.
Geo or something?
Do you think we'll get to the top of this canyon by tomorrow? Oh yes, we're not far from the top. In the morning? I think so. Later he is asleep, and a damp night wind comes down from the ridge, causing a sighing sound from the pines. The silhouettes of the treetops move gently with the wind. They yield and then return, then with a sigh yield and return again, restless from forces that are not part of their nature.
I like the champagne.
The wind causes a flutter of one side of the tent.
She's the one that did like the logo.
I get up and peg it down, then walk on the damp, spongy grass of the knoll for a while, then crawl back into the tent and wait for sleep.
So she's creative.
Yeah, she's
Chapter 19.
going to school for like art or graphic design.
A mat of sunlit pine needles by my face slowly tells me where I am and helps dispel a dream. In the dream, I was standing in a white-painted room looking at a glass door. On the other side was Chris and his brother and mother. Chris was waving at me from the other side of the door, and his brother was smiling, but his mother had tears in her eyes. Then I saw that Chris's smile was fixed and artificial, and actually, there was deep fear. I moved toward the door, and his smile became better. He motioned for me to open it. I was about to open it, but then didn't. His fear came back, but I turned and walked away. It's a dream that has occurred often before. Its meaning is obvious and fits some thoughts of last night. He's trying to relate to me and is afraid he never will. Things are getting clearer up here. Beyond the flap of the tent now, the needles on the ground send vapors of mist up toward the sun. The air feels moist and cool, and while Chris still sleeps, I get out of the tent carefully, stand up and stretch. My legs and back are stiff, but not painful. I do some calisthenics for a few minutes to loosen them up, then sprint from the knoll into the pines.
Oh yeah, it makes it more stretchy.
That feels better.
Yeah,
the pine odor is heavy and moist this morning. I squat and look down at the morning mists in the canyon below.
This is
Later
why
I return to the tent where a noise indicates that Chris is awake.
Because
and when I look inside, I see his face stare around silently.
I've been paying like
He's a slow
$45
waker,
a month for
and it'll be
a
5 minutes
security
before his
system
mind
here,
warms
and
up
all
to
it
the point
is it
where he can
watches the
speak.
doors and motion detectors.
Now
okay?
he squints into the
I
sunlight.
could be getting my internet.
Good morning,
And
I
I could be
No
getting
answer.
fucking
A few raindrops fall down
cameras,
from the pines.
smoke detectors,
Did you sleep
like all
well?
kinds of shit. If I
No.
were to get internet from
That's too bad.
Bell. So
How
fuck,
come you're up
I'm
so early?
Switch.
He asks.
Fuck you, Shot. I'm
It's
going.
not early.
You could just get a...
What time is it? 9 o'clock, I say. I
Okay,
bet we
well,
didn't
right
go
now
to
I'm paying
sleep until 3.
$45 for basically nothing.
3?
Okay, for
If he stayed awake, he's going to pay for it today.
I could be getting 2 motion
Well, I got to
detectors,
sleep,
3
I
door
say.
window contacts, the mobile
He
app,
looks at me
the
strangely.
private guy response, a smoke and heat
You kept
together,
me
and
awake.
2 cameras.
Me? Talking?
Yeah,
In
I'm
my
paying
sleep, you
$50
mean?
now for them to watch my
No,
fucking doors.
About the mountain. Something is
And
odd
so,
here.
hey, wait, let's see what I could get.
I
with
don't
the
know anything
internet I
about a
can get
mountain,
now.
Chris.
Oh boy, I love new
Well, you
internet.
talked all night
Love
about
new
it.
internet deal.
You said at the top of the mountain we'd see everything. You said you were going to meet me there. I think he's been
I
dreaming.
gotta check. I mean,
How could I meet you there
I'm
when I'm
I want
already
to be
with
going
you?
back to school in the fall, so I bet.
I don't know. You said it. He looks upset.
And there'll be
You
a
sounded
good
like you were drunk or
student sort of
something.
promote-
He's still half asleep. I'd better let him
I
wake
want
up
the cameras,
peacefully.
though.
I'd buy a refurb.
But I'm thirsty, and remember I left the canteen behind, thinking we'd find enough water as we traveled.
Do a
Dumb.
thing where I would sit on like
There'll be no
these,
breakfast
like,
now until
promotion
we're up over
offers.
the
I would just
ridge
keep
and
switching
far enough
between
down to the
two
other side where we
providers
can
here
find a
for a
spring.
year or so. But
We'd better pack up and go, I
this is
say,
cool,
if
though.
we're going to get some water for breakfast. It's already warm out, and
Does it come
probably
with
will
one
be
of those
hot
cameras
this
on the
afternoon.
door?
The
It's
tent comes down
$60 a month,
easily, and
it
I'm
comes
pleased
with
to
a
see that
smart
everything
door
stayed
lock
dry.
or a smart thermostat.
In a half hour,
or
we're packed.
You can honestly buy all
Now,
that
except
stuff,
for beaten down grass, the area looks as if no one had been here.
Smart thermostat sounds like
We still have a lot of climbing to do. but on the trail we discover it's easier than yesterday. We're getting to the rounded upper portion of the ridge, and the slope isn't as steep. It looks as though the pines have never been cut here. All direct sunlight is shut out from the forest floor, and there's no underbrush at all. Just a springy floor of needles that's open and spacious, and easy hiking.
My safe is connected to my phone.
Time to get on with the Chautauqua, and the second wave of crystallization, the metaphysical one.
I got, like, motion.
This was brought about in response to Phaedrus's wild meanderings about quality, when the English faculty at Bozeman, informed of their squareness, presented him with a reasonable question. Does this undefined quality of yours exist in the things we observe, they asked? Or is it subjective, existing only in the observer?
I got motion lights too that come on.
It was a simple, normal enough question, and there was no hurry for an answer. Ha!
I don't know.
There was no need for
dude, my
hurry.
house, like, yeah. My house
was a
is
finisher
I
offer,
actually should probably call
a
my
knockdown
freaking
question,
insurance,
a
because
haymaker,
people are telling me
a
now
Saturday
that I
night
can't have
special,
the bars.
the kind you don't recover from.
They want bars.
But if quality
Appreciate
exists
the
in the
value of the
object, then you must explain just why scientific
in the case of a
instruments
fire,
are
if
unable
they
to
aren't
detect
able to
it.
get in, like,
You must suggest instruments that will detect
so,
it,
I don't know,
or
typically
live
if I
with the
leave the house
explanation that
for more
instruments
than, like,
don't
a
detect it
piece,
because your whole quality
I'll
concept,
take the
to put it
locks
politely,
off of them.
is a large
You know, 'cause,
pile
I mean,
of
most people
nonsense.
If someone's gonna
On the
fucking
other
break
hand,
into my
if
house, you're gonna
quality
see the
is
bars and be like,
subjective,
oh, well, fuck.
existing only in
At
the
that
observer,
point, you just move.
then this quality
They're
that you make so
fucking
much of
ripping
is
bars
just a
off your
fancy
window.
name for whatever you like.
If they're ripping bars off your window,
What
that's
Phaedrus
probably
had
the
been
time.
presented with by the faculty of the English department of Montana State
I mean,
College was
most
an
people,
ancient
if they're
logical
gonna get
construct
curious and like, oh,
known
let's
as a
break in,
dilemma.
they're gonna see the bars and be like,
A
yeah,
dilemma,
okay,
which is Greek for
yeah,
two
we're not gonna break
premises,
into.
has been likened to the front end of an angry and charging bull.
True.
If
I
he
don't
accepted
think
the premise
about
that
the
quality was
security system.
objective,
You know what
he was
a big
impaled on one
deterrent
horn of
said?
the dilemma.
A pupper.
If he accepted the other premise that
A
quality was
pupper.
subjective,
Yeah,
he was impaled on the other horn.
Oh, no, you can't get a
Either
heckin'
quality is
pupperino
objective
for
or
self-defense
subjective.
Reno purposes.
Therefore, he was impaled no
You'll see
matter
a
how
big
he
pupper,
answered.
A big soft pupper, and he'll go, I don't
He
want
noticed that from a
anything
number of
meat.
faculty members he was receiving some
Get
good-natured
yourself a
smiles.
Bull.
Phaedrus, however,
Like
because
one
of his
those
training in
farm
logic, was
mastiffs.
aware that every dilemma
Oh, bro,
affords
you'll
not
like this.
two,
Way too much
but
fucking
three
dog.
classic
That is-
refutations.
Bro, no, come on.
And he also knew of a few
Let
that
me
weren't
take a
so
bet on
classic.
face.
I named my
So he
dogs,
smiled back.
My cousin's
He could
dog,
take the left
Savage,
horn
but
and
he's
refute
like
the
this
idea that
little
objectivity
pit bull. He gets,
implied
like,
scientific
very cute.
detectability, or he could take the right horn and refute the idea that
You got a little
subjectivity
savage
implies
Reno.
anything you like. Or he could go between the horns and deny that subjectivity or objectivity are the only choices.
That's a Redditor, but with
You may be sure he tested out all three.
He's like, oh no, not my heckin' memorinos.
Wait. There's more. Wait, hold on. I could change my cell phone. I could have everything probably bundled together.
Zen
My
and the
cell
Art of
phone,
Motorcycle Maintenance
my,
by Robert M.
monitoring
Pirsig,
system,
continued.
and my
Cassette 7, Side 2.
dude.
What guarantees the objectivity of the world in which we live is that this world is common to
Yeah.
us with other thinking beings. Through the communications that we have with other men, we receive from them ready-made harmonious reasonings. We know that these reasonings do not come from us, and at the same time we recognize in them, because of their harmony, the work of reasonable beings like ourselves. And as these reasonings appear to fit the world of our
I never checked
sensations,
this shit
we
because
think
I'm
we
just-
may infer that these reasonable beings have seen the same thing as we.
Okay, so what?
Thus it
what do
is
I
that
have
we
right-
know we haven't
I
been
know
dreaming.
I'm being super ADD
It
right
is
now.
this harmony,
I am.
this
But Mark
quality,
Scully
if you
just got
will,
engaged.
that is the sole basis for the only reality we can ever
Yeah,
know.
he's engaged.
Poincaré's contemporaries refused to acknowledge that facts are pre-selected
Probably.
because they thought
Probably
that
like
to do so
Discord or something.
would destroy the validity of scientific method.
No,
They
I've been
presumed
keeping
that
track on, like, his
pre-selected
subreddit and stuff like
facts
that, and then,
meant that
sifting
truth
through their
is
profiles,
whatever
which
you
tells me his
like,
close friends.
and called his ideas
Sifting through
conventionalism.
profiles.
They vigorously ignored the truth that their own principle of
Famous people
objectivity
shit. Why
is
people
not
get
itself an
famous?
observable fact, and therefore, by their own criteria, should be put in a state of suspended animation.
You've got nothing
Which
but time.
internet?
They felt they had to do this because
What's
if they
the
didn't,
speed
the
on the
entire
internet
philosophic
package?
underpinning of science would
I'm
collapse.
sorry.
Poincaré didn't offer any resolutions of this quandary. He didn't go far enough into
I
the
gotta see
metaphysical
what I'm
implications of
doing,
what he
but
was saying to arrive at the
I had
solution.
like some sort of
What he neglected to say was that the
300
selection
down
of
is what
facts
I have.
before you observe them is whatever
These
you
ones are
like,
different.
only in a dualistic
Like I
subject-object
had between
metaphysical
the
system.
5 100 and
When
5
quality enters the
500, I guess,
picture as
but
a third
it's with a
metaphysical
different
entity, the preselection of facts is no
500
longer
megabytes is
arbitrary.
fucking- That's like
The preselection of facts is not based on subjective, capricious, whatever you like, but on quality, which is reality itself. Thus the quandary vanishes. It was as though Phaedrus had been working on a puzzle of his own, and because of lack of time,
Yeah,
had left
when
one
I-
whole side unfinished.
Dude, are you guys, what kind of
Poincaré had been working on a puzzle of his own. His judgment that the
What do you mean?
scientist
Let's
selects
make it
facts,
big. Make it
hypotheses, and axioms on the basis of harmony also left the rough, serrated edge of a puzzle incomplete.
What are you guys paying?
To leave
Let's
the
make it
impression
big,
in
so
the
150
scientific
you have
world
to divide
that
it
the
by
source
8
of all
to make it
scientific
bigger.
reality is merely a subjective, capricious harmony is to solve problems of
Words do
epistemology
matter in math like
while
that.
leaving an unfinished edge at the border of metaphysics that makes the epistemology unacceptable.
18 megabytes is
But we know from Phaedrus's metaphysics that the harmony Poincaré talked about is not subjective.
A 20
It is
gigabyte
the
download
source of
takes me like
subjects and
10
objects,
minutes.
and exists in an anterior relationship to them. It is not capricious. It is the force that opposes capriciousness, the ordering principle of all scientific and mathematical thought which destroys capriciousness, and without which no scientific thought can proceed.
My internet
What
plan
brought
isn't
tears of
even-
recognition
isn't
to
even
my
on the
eyes
web.
was the discovery that these unfinished edges match perfectly in a kind of harmony that both Phaedrus and Poincaré talked about, to produce a complete structure of thought capable of uniting the separate languages of science and art into one.
That's not the same
Metric.
I thought like megabytes.
On either
and
side of
gigabytes
us, the
and all
mountains have become
that. I was
steep
like, yeah.
to
Oh,
form a
no, it's
long,
nothing
narrow
to do
valley
with,
that winds into Missoula. This headwind has worn me down, and
it
I'm
goes from,
tired
like,
now.
8
Chris taps me and
30,
points to a
50
high
started
hill
with
with a
like
large
8
painted
CPUs,
M on it.
went to 32,
I nod.
64,
This
so
morning
it's
we
all,
passed
like,
one like it as we left
2 to
Bozeman.
the power or something.
A fragment
That's-
occurs to
that's
me
what
that
it's
the
gonna be
freshmen in
like.
each school go up there and paint the M each year.
19.
At a station where we fill with gas, a man with a trailer carrying 2 Appaloosa horses strikes up a conversation. Most horse people are anti-motorcycle, it seems, but this one is not, and he asks a lot of questions which I answer. Chris keeps asking to go up to the M, but I can see from here it's a steep, rutty scrambler road. With our highway machine and heavy load, I don't want to fool with it.
Off of
We stretch our legs for a while, walk around, and then somewhat wearily head out of Missoula
Did
toward
I
Lolo
glitch out or did
Pass.
I kill the conversation?
A recollection appears that not many years
I
ago
have
this
a
road was
My
all
Internet
dirt with
300
twists and
plan,
turns
which I
around
know is
every rock and
300
fold in the
down,
mountains.
15 up.
Now it's
And I'm
paved and the
paying
turns are very broad.
No, not $60.
All the traffic we
I'm
were
paying
in
like
has
30.
evidently headed north for Kalispell or Coeur d'Alene, for there's hardly any now. We're headed
that's
southwest, have picked up a tailwind, and we feel better because of it. The road starts to wind up into the pass.
258-bit.
All traces of the east are gone now, at least in my imagination. All the rain here comes from Pacific winds, and all the rivers and streams here return it to the
I'm
Pacific.
paying
We should be at the
$113
ocean
a
in
month
2 or 3 days.
for this internet
At Lolo
300
Pass, we
plan,
see a
300
restaurant
down,
and
50.
pull up in front of it beside an old Harley
So,
Highmiler. It has a homemade
Shaw
pannier
has
on the back and 36,000 on the odometer.
Internet 600,
A real cross-country
which
man.
is starting from 11.
Inside, we fill up on pizza and milk,
promotion, so that's
and when finished, leave right away. There's not much sunlight left,
regular rate,
and to search for a
125
campsite after
after.
dark is difficult and unpleasant.
And
As we leave, we see the
there
cross-country
is
man by the cycles with his wife,
a security
and we say
plan with
hello.
it as well. But you know what?
He
They
is
don't
from
offer
Missouri,
mobile.
and the relaxed look
I
on his
wanna
wife's
bundle
face
everything
tells me
together,
they've been having a
mobile,
good trip.
internet, and my
The man
phone
asks,
system.
I don't even think we have.
"Are you
have
bucking that
anything
wind
does
up to
that here
Missoula,
in the
too?"
States.
I know.
Really?
Spectrum does.
It must have
like,
been
mobile
30 or
and
40
internet.
miles an hour, at least.
They don't
he
do,
says.
Home security.
We talk about
We
camping
used
for
to
a
get
while,
really,
and then
really,
comment
really
on how
good
cold it
cell
is.
rates because
They
all
never
the
dreamed in
towers,
Missouri it would be this
it's
cold
like
in
some
the
sort
summer,
of like
even
one
in the
of the main
mountains.
towers for like
They've had to buy
Canada
clothes and
was
blankets.
in Manitoba here.
It shouldn't be
So
too
we
cold
used to
tonight,
get really
I say.
good rates.
We're
But
only at
then
about 5,000
Bell
feet.
bought out
Chris says,
MTS.
"We're going to
onto
camp
Bell
just down the road."
MTS. But it used
one
to
of
just
the
be
campsites?
MTS, and we used to get
No,
like crazy good,
just
like
somewhere off the road, I
cell
say.
service. But
They show
yeah,
no
I don't know.
inclination
Thing
of
is,
wanting to
everyone's
join
always
us,
bitching
so
about
after a
this, but I
pause,
know
I
my
press the
cell
starter
phone, I
button
got
and
fucked.
we wave off.
I'm paying like 100
On the
and how
road,
much
the
you guys
shadows
pay
of the
for
mountain
your
trees are long now. After 5 or 10 miles, we see some logging road turnoffs and head up. The
I pay
logging
like
road is
120,
sandy,
but
so
I've
I
had the
keep in
same
low
phone for
gear
4
with feet
years,
out to prevent
and
a
it's like,
spill.
that's just like a maintenance.
We see side roads off the main logging road, but I stay on the main one
you
until
disclose this
after about
info?
a mile, we come to some bulldozers.
I'm not even sure, to be honest.
That means they're still logging here.
Okay, because I
We
pay
turn
almost
back and head up one of the side
$140
roads.
a month for.
Jesus.
After
Yeah.
about half a
I feel like-
mile,
I
we
wonder if
come
it's
to
like
a tree
40 or
falling
50.
across the road. That's good.
No, mine's are ridiculous.
That means
right?
this
Because
road has
the
been
thing was,
abandoned.
is at the time that I got
I
it,
say,
like
"This
I
is
wanted
it," to Chris,
unlimited calls
and he
to the
gets off.
States because, like, me,
We're
I
on a
was talking
slope
to
that
John
allows
and
us
shit.
to see over
all my friends
unbroken
are in the
forest for
States.
miles.
So
Chris is all for
that's
exploring,
the
but I'm
number I
so
have.
tired I
Like,
just want to rest.
I don't know.
Do they have
Fuck.
You go by
Verizon
yourself,
in,
I say.
Canada?
No, you come along.
Verizon,
I'm really tired, Chris.
We might have in
In
Canada.
the
I
morning
don't
we'll
think
explore.
Manitoba, though.
I untie the packs and spread
Probably
the
wouldn't
sleeping
have
bags out on the
cell
ground.
service.
Chris goes
It's not
off.
big.
I stretch out, and the tiredness fills my arms and legs.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Silent, beautiful forest. In time,
My
Chris
family
returns
knows,
and
like,
says he has
awesome, do I get
diarrhea.
Unlimited hotspot.
Oh, I say and get up. Do you have to change underwear? Yes.
I wonder
You
if a
look
family
sheepish.
deal would work.
Well, they're in
I
the
was
pack
thinking
by
of
the
doing
front of the
that too.
cycle.
With me, my mom.
Change and get a bar of soap from the saddlebag, and we'll go down to the stream and wash
my
the old
dad
underwear
has
out.
a million fucking phones because my dad
He's
just
embarrassed
buys
by
phones.
the whole thing, and now is
We
glad to
probably
take
also
orders.
get a DO too because my father.
The downward slope of the road makes our feet flop as we head toward the stream.
Like they do
I'm gonna look
Chris
at.
shows me some
I'm
stones
wasting
he's
so much
collected
time
while
right
I've
now.
been
I gotta
sleeping.
get ready because I gotta go.
The pine smell of the forest
like,
is rich
go
here.
to my mom's today.
It's turning
But
cool, and
I'm
the sun is
gonna
very
work
low. The silence and the fatigue and the sinking of the sun depress me a little, but I keep it to myself. After Chris has washed out his underwear and has it completely clean and wrung out, we head back up the logging road. As we climb it, I get a sudden depressed feeling I've been walking up this logging road all my life. Dad? What? A small bird rises from a tree in front of us. What should I be when I grow up? The bird disappears over a far ridge. I don't know what to say. Honest, I finally say. I mean, what kind of job? Any kind. Why do you get mad when I ask that? I'm not mad. I just think...
I wonder.
I don't know. I'm just too tired to think.
I wonder if I could,
It
because I
doesn't
only
matter
have a
what you
few
do.
months left on my phone before, like,
Roads like this one get
my
smaller
plan
and
stuff.
smaller
So I mean,
and
like,
then
I'm
quit.
gonna need a new plan.
Later I notice he's not
anyways.
keeping up.
I wonder if I'm
The sun
like,
is below
okay,
the
if I
horizon
switch all your
now, and
stuff, can you
twilight is
pay
on
off
us.
the rest of my shit with
We walk separately back
my
up the
other
logging road,
provider, and then
when we reach the cycle,
I'll
we
sign
climb
up
into the
with you. I
sleeping
wonder if they
bags and
offer.
without
Do
a
you know if
word,
companies
go
offer?
to sleep.
Like, I think it
Chapter
might only be
23.
like 2 months left of my.
There it is at the end of the corridor, a glass
I
door,
don't know how competitive.
and behind it are Chris, and on one side of him his younger brother, and on the other side his mother. Chris has his hand against the glass.
Say, hey, can
He
you guys
recognizes
match my
me and
price?
waves. I wave back and approach the door.
They'll do it sometimes.
How silent everything is, like
Spectrum
watching a
being
motion
that
picture when the sound has
Yeah.
failed. Chris looks up at his mother and smiles. She smiles down at him,
Or used to be.
but I see she is only covering her grief. She's very distressed about something, but she doesn't want them to see. And now I see what the glass door is. It is the door of a coffin. Mine.
I just really, really don't
Not a
want
coffin.
to be at all.
A
'Cause
sarcophagus.
I don't want.
I'm in an enormous vault, dead, and they are paying their last respects.
Like, as in you don't watch cable.
It's kind
or
of
you
them to
just don't
come and
watch
do
shows?
this. They didn't have to do this.
You know what?
I feel
Both.
grateful.
Honestly, like I
Now
heard,
Chris motions for me to
I don't
open the
even have
glass door of
Netflix
the vault.
anymore because if I want to
I
watch
see he
something, I'll
wants to
just
talk
use
to
my
me.
mom's.
He
The
wants
rare
me to
time I
tell him
actually feel
perhaps
like sitting
what
and
death
watching
is like.
TV, but
I feel a
like, I don't
desire to do
watch
this, to
anything.
tell him.
I'll put on shows like
It
in
was
the
so good of him to
background,
come and
but I'm
wave.
not sitting.
I will tell him it's not so bad.
Nothing
It's
worth
just
watching
lonely.
anymore.
I reach to push the door
That is
open,
Fucking
very.
truth,
but a dark figure in a shadow beside the
If
door
you guys haven't seen it, yet,
motions for
check
me
out,
not to touch it.
Venture Bros. It was a
A
passion
single
project
finger is raised to
cartoon
lips I
that
cannot
started in, like,
see.
Venture
early
Bros, I loved
2000s.
them.
The
Yeah,
dead aren't
it's
permitted
fucking
to
great.
speak.
Yeah, and like because it's a
But they
passion
want
project,
me
they've
to
been doing
talk.
seasons like
I'm still
every couple of
needed.
years and stuff.
Doesn't
but
he
it
see
doesn't
this?
have the same like almost
There must be
political
some kind of
push that the
mistake.
others feel like now.
Doesn't
You
he
know,
see
like
that they need me?
they don't feel
I plead with the
like
figure
the
that I
writers are
have to
trying
speak
to
to
be
them.
current, just
It's
to
not
make their
finished
jokes
yet.
land.
I have to tell them things.
Yeah, yeah.
But the figure
That's
in
the
the
one.
shadows makes
That's
no
the kind of
sign he has
culture
even
I
heard.
like. Like I don't even like Rick and Morty
Chris!
anymore. It just kind
I
of
shout
feels
through the
like
door.
they hired a bunch
I'll
of
see you!
studio writers.
The dark figure
and,
moves toward me
you know, wrote with
threateningly.
that. And
But
now
I
they're
hear
trying
Chris's
to make it
voice.
appeal to a young
Where?
generation, or force
Faint
it to
and
appeal.
distant. He heard me, and the dark figure, enraged, draws a curtain over the door. Not the mountain, I think. The mountain is gone.
Ooh, you know what else is good? Have you guys
At the
watched,
bottom of the ocean, I shout.
What's it?
And
Drawn
now
Together.
I am standing in the deserted ruins of a city all alone. The ruins are all around me endlessly in every direction, and I must walk them alone.
Yeah, Drawn Together was pretty good. Had Adam Carolla on it, didn't it?
Chapter 24. The sun is up.
I'm trying to remember who else was
For a
on that
while I'm not
show.
sure where I am. We're on a road in a
think
forest
maybe
somewhere.
Patrick Warburton.
Bad dream.
He's in all
That
of
glass door
it.
again.
It makes sense.
The chrome of the cycle gleams beside me, and then I see the pines, and then Idaho comes to mind. The door and the shadowy figure beside it were just imaginary. We're on a logging road, that's right. Bright day, sparkling air.
That I watched recently.
Wow, it's
fucking
beautiful.
Like there is a
We're headed for the
movie that I
ocean.
was super into.
I remember the dream again, and the words,
thing
"I'll
they
see you at the
remotely
bottom of the
interested
ocean,"
was Tiger King.
and wonder about them.
I'd already seen that on YouTube.
But pines and
shit
sunlight are
way
stronger than
before
any dream, and the wondering goes
I got
away.
to the Netflix, so it was like
Good old
figured it out
reality.
for me by then.
I get out of the
Wait, was
sleeping
it an
bag.
internet story
It's
first?
cold, and I get dressed
Yeah.
quickly. Chris is asleep. I walk around him, climb over a fallen tree trunk, and walk up the logging road. To warm myself, I speed
That's
up to a
perfect.
jog and move up the road
That
briskly.
is literally, yeah, that's
Good,
casting.
good,
Damn.
good. The word keeps time with the jogging. Some birds fly up from the shadowy
You know
hill into the
Nicolas Cage,
sunlight,
like why he does all
and I
these
watch
shitty
them
movies.
until they're out of
So,
sight.
he was worth like $150
Good,
million
good,
at the time.
good.
But he literally, he spent
Crunchy
all
gravel
of
on
it
the
like
road.
buying the dumbest shit. Like he
Good,
bought like 2
good.
albino cheetahs.
Bright yellow
and
sand
shit
in the
like
sun.
that.
Good, good.
You know, like
shit
buy
right
the
there.
most
These roads
random
go on
shit.
for miles.
Yeah, like look, I don't blame
sometimes.
the guy. Like I would too.
Good, good,
sure.
good.
But you know, it's kind of why he does.
Eventually,
all
I
of
reach
these
a point
movies.
where I'm really winded.
Yeah,
Because,
you gotta keep
The road is
lights on
higher
for
now,
the
and I can
tigers,
see for
man.
miles over the forest.
I could see
Good.
him as Tiger King more than
Still
anyone
puffing,
else.
I walk back down
Because
at
like
a brisk
he's just
pace,
being himself.
crunching
He'll
more
just be
gently
himself.
now, noticing
Really
small
fun.
plants and
Who
shrubs
played Joe
where the
Dirt? I
pines
want
have been
him to
logged.
play as Tiger King. Somebody brought that up.
At the
and
cycle
maybe
again, I
better
pack
Tiger.
gently and quickly.
Yeah, David
Ooh,
Spade.
By now, I'm so familiar with how everything
Just
goes
looks
together,
like
it's
fucking
almost done
Tiger
without
King. Just
thought.
give him the role already.
Finally, I need Chris's
Nah,
sleeping
you can put
bag.
him in the background of a shot.
I
in
roll him a
Tiger
little,
King.
not too rough, and tell him, "Great day."
Guarantee
Sorry, I
you,
couldn't
you
do it.
make up them both.
He looks around,
You
disoriented.
put,
He gets out of the sleeping bag, and while I pack it,
Nicolas Cage
gets
and
dressed
David
without
Spade
really
together
knowing
and
what he
dress him
does.
up. David Spade will look way
Put your
more
sweater
like
and
Tiger
jacket on, I say. It's going to be a
But
chilly
you also have
ride.
to capture their essence. It's
He
not just
does,
about
and
what
gets
they look
on,
like, you
and
know?
in low gear,
David
we
Like, I
follow
think
the
Nicolas
logging road
Cage-
down to where it meets the blacktop again.
No, he doesn't. He sounds like. Have you heard?
Before we
his
start
song?
on
Oh,
it,
it's
I take
unbelievable.
one last look back up.
No, dude.
southern
Nice. A
He
nice spot.
speaks like a valley girl.
From here, the blacktop
Like-
winds down and down.
David
Joe
Spade,
Dirty
yeah.
didn't talk like a valley girl.
Long Chautauqua today.
Okay, yeah, fair point.
One that I've been looking forward
I
to
feel like
during
being
the
on a
whole
broad
trip.
doing something like that. If you like
Second gear,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
third. Not too
He could
fast
be a
in these
character on
curves.
it, but I think he's busy
Beautiful
with the
sunlight on these
writer's
forests.
tombstone. Ooh, that's actually something I want to watch.
There's
That
been
is
a
something
haze,
I-
a backup problem in this Chautauqua so
Yeah.
far. I talked
He's
about caring the
founding
first
down.
day and then realized I couldn't say anything
That was a
meaningful
good
about
show.
caring until its inverse side, quality, is understood. I think it's important now to tie
know
care
those.
to quality by pointing out that care and quality
That's
are
the
internal
the
and
high
external
school
aspects
geek shot a
of
lot
the same
shit
thing.
up. My stepbrother.
A person who sees
brother-in-law
quality and
went to
feels it as
school.
he works is a person who cares. A person who cares about what he sees and does
Myrtle
is a
Beach
person who's
basically
bound to
just
have
a
some
smaller
characteristics
version
of quality.
Florida.
Thus, if the problem of technological hopelessness is caused by absence of care, both by technologists and anti-technologists,
They're big about
and if care and
baseball.
quality are external and internal
Were
aspects
they-
of the
were they
same thing,
Dominican?
then it follows logically that what really causes technological hopelessness is absence of the perception of quality
don't like
in technology
or...
by both technologists and anti-technologists. Phaedrus's mad pursuit of the rational, analytic, and therefore technological meaning of the word quality was really a pursuit of the answer to the whole problem of technological hopelessness. So it seems to me, anyway.
like that.
So I backed up and shifted to the classic romantic split that I think underlies the whole humanist technological problem.
I hate when my nose is like this.
But that too required a backup into the meaning of quality. But to understand the meaning of quality in classic terms required a backup into metaphysics and its relationship to everyday life. To do that required still another backup into the huge area that relates both metaphysics and everyday life, namely formal reason. So I proceeded with formal reason up into metaphysics and then into quality, and then from quality back down into metaphysics and science.
Sounds like you get the spiciness of horseradish.
Now we go still further down from science into technology.
It sounds like the worst part of
and I do believe that at last we are where I wanted to be in the first place. But now we have with us some concepts that greatly alter the whole understanding of things.
What kind of meat was
Quality
on the
is the Buddha. Quality is scientific reality.
You may can justify
Quality
it with
is the
meat,
goal of art.
Can you say there was chicken on this sandwich?
It remains to work these concepts into a practical, down-to-earth context.
No, that's way worse.
And for this, there is nothing more practical or down-to-earth than what I have been talking about all along. The repair of an old motorcycle. This road keeps on winding down through this canyon.
You know what I like on a breakfast
Early
sandwich
morning
like
patches
that?
of sun are around us
mayonnaise and hot
everywhere.
sauce.
The cycle hums through the cold air and mountain pines, and we pass a small sign that says a breakfast place is a mile ahead. "Are you hungry?" I shout.
You could maybe
Yes,
get away
Chris
with
shouts
that.
back.
You could get away with that.
Soon a
with
second
breakfast
sign
menu,
saying
but not a
cabins with an
breakfast
arrow
sandwich.
under it points off to the left.
You know?
We slow
There's
down,
rules to
turn,
this
and
game.
follow a dirt road until it reaches some varnished log cabins under some trees. We pull the cycle under a tree, shut off the ignition and gas, and walk inside the main lodge. The wooden floors have a nice clump under the cycle boots. We sit down at a tableclothed table and order eggs, hot cakes, maple syrup, milk, sausages, and orange juice.
I'm legit
That
trying to
cold
work on
wind
that,
has
though,
worked
so
up an
like,
appetite.
I'll ask that a lot. Just bear with.
I want to write a letter to Mom,
Don't
Chris
worry,
says.
I'm in
That sounds good to me. I go to the desk and
hell
get
yeah,
some of the
bro.
lodge stationery.
Let's do some drugs. Hell yeah.
I bring it to
let's do it up.
Chris and give him my
Freaky, get
pen.
weird.
That brisk morning air has given him some energy, too. He puts the paper in front of him, grabs the pen in a heavy grip, and then
Yes, I
concentrates on the blank paper for a while. He looks up.
My school
What
gets me,
day is
like,
it? I tell him.
$100 each month to
He
get
nods and
gas
writes
on
it
that.
down. Then I see him write, "Dear Mom." Then he stares at the paper for a while. Then he looks up.
Dude, I like their pretzels.
What should I
and
say?
Shit, honestly.
I start to
I spent
grin.
most of that $100 on like snacks.
I should have him write for an hour about one side of a coin. I sometimes thought of him as a student, but not as a rhetoric student. We're interrupted by the hotcakes, and I tell him to put the letter to one side, and I'll help him afterward. When we are done, I sit smoking with a leaden feeling from the
The way
hotcakes and the
America
eggs and
legalized
everything,
weed is super weird to
and
me.
notice
I
through
feel
the
bad for
window
you
that
guys.
under the pines outside, the ground is in patches of shadow and sunlight. Chris brings out the paper again. "Now help
not
me,"
just that,
he
like,
says.
The
"Okay," I
consumerist
say.
angle they took towards it.
I
so
tell
they're
him
like,
getting
fine, we're
stuck
gonna
is the
legalize it, but
commonest
only if
trouble
we
of
can
all.
tax it. But now
Usually,
you need,
I
like,
say, your
a
mind
license
gets
and stuff.
stuck
So the
when
way
you're
they
trying
did
to
it
do too
in
many
South-
things
just
at
for,
once.
contrast,
What
the
you
way
have
they
to
did in
do is
South
try
Africa,
not
they're
to
like,
force words
okay,
to come.
it's not illegal
That
anymore.
just
You can
gets you
grow
more
it in your,
stuck.
you can grow it at home, but
What you
can't
have to do
sell it, you
now
can't
is
sell it, you can't
separate
buy
out
it,
the
you can't
things
transport it.
and
So
do
you
them
can
one at a
keep,
time.
maximum 4
You're
plants
trying
at
to
your
think
home.
of what to say
If it's over
and what
that,
to
they
say
think you're
first
dealing.
at the
And
same
if they see you
time.
rolling with it.
And that's
Like
too
the whole
hard.
idea is they
So
didn't
separate
wanna,
them out.
They didn't want to.
Just make a list of all the things you want to say in any old order. Then later we'll figure out the right order. Like what things, he asks.
Yeah.
Well,
So
what
like
do you
the way
want to
they
tell
did,
her?
they like
About the
in your
trip?
country, you're gonna end up paying
What
through the
things
ass just
about the
for
trip?
good weed. Like eventually it's
He
gonna
thinks for a
happen.
while.
It's not happening yet, but
About the
eventually
mountain
they're
we
gonna
climbed?
tobacco you. Like
Okay,
what, you
write
know,
that
like
down,
they're gonna
I
do with
say.
the tobacco industry.
He does.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Then I
with
see him write down
regulation.
another item, then another, while I finish
You
my
run
cigarette
into
and
I'm a big-
coffee.
It's good for health.
He goes
it's
through
good
3
for,
sheets of paper
keeping
listing things he
in
wants to
line,
say.
but you don't want to become
Save those, I tell him,
regulated.
and we'll work on them later. I'll never
I
get
think
all
a
this
good
into one
functional
letter, he
economy
says.
is persistently
He sees me laugh and
yo-yoing between
frowns.
full cap and
I say,
full socialism.
just pick out the
That's where
best
you
things.
want
Then
to
we
sort of
head
have
outside and onto the
businesses
motorcycle
afraid that they will
again.
lose their existence, but also
On the
you
road
don't
down the
wanna
canyon
overly,
now,
like,
we feel
regulate
the
them.
steady
So it's
drop
like
of
this weird sort of
altitude by a
yo-yo, like
popping
every
of
couple of
ears.
years they'll fuck
It's
people over
becoming
too
warmer,
hard, then they get
and the air is
regulated,
thicker
and then they get
too.
regulated, and then
It's
they'll get
goodbye to
regulated
the high
again.
country, which we've been more or less in since Miles City.
He said it's like two pendulums
Stuckness.
swinging beside
That's what I want
each
to talk
other.
about
You don't
today.
want one leaning too far left.
Back in
or
our
too far
trip out of
right,
Miles City,
because it
you'll
throws
remember
the
I talked
entire
about how
unit
formal
off.
scientific method could be applied to the repair of a motorcycle through the study of chains of cause and effect, and the application of experimental method to determine these chains. The purpose then
Yeah, it's
was
what
to
they did
show what
with
was meant by
prohibition.
classic
Like, I think
rationality.
they backtracked on that and
Now I
realized
want to
that
show that
some,
classic
but
pattern
not
of
all, the
rationality can be
regulation is
tremendously
necessary,
improved,
you know?
expanded, and made far more effective
I'm amazed they were
through the
even
formal
allowed to do
recognition of
prohibition
quality in its operation.
America. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how much
Before
more people
doing this,
value
however,
individual freedoms.
I should go over
Bro,
some
they
of the
got
negative
trouble
aspects of
anyway.
traditional maintenance to show just where the problems are.
Yo.
The first is stuckness,
Who's
a
that?
mental stuckness
Fun little
that accompanies the physical stuckness of whatever it is you're working on.
Hey, we're e-niggas.
The same thing Chris was suffering from.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
Sorry,
A screw
sorry,
sticks, for
Dan is not
example,
here to yell
on a
at you
side
today.
cover assembly. You check the manual to see if there might be any special cause for this screw to come off
Oh my
so
gosh,
hard.
you know what's
But all
funny?
it
Because
says
I
is,
looked in general
remove
and I
side
see
cover
this guy
plate
named
in that
Des,
wonderful
and I
terse
saw him
technical
in
style that never
IRL
tells
chat
you what
today,
you want
and
to
I
know.
roasted him, and he left.
There's no earlier
And-
procedure
That's a
left
girl.
undone that
Oh,
might cause the cover
my
screw
God.
to stick.
I told that person,
If you're
like, I feel
experienced,
bad because
you'd
I'm
probably
like, oh, you're
apply a
probably one of those
penetrating liquid
11-year-olds that
and an
their
impact
parents
driver at
let
this
use
point.
the internet too much, and then
But
you,
suppose you're
you
inexperienced,
just talk
No,
shit.
and you
it's like
attach
a
a self-locking
34-year-old
plier wrench to
woman.
the shank of your
So-
screwdriver,
My God.
and really
Obviously-
twist it
you
hard.
obviously didn't cut
A procedure
that
you've had
deep,
success
I'll be
with
honest
in the
you.
past,
What's
but
the-
which this time
what's the
succeeds
problem
only in
here?
tearing
I
the
sent
slot of
for
the
Zed.
screw.
What's up?
Your mind was already
Wasn't
thinking
trying to
ahead
be
to what you would do
rude
when the
to- I
cover
thought it
plate
was
was
a
off,
12-year-old
and so it
boy,
takes a
to be
little time to
honest.
realize
And I
that
was
this
like, oh, you're one
irritating
of those
minor
internet
annoyance of a
losers,
torn
aren't
screw
you? And I
slot
was like, I'm like, not to be
isn't just
mean. So I
irritating and
started row at
minor.
the end.
You're stuck.
She's like,
Stopped.
oh, she
Terminated.
reacted very calmly
It's
to me
absolutely
because, like,
stopped you
she
from
was like,
fixing the
I don't know, she was
motorcycle.
attacking everybody on the IRL
This isn't a
cord.
rare scene in science or technology.
That's
This
Yeah.
is the commonest scene of
And,
all.
Get her, girl.
Just plain
It was like
stuck.
all caps, but I was just like,
In
come
traditional
on,
maintenance,
chill, because it
This
was
is
Billy
the worst
fridge,
of all moments,
right? We were on
so
Billy the
bad that you have
Fridge's-
avoided even thinking about it
I
before you
like
come to
Billy.
it.
Billy was
The
really
book's no
sweet. Like,
good to
I
you
got the wrong
now.
impression with
Neither
Billy
is
because the
scientific
first time I
reason.
saw him,
You don't
I
need
saw
any
him on
scientific experiments to find out what's wrong.
the
It's
live
obvious
stream
what's
before I
wrong.
even watched live streamers.
What you need is
It
an
was like
hypothesis
Onision or whatever,
for how you're going
and
to
I
get
was
that
like, who the
slotless
fuck is this
screw
dude?
out of there.
And he
And
streams
scientific
with
method doesn't
Onision,
provide any of these
and he looked like a little
It
bitch,
operates only
basically.
after they're
I don't know if you've
around.
seen that stream.
This is the zero moment of
Which chat is
consciousness.
this, by the
See it?
way?
Stuck. No
Which
answer.
chat is this?
Honked. Kaput. It's a
IRL
miserable
stream.
experience emotionally.
Oh,
You're
okay, can
losing
you drop me a
time.
link,
You're
please?
incompetent. You don't know what you're doing.
You can
You should
find
be
it very
ashamed of
easily if
yourself.
you go on
You should
YouTube
take the
and put
machine
Billy the
to a
Fridge
real mechanic
Onision.
who knows how to figure these
And you'll
things
see
out.
like the clip.
It's
of
normal
him
at this
being,
point
like,
for the
I don't know,
fear-anger syndrome
basically,
to
Yeah,
take
like,
no, it's
over
fine. I'll
and
just
make you
go
want
for
to
myself.
hammer on that side plate with a chisel.
Are
Pound
you
it
being
off with a
passive
sledge
aggressive?
if necessary.
No, it's fine.
You
I'm
think
just gonna
about
go
it,
kill
and the
myself.
more you
It's
think
cool.
about it, the more you're inclined to take the
I
whole
wasn't
machine
trying
to a
make you
high bridge
passive
and drop it
aggressive towards
off.
me. I'm just saying, look it
It's
up.
just outrageous that a
Wasn't trying to be
tiny
rude.
little
It's cool.
slot of a
I've
screw
made my
can defeat
knot.
you so
I'm gonna
totally.
hang myself. Yeah.
What you're
Are
up
you so
against
extreme?
is the great unknown,
You say it's
the
under Billy
void
the
of all
Fridge, right?
Western thought.
Put the fridge and
You
put
need some
Onision.
ideas,
It's
some
just gonna be
hypotheses.
the
Oh.
clip that comes
Traditional
up. That's,
scientific method,
I didn't even watch
unfortunately,
IRL streamers.
has never
like, I
quite
didn't
gotten
even know who
around to
IRL
saying
streamers
exactly
were.
where to
Oh,
pick up more of these
You
hypotheses.
misunderstand. I want the link to the
Traditional
Discord,
scientific method
IRL
has
chat.
always been at the very
Oh, I
best.
apologize.
complete
I don't know.
hindsight.
I got you. Hold
You
on.
gotta
It's good for
understand I'm
seeing
new
where
to
you've
Discord,
been.
so
It's good for
I didn't
testing
mean
the
to be
truth
rude.
of what
Sorry,
you think you
I didn't
know.
understand that.
But it
No,
can't
you're
tell
not
you
rude.
where you
I
ought to
was just,
go,
busting your
unless
balls.
where you ought to go
Thanks,
is a
boss.
combination of where you were going in the
problem.
past.
You gotta understand, I just
Creativity,
discovered streamers
originality,
like a month ago.
inventiveness, intuition, imagination,
okay.
Yeah, and so I'm
unstuckness,
pretty
in other
new.
words,
Not
are
new to the
completely
internet,
outside its
Aw.
domain.
streams
It's
and
pretty cool that you
We
Discord.
found
continue
this
down the
place,
canyon, past folds in the steep
my-
slopes
this is
where
my
wide
friend-
number
streams
one
enter.
place.
Friend
We
showed
notice
me
the
this
river grows rapidly
video.
now as
I
streams
came here
enlarge
with
it.
him
Yeah.
last time.
Turns in the
Experience
road
hasn't
are
been
less sharp
exactly
here,
stellar
and straight
'cause
stretches are
animation
longer.
been, like hurting like
I
yelled
move
at
into the
as a
highest
kid.
gear.
But you gotta
Later, the
understand,
trees
I
become
handled
scarce and
handled
spindly,
myself pretty
with
well.
large
so.
areas of grass and underbrush between them. It's too hot for the jacket and sweater, so I stop at a roadside pull-off
Yes,
to remove them.
you remember me.
Chris wants to go hiking up a trail, and
Half
I let
Asian,
him,
so
finding
not
a
full.
small shady spot to sit back and rest.
Hello, sister.
Just quiet now and meditative.
Asian.
A display describes a
What
fire
is
burn
that?
that took place here years ago.
Is that your accent?
According to the information, the forest is
You
filling in
gotta
again,
understand, I'm
but it will
American
be
too.
years before it returns to its former condition.
I'm Asian.
American.
Later,
I
the crunch
am
of gravel
American,
tells me
and
Chris
you
is
cannot
coming
take
back
my
down the
passport.
trail. He didn't go very far. When he arrives, he says,
I was
"Let's go."
raised in America, but
We
I
retie
was
the
raised on my
pack,
Asian side.
which has
I don't
started
know
to
my
shift a little,
white side very much.
and then move out on the
I'm like
highway. The
Americanized,
sweat from
but I
sitting
have
there
my Asian
cools
culture.
suddenly from the
Makes
wind.
sense.
I was raised Asian side. I do my nails
We're
at
still stuck
Walmart.
on that screw, and the only way it's
Excuse
going to get
me, I do
unstuck
my
is by
nails by
abandoning
Vietnamese
further
people,
examination
so-
of the screw according to traditional scientific
It
method.
was a good guess though.
That
Like,
won't
oh,
work.
like half white, half Walmart.
What we
half
have to do
Vietnam.
is
No,
examine traditional
Who does their
scientific
nails
method
at Walmart? That
in the
you're
light of
such
that
a bad
stuck screw.
accent. I wanna
We've
say
been looking
no,
at that
that's a great
screw
that's a great Thai
objectivity.
accent. You don't realize it. 'cause
According
you're
to
a
the
racist
doctrine of
Chinese person.
objectivity, which
I
is
punch you with my
integral with
acrylic
traditional
nails.
scientific method, what we like or don't like about that screw has nothing to
Not
do with our
Chinese, though.
correct
Hurt me
thinking.
because
We should not
I'm actually
evaluate
really,
what we
really
see.
strong, so
We should keep our
I'm
mind
pretty
of
strong,
light
too.
habit,
You
which
can
nature
retract
fills
that
for
threat.
us, and then reason
We have some
disinterestedly
good
from the facts we
hamstrings.
observe.
I can kick a dude out of
But when
space
we
right
stop
now.
and think about it
Good
disinterestedly, in
handspring.
terms of this stuck
Work out.
screw, we begin to see that this whole
A
idea
normal
of disinterested
person. I have
observation is
actually
silly.
have.
No, there was a sex joke in
Where
this,
are
but
those
it's fine.
facts?
Oh, yeah.
What are we going
Actually,
to observe disinterestedly?
During the
The
COVID,
torn
I actually
slot,
have an
the
at-home
immovable
gym.
side cover plate,
Ooh.
the color of the paint
Hey.
job, the speedometer, the sissy bar?
Oh.
As
so,
Poincaré would have
I'm
said,
sorry, I
there are
didn't
an infinite number
realize
of
you
facts
were
about the
that cool.
motorcycle, and the right ones
And,
don't
I'm
just dance
super
up and
cool.
introduce
Actually, no,
themselves.
it was my boyfriend that
The
wasted
right
all the.
facts,
He wasted
ones
hundreds
we
of
really
dollars, and I
need,
told him to stop wasting
are
money.
not
But
only
it works
passive,
out in the end because
they are
we have
damn
at-home
delusive.
gym.
And we're not going to
But they
just
were-
sit
Tell your
back
boyfriend
and
how it looks,
observe
like,
them.
you know?
I didn't.
We're going to have
He
to
spent
be
his
in
money
there
how he
looking
wants
for
to.
them.
Hello,
Or we're
we're
going to
American.
be
We
here
got
a
a
long
stimulus.
time.
A stimulus
Forever.
check.
As Poincaré pointed out,
Oh, yeah.
there
You guys
must
all got
be a
what?
subliminal
Did you all
choice
get
of what facts we
1,200?
observe.
What's the deal?
Yeah,
I just got.
The
I just
difference between a good
just got mine
mechanic
2
and a
days
bad
ago.
one,
Unless
like
you
the
make
difference
a
between a
thing.
good mathematician and a bad
What was it,
one,
100,000?
is precisely
make
this ability to
100,000.
select the
I
good
don't make
facts from the
100,000
bad
because we
ones
have
on the
no
basis of quality.
way.
He has
that
to
much.
care. This is an
It
ability
used to
about which
work,
formal
and
traditional
so it's kinda
scientific
like a
method
nice,
has nothing
like,
to say.
Day bonus almost
It's
kind
long
of feels
past
like
time to
because
take a
I'm
closer
still
look at
working and
this
I just
qualitative
got my check
pre-selection of
like
facts, which is
last
seen so
night for my
scrupulously
work, and
ignored
then I
by
got my
those who make
stimulus
so
check
much
2
of these
days ago,
facts
so I
after they
got
are
another extra
observed.
1.2K. It's kind of
I
nice.
think that it will be found that a formal acknowledgement of the role of
Yeah.
quality in a
And
scientific
I
process
bought my mom a nice
doesn't
Mother's Day
destroy
gift.
the
I didn't know what
empirical
else to do
vision
with
at
it, so.
all. It expands it,
What would you get her?
strengthens it,
Mom,
and brings
she's
it far
kinda,
closer
she's
to
the type of
actual
woman that doesn't
scientific
like
practice.
flowers or fruits or any of
I
that
think
shit.
the
She likes
basic
stuff that
fault
is
that
useful.
underlies the problem of
My mom likes to
stuckness
eat. She's a
is
100-pound
traditional
Asian woman
rationality's
that eats
insistence upon
nonstop like a fat
objectivity.
man.
A
So I got
doctrine
her
that
an
there
air
is a
fryer,
divided
like a really
reality of
nice air
subject and
fryer, because
object.
she always eats fried foods.
For true science to take
So I
place,
thought that was a
these
healthy
must be
alternative,
rigidly
and I got her
separate
a
from
knife
each other.
sharpener because she always
You are the
uses like really
mechanic.
cheap
There is the
Asian
motorcycle.
knives.
You are forever apart from one
I got
another.
her that.
You do this to it, you do
I think one
that
of the
to
best
it.
things I got my mom
These will
was
be the
a,
results.
one of those instant pop.
This
Yeah, my
eternally
mom-
She
dualistic
loves-
already has a
subject-object way of
crock pot.
approaching the motorcycle sounds right to us
My
because
mom,
we're
my
used
mom's
to
a
it.
fat.
But it's
Mom's a
not
fat
right.
dude. Like my
It's
mom
always
is a
been
fat
an artificial
500-pound dude in a
interpretation
100-pound Asian woman body.
superimposed
Like
on
she
reality.
eats all day.
It's never been reality
So I
itself.
figured food shit would
When
be
this duality is
amazing for her.
completely accepted, a certain non-divided relationship between the mechanic and motorcycle, a
definitely.
craftsman-like feeling for the work,
Did you get your mom for
is
Mother's Day?
destroyed.
I don't know yet.
When traditional rationality
know
divides
yet?
the world into
It's like a
subjects and
day
objects,
away.
it shuts out
I
quality.
know, but like,
And when you're
to be
really
honest,
stuck,
like,
it's
Amazon was
quality,
so backed
not
up,
any subjects or
like,
objects,
it's like, I don't know,
that tells
like,
you
constantly-
where you ought to go.
I
It's
can't
kinda
really go,
like-
like,
By
visit
returning
her,
our
but
attention to
they're kinda far
quality,
away, so-
it is hoped hope that we can get technological
My mom
work
told me,
out of the
like, she said I can
non-caring
visit her tomorrow, but I have
subject-object
to wear
dualism
protective gear. Like, I
and
have to wear
back
a
into
face mask
craftsman-like,
and
self-involved
asked me to get
reality
like a
again,
hazmat
which
suit
will
from
reveal to
Walmart.
us the facts we need when we are stuck.
Okay, it's a little excessive.
In my mind now is an image of a huge,
I want to visit my
long
mom
railroad
because
train.
I've been in my
One of
house
those 120
for like, I
boxcar
don't know,
jobs
2
that
months
cross the
straight,
prairies
and
all
I'm
the
so
time with
tired of being
lumber
here.
and vegetables
Like,
going
I'm
east.
so bored.
and with automobiles and other manufactured goods going
I miss
west.
my family, and I miss my
I want
mom's
to call
cooking.
this railroad train knowledge, and subdivide it into two parts.
Yeah.
Classic knowledge and romantic knowledge.
My mom sent me a message the other day.
In terms of the analogy, classic knowledge, the knowledge taught by the Church of Reason,
Yes,
is
like,
the
well,
engine
my
and
grandma,
all the
she's kind of like
boxcars.
paranoid. She's like one of those
All of
really
them and
paranoid
everything that's
people.
in
And
them.
so I guess she's like paranoid.
If
She's
you
gonna
subdivide
catch
the train
like
into parts, you will find no
the
romantic knowledge
COVID
anywhere.
and stuff like that.
And
so
unless you're careful, it's easy to make the presumption
that's
that's
why I have
all
to
the
wear
train
like
there is.
extra PPE and stuff.
This isn't because romantic knowledge is non-existent or even unimportant.
It's
It's just that so far, the definition of the train is static and purposeless. This
What's
is
that
what I was
moaning in
trying
the
to get at
background?
back in South Dakota when I talked about two whole dimensions of existence. It's two whole ways
Isn't-
of looking
Oh,
at the
it
train.
sounds like sleeping. They said vaping at first. I'm
Romantic
like, this is
quality,
so-
in terms of this analogy, isn't any part of the train. It's
That
the
sounds like a
leading
story.
edge of the engine. A two-dimensional surface of no real significance unless you
Time is it
understand
over
that the train
But they're in your
isn't a
guys'
static
time
entity
zone.
at all.
It's
A
4
train
o'clock
really isn't a
Or-
train if it can't go anywhere.
afternoon, yeah.
In the process of
Oh my
examining
God.
the train and subdividing it into
7
parts,
a.m. here.
we've inadvertently stopped it, so that it really isn't a train we are
Was
examining.
sleeping.
Actually, still-
That's why we get stuck.
Being underage.
The real train of knowledge isn't a
I'm
static
actually-
entity that
I'm
can be
actually
stopped and
27.
subdivided.
I'm a
It's
second
always
Mama
going
Robbie.
somewhere,
Sound
on a
underage.
track called quality.
I sound underage
And
just
that
because I'm half
engine
Asian.
and
I'm
all those
27. I
120
look
boxcars
underage,
are never
but
going anywhere
it's just my
except where the
genes.
track of quality takes them.
Yes.
so yesterday
And
you were
romantic
19,
quality,
but today
the
you're
leading edge of the
27,
engine,
and now your mom
takes them
has-
along that
was it?
track.
I wasn't even on. I wasn't even on
Romantic
Discord.
reality is the
I
cutting
haven't,
edge of
I
the
haven't even
experience.
been on
It's
Discord
the
for
leading
2
edge
weeks.
of the
you
train of knowledge
bitch.
that keeps the whole train on the track. Traditional
even-
knowledge is only
I
a
haven't been on
collective
Discord.
memory
I
of
haven't
where
been
that
on
leading edge
Discord
has
for
been.
2 weeks.
At the leading edge,
I
there are
haven't
no
even been on
subjects, no
Discord
objects,
for
Everybody
2
be
only the
easy.
track of quality ahead.
Everybody be easy. We were
And
And if you have no
having a
formal way of
Let's go back to
evaluating,
being
no
racist
way of
towards
acknowledging
Asian
this
people like
quality,
adults.
then the entire train has no way of knowing where to go.
I haven't even been on Discord
You don't
for
have
2
pure
weeks, so
reason,
who the fuck
you
are
have
you
pure
talking
confusion.
about?
Did you shut your rice
The
and
leading
eating
edge
ass
is
like
where
after 5
absolutely
seconds?
all
Let
the
her finish.
action is. The leading
Go
edge
ahead.
contains all the infinite possibilities of the future.
What?
It contains all
ahead,
the
I'm letting
history
you
of the
talk.
past.
Bunny, is this
Where
not
else
the
could they be
bunny girl?
contained?
This bunny
No,
The
the
girl.
past
Robin,
cannot
you got the wrong
remember the
person.
past.
Completely.
The future can't
Alright,
generate the
fine, no,
future.
she's still a dumb bitch.
The cutting edge of this instant
I'm a
right
dumb
here
bitch.
and now
I'm a dumb bitch.
is
I'm
always
a dumb
nothing
bitch
less
because you
than the
accused me.
totality of everything
Because
there is.
you accused me wrongly. You're the one who's in the
Value.
wrong. You could just
The leading edge of
apologize.
reality
You could
is
just
no longer an
apologize, and then
irrelevant
that's the end
offshoot
of
of
it.
structure.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought
Value
you
is
were
the
other
predecessor
dumb
of
bitch,
structure.
I get the
Okay,
It's the
that's fine.
pre-intellectual
If you say
awareness that
sorry,
gives
that's
rise to
fine
it.
because I accept your apology.
Our structured reality is pre-selected on the basis of value. And really, to understand structured reality requires an understanding of the value source from which it's derived.
Okay, so you're a dumb bitch radar. Okay, you don't
One's
even know
rational
who I
understanding
am.
of a
And so you're
motorcycle
gonna
is
assume
therefore
I'm a dumb
modified
bitch.
from
That
minute
seems
to
kinda
minute as
like
one works on it,
Change.
and sees that a new and different
Like, who
rational
are you?
understanding has more quality. One doesn't cling to old, sticky ideas because one has an immediate rational
I'm
basis for
AJ.
rejecting them.
Haven't even been
Reality
on. Haven't
isn't
even been
static
on this
anymore.
Discord for 2 weeks.
It's not a set of
And,
ideas
like,
you have
could
to either
back up
fight
and
or
you could be
resign
like,
yourself to.
Hey, sorry, my
It's
bad.
made
I
up
made a
in part
mistake.
of
And I'd be
ideas
like,
that are
oh, okay,
expected to
that's
grow
cool, girl.
as you
And then we
grow.
move on.
And as we all
Adults.
grow, century after
Adults.
century.
I'm a dumb bitch.
With
for
quality
what,
as a central
reason,
undefined
what reason
term,
am I a dumb
reality
bitch?
is, in its essential nature, not static, but dynamic. And when you really understand
They
dynamic
talk a certain
reality,
way?
you
Like
never
what?
get stuck.
Like how?
It has forms, but the
Yeah,
forms
they
are
talk a
capable of
certain
change.
way. Like tell me, please.
To put it in more concrete terms,
Girl, please.
if you want to
Girl,
build a
please.
factory or fix a motorcycle or set a
Like, you're
nation
just
right
hating
without
on me for
getting
no
stuck,
reason. Like
then
I've
classical,
been nothing but
structured,
nice.
dualistic
Like I've just been on the
subject-object
stream like a
knowledge,
normal ass
although
person, and you
necessary,
just fucking
isn't
came
enough.
on here and started attacking me.
You have to have some feeling for the quality of the work. You have to have a
Okay,
sense
just
of what's
because you
good.
thought I was another dumb
That
bitch that was
is what carries you
underage, like can't you
forward.
just admit you're wrong?
This sense isn't
adult.
just something you're born with, although you are born with it. It's also something you can develop.
I'm
It's not
this
just
dumb
intuition.
bitch. What makes
Wait,
me
Not
wait,
just
what makes me-
unexplainable skill
AJ,
or talent.
Sorry, just pause that for a second.
It's
Can
the
you just
direct
please say
result of
onomatopoeia
contact
for
with
me?
basic
You know the
reality,
word, right?
quality, which dualistic
Onomatopoeia? Like,
reason
what are you talking
has in
Should've
the
was way
past
different,
tended to
though.
conceal.
You said it.
Okay, yeah.
It
but
all
just-
sounds so
just
far
say it
out and
real quick.
esoteric when it's put like
Onomatopoeia.
that. It comes as
Why?
a shock
Do
to
you have
discover
braces?
that it is one of the most homespun,
why?
down-to-earth views of of reality you can have.
No, it just sounded
Harry
like,
Truman, of all
the
people,
tank.
comes to
They usually
mind
use it
when
to
he
break
said,
down.
concerning his administration's programs,
It's
we'll just
in
try
the
I did
them.
have
script on the
braces.
valve.
And if they don't work,
Yeah,
I
it's
did
the
have
alright,
script on
braces
the
then we'll
valve.
just try something
I had
else.
braces for a while, but my teeth are very straight
That may not
now,
be an
so-
exact quote, but it's close.
I
Okay.
wore
The
braces
reality
for a
of the
long
American
time,
government isn't
actually,
static, he
and,
said.
they're
It's
awful.
dynamic.
Oh,
If
yeah,
we don't
sorry,
like it,
Raul, you
well,
can
we'll get
carry on.
something
I just
better.
had to, like, it was bugging my
The
brain.
American government
I
isn't
think,
going to get stuck in any
it's-
set
I
of
think
fancy
women
doctrinaire
should not
ideas.
attack each other because
The key
based
word
on
is
like you don't
better.
even know who I am,
Quality.
and you thought I was somebody
Some may
else who
argue
was
that the underlying
underage,
form of
and
the
you
American
attacked
government
me,
is
which
stuck,
I
is
feel like
incapable
maybe
of change
are
in
you
response to
threatened by
quality.
me that you're
But that
attacking
argument
me
is not
because
to the
I didn't
point.
do anything wrong to you.
The point is that the
I didn't do
president
anything
and
wrong
everyone
to you.
else, from the
You like
wildest
threatened?
radical
Like
to the
what did I
wildest
do to you?
reactionary, agree that the government should
Because I'm another
change
female
in
on here.
response to quality, even if it doesn't. Feder's concept
Okay,
of
and I have
changing
plenty of
quality as
female
reality,
friends
a reality
too,
so
but, like,
omnipotent that
you
whole
just admit
governments
you're
must
wrong, be like,
change
hey, my
to keep
bad,
up
sorry.
with it, is something that, in a wordless way,
Then you
we have
call me a
always
dumb
unanimously believed in all along.
You call me a dumb bitch.
And what Harry Truman
with
said
that?
really was
You think
nothing
I'm gonna
different
say-
from the
you think
practical,
I'm gonna-
pragmatic
okay,
attitude
I
of
sound like
any
a dumb bitch.
laboratory
Why do I sound like-
scientist or any
Okay,
engineer
spit facts.
or any
Why do I
mechanic
sound like
when
a
he's
dumb
not
bitch?
thinking
Why?
objectively in the
What is
course of
your
his daily
name?
work.
Sound like a dumb bitch.
I keep talking
Just have
wild
a dumb
theory, but it
voice.
keeps somehow coming out stuff everybody knows.
And you don't?
Folklore.
You listen to
No.
yours?
This
I don't.
quality, this
Yeah, I
feeling
have
for
a
the
dumb
work,
bitch butt.
is something known in every shop.
Wow. I think you're threatened
Now,
or
finally,
something
let's
because
get back
I
to
didn't
that
say
screw.
anything wrong. Nor did
Let's
I
consider a
nor did I
reevaluation
try
of the
to talk to
situation in
anybody,
which we
like,
assume that the
or
stuckness now occurring,
rude or
the
disrespectful to
zero
anybody,
of
and you just
consciousness,
attacked me.
isn't
So I
the
feel like
worst
you're
of
a
all
little bit
possible
threatened.
situations,
I'm sorry, I
but
saw
the
you with the
best
other
possible
girl. I'm
situation
sorry
you
to
could
feel
be
that.
in.
Okay?
After
Okay,
all,
that sounds like a personal
it's
problem.
exactly this
There we
stuckness
go,
that
middle
Zen
ground.
Buddhists
Okay,
go to
moving
so much
on.
trouble to induce.
Moving
Anyways,
on.
I want to
Through
move on
pause,
because
deep
I
breathing,
didn't come in here
sitting
to
still,
argue.
and the
I
like.
just came on here to just, hello.
Your mind is empty.
Okay.
You have a hollow, flexible attitude
Anyways.
of beginner's mind.
You know what?
You're right
You
at
know
the front
what?
end of the train of
So
knowledge.
yeah, get my quota
at the
because
track of
just
reality
because I'm
itself.
a female, I feel like I get in
Consider
any
for a change
sense. Like it
that
doesn't
this is a
matter.
moment to be not
yelled at for
feared,
no
but
reason.
cultivated.
Wait, you're
Hello?
female?
Is
If
it
your
because
mind
you're
is
a girl?
truly
that.
profoundly stuck, then
Apparently.
you may be much better
Because
off
what
than
else
when
did
it
I
was
do
loaded
wrong?
with
I
ideas.
didn't do anything wrong.
The solution to the problem
Sometimes
often at first seems
people
unimportant or
misunderstand each other and
undesirable,
things happen.
but the
It's
state
not
of
'cause of your
stuckness
pussy.
allows it, in
Your
time,
pussy
to
didn't
assume
pull
its
all
true
the stars
importance.
into
Didn't I
alignment.
try to
It seems small
disregard
because
the
your previous
disrespect and it
rigid
still
evaluation,
came
which
upon
led to
me?
the
It
stuckness,
just
made it
happens.
small.
It's Discord.
But
Yeah,
now
it's
consider the fact that no
come
matter
on.
how hard you try to
Over it
hang on to
quickly.
it,
You don't
this
get on.
stuckness
You don't.
is bound
You
to
don't.
disappear.
It's like the disrespect
Your
with
mind will
Dan
naturally and freely move
disrespecting
toward a
everybody.
solution.
Like you just get over it.
Unless you are a real master at staying
Yeah,
stuck, you can't prevent this.
People are adults.
The fear of
Just
stuckness is
move on.
needless, because the
What can
longer
you do
you
about
stay
it,
stuck,
honestly?
That's kind of my
the more
point,
you
though.
see
It's like
the
people
quality
disrespect
reality
everybody. It's
that
not
gets you
'cause you're a
unstuck
woman.
every time.
Yeah, but I feel the need to
What's
stand
really
up for
been
myself
getting you stuck
to a point.
is the running from the stuckness through the
Yeah,
cars
no,
of your
that's
train of
stupid.
knowledge,
It's stupid,
looking for a
but,
solution
like,
that is
I don't
out
want
in
to
front
deal
of the
with it.
train.
I think it's dumb.
Stuckness
But
shouldn't be
At
avoided.
the same time, like
It's
I'm
the
not gonna
physic
get attacked
predecessor of all
and
real
accused of being
understanding.
a 19-year-old.
An
Only
egoless
bunny.
acceptance of stuckness is a key to an
Anyways.
understanding of all
You sound
quality.
like a
I think
17-year-old
in
mechanical
girl
work,
with
as in
braces.
other endeavors.
Yeah, named Bunny.
It's this understanding of quality, as revealed by
No.
stuckness, which so often makes
I
self-taught
don't know if I
mechanics
should
so
take that as an
superior to
insult or a
institute-trained
compliment,
men
but
who have
Yeah,
learned how to
just
handle
an
everything
recognition that's
except
needed.
a new
Yeah, yeah.
situation. Normally, screws are so cheap and small and simple
Look,
you think of
young.
them as
Character's
unimportant.
issue. Like,
But now,
what's
as your
the
quality
story?
awareness becomes
I-
stronger,
I
you
don't know.
realize
Whether
that this
she's-
one
she's just
individual particular screw
Ah.
Nothing's wrong
is
with
neither
bunnies.
cheap
Character.
nor
She's a bunny.
small
it's
nor
kind of like
unimportant.
Dan's
Okay.
attacking
Right
random
now, this screw is worth
No
exactly
reason.
the selling price of the whole motorcycle,
I hate
because
her.
the motorcycle is actually
If she's 19,
valueless
that's cool,
until you
whatever.
get the
She's
screw out.
an adult.
With this reevaluation of the screw comes
know
a
why
willingness
people
to expand expand your knowledge of it.
So angry.
With the
with people.
expansion of the knowledge, I would guess, would come a reevaluation of what the screw really is. If you concentrate on it, think
That
about
was a
it,
weird encounter.
stay stuck on it for a
I don't
long
lie.
enough time,
Else in the chat just
I would
gets
guess
no
that in
reading, huh?
time, you will come to see that the screw is
Hi.
less and less an object typical of a class, and more an object unique in itself. Then, with more concentration, you will begin to see the screw as not even an object at all, but as a collection of functions.
Yeah,
What do you
he's
mean by
trying to be
spec?
Your
like some-
stuckness is gradually eliminating patterns of traditional reason.
He's a fraud.
In the past, when you separated subject and object from one another in a permanent way, your thinking about them got very rigid. You formed a class called
That famous
screw
Nigerian profile
that seemed to be
Give me
inviolable
your Discord number.
and
Give
more
it
real
to
than the
me.
reality
What
you're
is your
looking at.
server?
What is
Give
And
me
you
your
couldn't
server
think of
right
how to
now.
get unstuck because you couldn't
What
think
is
of
your
anything
hashtag?
new.
Enjoy
Because you
your
couldn't
I will
see
take you to the
anything
village.
new.
I will show you how I grew up,
Now,
little
in
like.
getting
I
that
will
screw
fuck you
out,
up.
you aren't interested in what it is. What it is has
Yeah,
ceased to be a category of thought
Good.
and is a continuing direct experience. It's not in the boxcars anymore. It's out in front and capable of change.
Okay, you speak
You are
Arabic,
interested
or
in
no?
what it does and why it's doing it. You will ask functional questions.
Wait, is that
Associated with your questions will be a subliminal quality discrimination, identical to the quality discrimination that led Poincaré to the Fuchsian equations. What your actual solution is unimportant as long as it has quality. Thoughts about the screw as combined rigidness and adhesiveness and about its special helical interlock might lead naturally to solutions of impaction and use of solvent. That is one kind of quality track. Another track may be to go to the library and look through a catalog of mechanics tools in which you might come across a screw extractor that would do the job. Or to call a friend who knows something about mechanical work. Or to just drill the screw out, or just burn it out with a torch.
I actually said lesbian.
Or you might just, as a result of your meditative attention to the screw, come up with some new way of extracting it
I don't mean to
that
laugh,
has never been
dude.
thought of
That's
before,
fucked up.
and that beats all the rest, and is patentable, and makes you a millionaire 5 years from now. There's no predicting what's on
I'm a
that
bad
quality
person.
track. The solutions all are simple, after you have arrived at them. But they're
Okay.
simple only when you know already what they are.
I wish I could talk to Des.
Highway 13 follows another branch of our river, but now
Wasn't
it goes
fighting, I
upstream
just kind of
past
roasted
old
her on
sawmill
chat.
towns
And,
and sleepy
that's
scenery.
because she was talking in all caps and she was being very immature on Billy the Bridges, like super immature, like saying show content, like all in caps. I was like, oh my god, I was like, dude, chill. I'm like, I was trying to be nice.
picture and all that, or was it like a different
No,
person?
it was all caps DEZ on IRL chat, so it just kind of seems like a coincidence that I step here and then, I see the same name.
Hello?
Did she get banned from there?
She disappeared after I told her to chill.
Wait, who are you? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, who are you?
This is Bunny.
Des, yeah, this is Des.
Oh, hi. Okay, who's this?
I'm Des. What's
Hey,
up?
Des, I saw you in IRL chat. Remember? On
IRL
Billy the, were you on Billy the Fridge's chat, like IRL chat? Wait, my kids.
Who's Billy the Fridge?
Okay,
What?
it's the wrong Des. It had the same exact name as you, like capital DEZ.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's backwards for Zed.
Okay, so someone had the same name as you, and then they were trolling on a streamer's chat.
Okay.
So it wasn't you.
I mean, maybe it could have been, but not on their side.
Were you on Billy the Fridge's chat, like in
I don't
all
know who that-
caps?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you weren't on there because the person was on all caps, and I was telling them to chill the fuck out. Then eventually they dipped, and they had the same exact name as you.
No.
I'm
pissing
got a fan.
on Discord, not on Twitch or YouTube.
That makes sense. Des is a very common name, and so I was just a little confused. It seemed like a coincidence because, I just came on here. And so, not assuming anything because, obviously, it's a fucking internet. Everybody has their username.
I'm AFK, but I'm in here lurking.
Okay, well, nice to meet you, Des.
Damn.
No comment
Yeah,
back.
but I chased Noggins off by making fun of his god.
Damn,
He's a fundamentalist.
feel like people hate me.
People have been overly
don't.
sensitive the past few days.
I don't get
Something with
it.
the moon or
Something in the water.
Something I want. I
something-
feel like maybe it's in my head that I'm super nice and people just fucking hate me.